Chapter 466. 0466. Yi Fan landed on the top of the church and watched as the two bandits carried the hostages out of the car. "You're 5 minutes late," the priest said in a deep voice. The yellow-haired bandit apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bruce. We took a detour to avoid a police car." Don't look for excuses. You have to pay attention to all the details when carrying out a mission. If you had grasped the time accurately, the police car wouldn't have appeared on your way here, Bruce said. The two bandits obediently nodded and admitted their wrongs. "Let's forget about it this time. Bring him in," Bruce said. "Yes, sir." Soon, one of the bandits went to open the door, while the other carried the hostage into the church. Bruce looked left and right to confirm that no one was passing by before following him in and locking the door. Yi Fan sat on the roof and pondered. So this Bruce was a priest. Of course, this was probably just an identity he used to deceive others. Yi Fan thought for a moment. There was no need to alert the snake before the end, so he found a skylight in the church and lay there, watching the movements of the people inside. In the end, Yi Fan discovered that there was actually a secret door hidden behind a stone sculpture beside the church. Bruce led the two bandits and the hostages into a secret door that led to a basement below the church. Li Fanxian grinned. As expected, he had gained something for following them. This church was obviously a very good secret, and it should be one of the more important strongholds of the Azura Guild. Yi Fan waited until there was no one below before opening the skylight and lightly jumping down. Following Father Bruce's method, he opened the secret door through the mechanism on the stone sculpture and followed in. The underground passageway was surprisingly bright, and the bright yellow light illuminated the long steps. Yi Fan walked slowly, keeping his distance so as not to be discovered. When they were about to reach the bottom, an even wider stone space appeared in front of them. It looked like an air raid shelter during the war, but after being modified, it was not gloomy at all. Instead, it was bright and warm, dry and comfortable. What surprised Yi Fan was that there were quite a few people below. There were a total of 50 to 60 men and women wearing scarlet cloaks and coats. They were standing in a pile with lit white candles in their hands. As for Father Bruce, he had already taken off his priest's clothes and put on a scarlet robe embroidered with golden threads. He was leading a group of believers and was reciting prayers. "Great Azura King, may everyone respect your mighty name. May your Azura purgatory descend. Thank you for the sweet blood. Absolve us of our guilt. Wash away our filth. For Azura, for hell, for glory. We will follow you for all eternity. Please accept our souls." After reciting the prayer, Bruce picked up a bowl of fresh blood. All the believers followed suit and picked up a bowl of blood in front of them. "Drink blood. For the Azura King. For the Azura King." In the basement, after the deafening shouts, everyone drank the blood in their bowls. Their mouths were dripping with blood, but their eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. The development of the Azura's association had far exceeded his imagination. This was no longer as simple as an ordinary terrorist organization. This was simply an evil church. The Azura King already had his own fanatical followers. This wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. He should have been doing this for at least 10 years. What made Yi Fan feel even worse was that although he could only stick close to the wall and observe the situation from small angle, among these 50 to 60 believers, there were many people who emitted extraordinary auras and possessed strong combat strength. If they were to really fight in a while, Yi Fan would have to put in a lot of effort. He was definitely not a group of ordinary people who were casually left behind. At this moment, Bruce shouted excitedly, "Today is an important day. For the sake of the Azura King's descent, we are finally going to take an important step forward. We have successfully brought the third in line to the throne of the Rue Dien royal family. One of the most beautiful women in the world, the most beautiful royal princess, Ingrid Alice Daisy." Hearing this, the group of believers once again cheered fanatically. Yi Fan was stunned. He never thought that this group of madmen would actually kidnap Princess Rue Dien. Although Yi Fan had never seen this Princess Aira before, he had heard of her. This was because there were always reports that this princess's beauty was rare in the entire world. She was the apple of King Rue Diane's eye. Since she was young, she had been very shy and introverted. She rarely showed her face in public and didn't participate in any public events. Even during the national celebrations, she wore a hat and a veil. Perhaps it was because this princess was too lovable. Although many of the people of Rue Diane had never seen her before, she still received widespread support and love. In recent years, as the princess grew up, she would occasionally participate in some international events. However, there were still very few clear photos of her. It was said that in order to protect his daughter, King Rue Jian didn't want her to live under the spotlight, so there were very few opportunities to take photos. Yifan didn't care about these gossips. Moreover, Rue Jian was located in northern Europe, separated from him by tens of thousands of miles. Who would have the leisure to care about what their princess looked like? Tonight, let us sacrifice this most beautiful princess, her noble and sweet blood, to our great Azura king in front of the entire world. Bruce shouted. Yifan's eyes narrowed as he swept his gaze towards a corner of the wall not far away. Sure enough, he saw a camera set up there. This bunch of lunatics actually planned to suck Princess Ael's blood dry together. Then, they even recorded it and planned to upload it to the internet. If this were to spread out, the Azura would become completely famous. Moreover, the princess had been kidnapped in the country of Enamel. The Enamel people would definitely not be able to afford this loss of face, and King Rue Jian would definitely be furious. He would definitely demand an explanation and avenge his daughter. The Azura's association would become a hot topic all over the world. They would create chaos in China, and they would also severely injure the faces of the powerful countries and the royal family in Europe. At that time, no matter how unwilling everyone was, they would still have to attack the Azura's association all over the world. In an organization like the Azura's association, they were not afraid of you attacking them. They were afraid that you would ignore him. Because once the attack began, it meant that smoke would rise from all directions and the war would begin. War, chaos, and bloodshed. Wasn't that what the Azura's association loved the most? Although Yifan planned to retire, he naturally couldn't just watch this kind of thing happen. Yifan no longer hid and walked down. When the few Scarlet Cloak believers saw Yifan, they were all shocked. Who are you? Why are you here? Yifan ignored him and looked ahead at the wooden platform that Bruce was standing on. Chapter 467. 0467. With just a glance, Yifan understood why these guys were so excited and why the media all over the world wanted to say that this was the most beautiful princess of the royal family, one of the top beauties in the world. A head of amber, dark gold, and a trace of wine red, beautiful hair was already not something an ordinary woman could possess. Her exquisite facial features, which were as clear as a sculpture, could be said to be the perfect model for a Western beauty. After the light coffee coat was taken off, there was a white patterned shirt and a blue short skirt, making the princess beautiful but not exaggerated arc appear especially alluring. Yifan had seen many beauties, both from the West and the East. The two kinds of beauties were different. In terms of Western beauties, Yifan felt that Sally, who had a close relationship with him, was already the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. However, this Princess Al, whose style and appearance were completely different, was actually able to fight Sally to a standstill. The two of them only had different styles. Sally was like an Alps covered in ice and snow. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Princess Al was more like the Alps after the ice and snow had melted. She was beautiful and enchanting, causing one's heart to melt. Such a beautiful young girl. This bunch of lunatics actually wanted to suck her blood dry. Yifan was glad that he had followed her tonight. Otherwise, wouldn't the heavens be jealous of her beauty? You guys really have the heart to do it. Yifan shook his head and sighed as he walked towards the high platform. She seemed to have been given some kind of medicine, but she still couldn't wake up. She was sleeping on the cold stone platform. Capture him. Bruce's expression changed as he immediately ordered. A few strong believers immediately pounced forward. Some of them were even holding daggers in their hands as they quickly attacked Yifan. Yifan grabbed a person's dagger and pinched the blade of the dagger. He wasn't injured in the slightest and instead forcefully pulled the dagger over. At the same time, Yi Fan kicked that person away, switched the dagger to his left hand, and with a backhand wave, cut open the neck of another believer. Although the fighting skills of these believers were not ordinary, their speed was still much slower than Yi Fan's. After Yi Fan simply dodged their attacks, he killed them all in a few moves. Seeing that Yi Fan's fighting strength was unusual, Bruce actually took out an AK-47 from under the stone table and started shooting at Yi Fan with a 222 sound. Yi Fan didn't want to eat bullets. Although he wouldn't die, it would still hurt. He hurriedly rushed towards the group of believers. As the bullets swept over, several of the believers were killed. Bruce roared, "What are you waiting for?" "For the Azura King. Kill him." This group of fanatical believers were truly not afraid of death as they rushed towards Yi Fan. With a leap, the sail stepped on the shoulders of a few people and arrived in front of Bruce. It knocked Bruce down with a punch and snatched the AK in his hand. He was too lazy to kill them one by one. It would be best if he could get rid of a batch of them with his gun. F***, a bunch of lunatics, all dead. This time, it was Yi Fan's turn to shoot, shooting out in a circle. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people had fallen in the basement. However, some of the believers, including the 2 bandits who had kidnapped the princess, had guns of their own. They also took out their guns and began to retaliate against Yi Fan. Yi Fan was afraid that these guns would accidentally injure Princess Ayer, who was behind him, so he pushed her down and hid behind the stone table. At the same time, Yi Fan passed through the dense path of bullets and rushed forward to engage in close combat once again. Yi Fan didn't hold back at all. Everyone here was a madman, so he used all of his killing moves. With one punch and one kick, he could forcefully blow up a person's head and crush a person's heart. In less than 2 minutes, the basement was filled with corpses and blood flowed like a river. Yi Fan sighed. It had been a long time since he had killed so many people. He faintly felt like he had returned to those days. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to kill them. This group of people had already been brainwashed and would only harm others if they were released. Yi Fan walked in front of Bruce and grabbed him by the collar. Bruce's face was still swollen, and his eyes were filled with vicious hatred. "Answer whatever I ask you, or else I will make your life a living hell." Yi Fan felt that this guy should know quite a few secrets of the Azura's association. However, Bruce smiled evilly. "Don't even think about knowing anything. Long live the Azura King. Long live." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then saw Bruce start to vomit blood. His eyes rolled back, and he immediately stopped breathing. Yi Fan threw Bruce's corpse away in annoyance. This guy had actually committed suicide by taking poison in order to protect the organization. The brainwashing of the Azura's association was truly frightening. Right at this moment, Yi Fan discovered that a pair of eyes were nervously looking at him from his side. Yi Fan turned his head to look and discovered that it was a pair of very bright blue eyes. They were big and watery, with long eyelashes. Because of their timidity, their eyes were very pitiful. "Princess Ayer, don't be afraid. It's fine now," Yi Fan said with a smile in Rue's language. Ayer seemed to feel Yi Fan's kindness and slowly stood up. She woke up just as she fell. When she woke up, she found fighting and gunshots everywhere. When she got up, she saw that Yi Fan had already killed this group of people. "Who are you?" Ayer's voice was very soft, as if it was filled with shyness. As she spoke, she still leaned to the side, not daring to face Yi Fan directly. She was completely different from most of the members of the royal family who were used to showing their faces in public. Yi Fan felt that this girl was quite interesting. She was clearly of noble birth, incomparably beautiful, and had a figure of 7 meters. She simply couldn't find any point of inferiority, but she seemed to have no confidence in herself. "My name is Yi Fan. I just happened to pass by and found out that you were kidnapped, so I came over to save you." "You don't have to think too much about it," Yi Fan said. Ayer muttered the 2 words Yi Fan, as if she had never heard of it before. She asked weakly, "Where are we now?" Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't even pay attention to this question. He only cared about following them and forgot where they were. Yi Fan could only awkwardly rub the back of his head and embarrassedly smile. Princess, wait for me to go out and take a look at the road sign. I don't know where the hell we've run to. Ai blinked her beautiful eyes. After a few seconds, she giggled. What's wrong, princess? Yi Fan was puzzled. Did he say anything? No wonder King Rue Dian doted on her so much and didn't force her to do anything. With such a sweet daughter, which father could be ruthless? Chapter 468. 0468, Yi Fan blinked and suddenly slapped his forehead. You're asking about this place? This is the basement of a church. It should be the secret stronghold of the Azuras Association. All right, princess, do you know about the Azuras Association? Was it purely a coincidence that they kidnapped you? Or was there some other reason? Princess Al was confused and shook her head. I don't know what the Azuras Association is. I was invited to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Louvre. I was just about to go to the hotel from the airport, but in the end, in the car, I smelled a fragrant smell and fell asleep. Yi Fan nodded. From the sound of it, the explosion was not used to capture Princess Al. It was only used to attract the police and create chaos. Princess, I'll take you out. You've been kidnapped, so a lot of people should be anxious. Yi Fan said. When Princess Al heard this, she obediently nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble you, Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved his hand. It's a small matter. It's only right to serve a beauty, not to mention a princess. When Al heard this, her face turned red again. She placed her hands in front of her and silently followed behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan brought Al out of the basement and remembered something. He asked in bewilderment, Princess, you're quite bold. There are so many corpses in the basement just now, aren't you afraid? Al was stunned for a moment before saying, I forgot. Forget? That's right, I forgot that there were a lot of dead people there. Al lowered her head with a blush. Yi Fan was speechless. This princess was too adorable. She could even forget about this? Moreover, she was too shy, blushing after saying a few words. Yi Fan somewhat understood King Rue Dian. With such a daughter, he must be afraid of losing it in his hands and afraid of melting it in his mouth. This was too pitiful. Outside the church, he found that the surroundings were empty. There were no one around, but there were a few private cars parked by the roadside. Yi Fan reckoned that these cars were also left behind by those believers. Now that they were dead, the cars were useless. Yi Fan found a relatively old car, walked over, broke the glass of a car, opened the door, and then used a forced ignition method to start the car. Princess Al followed behind and curiously watched Yi Fan do all of this. She seemed to find it very interesting and asked, Yi Fan, are you going to use a car to bring me back to Barley? Yeah. Why don't you call back and report that you're safe first? Yi Fan said. Al thought for a moment, but shook her head and said, No, since there's a problem with the driver who picked me up, there might be a traitor among the people around me. If I tell them now, they might come after me again. What do you think? The sail turned around in surprise and looked at Ai under the night sky. Rue Dian's national flower was the lily of the valley, and the current Ai was just like the lily of the valley, fresh and beautiful. Sure, Your Highness, your brain is quite smart. I thought you were just a silly girl. Yi Fan said with a smile. She lowered her head and said shyly, It's nothing. I was just thinking about it. I don't know why I was kidnapped. On the other hand, Al didn't seem to care about Yi Fan calling her a silly girl. The more Yi Fan looked at this princess, the cuter she became. If only he could have a daughter like this in the future. Princess, get in the car, said Yi Fan. Al nodded and obediently sat in the back seat of the car. Leaf when Yi Fan got on the car, Al couldn't help but ask, Yi Fan, why didn't you choose a Mercedes-Benz or Audi? This Renault is so old. Because only old cars can be started using this old method. Those cars can't be started without keys, said Yi Fan. Oh, Al looked like she suddenly realized something. Are you a Secret Service agent or a martial artist? You're so powerful, even more powerful than my father's royal guards. Yi Fan drove the car, heading in the direction of Barley as he replied, I'm just an ordinary person. I know a bit of kung fu, so just treat it as helping me when you see injustice on the road. Al seemed to be quite interested in Yi Fan. She asked Yi Fan which country he was from, what his occupation was, and what he was doing in Barley. Although this princess was very shy and blushed easily when she sat in the back seat of the car and didn't meet Yi Fan's gaze, she had a lot to say. Yi Fan also casually said that he was from China and worked as an assistant in a company. He came here to accompany the boss to participate in some activities or something. Yi Fan felt that this princess was quite cute when she spoke. She was silly, beautiful, and had a sweet voice. Moreover, her temper was especially good. After joking with her a few times, she would just smile tenderly, or perhaps she didn't even know that you were joking with her. Thus, chatting along the way, driving was not boring at all. What the two of them didn't know was that not long after they left the church, a few black-clothed men quickly arrived at the church. The leader was a man in black with a ferocious demon tattoo on his neck. It was obvious that he was also a member of the Azures Association. They had actually been secretly installing surveillance cameras in the church, but after discovering Yi Fan's invasion, it was too late for them to rush over. Damn it, where did that guy come from? He was actually able to save Princess Al. The man said in annoyance, if we let Princess Al return to Barley, it will be difficult to kidnap her again. A man beside him said, Boss, I think we still have a chance. Our people can intercept them halfway. But that person's skills are very powerful. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them, the other man said. The leading man said fiercely, what we want is Princess Al. It doesn't matter if she's dead or alive. As long as we take a video of her humiliating corpse and spread it on the internet, our goal will be achieved. Boss, you mean? The two men beside him let out evil laughs as they understood what the man meant. In the old Renault car, Yi Fan and Al were happily chatting. Yi Fan, is China fun? I want to see the Terracotta Army and the Great Wall, but I never had the chance. I'm 23 years old this year, and other than the Magnesium country, I've only stayed in Europe. Al said, feeling wronged. Yi Fan smiled and said, You are a princess. Can't you go anywhere you want? No. If I leave for a little longer, my father will be in a hurry to find me. He always likes to send some bodyguards to follow me, but I don't like that. I don't feel comfortable going anywhere, Al said. All right, next time you tell your father to come to China, you only need me to accompany you, and you won't have any safety problems. Yi Fan said confidently. Al's beautiful eyes sparkled. Really? But how can my father believe you? Chapter 469. 0469-inch Y. Does my father know you? Air was puzzled. Yi Fan smiled and said, Anyway, just trust me. Your father will understand. Air blinked, then sweetly replied, Okay, I believe you, Yi Fan. What's your phone number? Yi Fan gave her his phone number, and Air repeated it to make sure it was correct. When you call, remember to add the area code. You won't be able to get through directly, but you definitely understand this. Yi Fan said, Oh, I'll go check. I haven't made an international call before. I don't even bring my cell phone with me. After driving for a while, Yi Fan discovered that Air didn't say anything either. She kept muttering something in the back. Princess, what are you talking about? What is it? Yi Fan didn't understand. Air blushed and said, I don't have anything to remember your phone number, so I just want to memorize it a few more times. In case I forget, Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was too cute. He actually wanted to memorize a number like this? How much did he want to play with him? Princess Air, stop memorizing it. I'll write you a letter when we get to Barley, or you can tell me a mailbox, and I'll send it to you. Yi Fan said. Air was delighted. All right, but I don't have a mailbox. Write it to me when you get to Barley. Hearing Air's bone-numbing voice, Yi Fan couldn't wait to carry this princess back and raise her. He had seen quite a few beauties, but it was rare to see such an innocent and cute one. Halfway through the drive, a police car appeared in front of them. Its lights were flashing, and two police officers were signaling Yi Fan to stop by the roadside. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. Could it be that he had robbed a car outside the church and had been discovered? From his experience, the police officers of Western countries weren't that efficient, not to mention that this was too coincidental. However, if it really was just an ordinary police patrol, then forcefully barging in would cause a huge commotion. Therefore, Yi Fan still stopped the car and rolled down the window. Officer, what's the matter? A white policeman expressionlessly glanced at Yi Fan and Al, who were behind him. Please show me your identification. Yifan naturally didn't bring his ID, so he said, "This car belongs to my friend. My ID is not in the car." If these two policemen insisted on taking the ID, Yifan could just make a phone call and find a random acquaintance. He should be able to settle it. The enamel policeman nodded and said, "Wait a moment." Then, the two policemen went back to their police car and took something with them. When they turned around again, Yifan immediately knew that the situation was not good, because these two policemen were actually wearing gas masks. At the same time, the two of them threw out 4 gas bombs. Damn it! Fan Xian knew that he had been careless. He didn't expect that the other party would actually plan to poison them to death, and even take their corpses away. The gas bombs quickly released poisonous gas and surrounded the car. The two fake policemen also took out their pistols and fired several shots at the old Renault's windshield. Clang! The windshield shattered, and the poisonous gas quickly poured in the car. Yifan himself was not afraid of this poisonous gas. After 3 years of cultivation, with his physical fitness, ordinary poisons would at most make him uncomfortable. However, Princess Ayer, who was behind him, suffered. "Princess, hold your breath. Don't breathe." Although Yifan had long since told Ayer not to breathe, everything had happened too suddenly. Moreover, it was poisonous gas and gunshots. It was impossible for Ayer not to breathe at all. Yifan couldn't care about anything else. He could only rush back and hug Ayer tightly. He pushed open the car door and left the car with the girl. She only felt a pair of big hands hug her and rush out of the car, passing through the poisonous miasma. However, during this process, still inhaled 2 mouthfuls of poisonous gas, and her eyes quickly began to lose focus. "Yifan, I feel so bad." Ayer murmured in pain. "Don't talk. Don't breathe." Although Yifan shouted, he knew that this was too difficult for the girl. Yifan watched helplessly as Ayer fainted. Yifan was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have forced his way through. He could only hate that the Azure's reaction was too fast, and that their people were everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. Behind him, the sound of gunfire rang out again. The two Azure's assassins changed their bullets and fired at Yifan once again. Yifan used his own body to block all the bullets, so as to prevent Ayer's body from being injured again. Taking advantage of the fact that the two killers ran out of bullets, Yifan turned around and quickly rushed over. With one punch, he directly blew up the heads of the two of them through the gas mask. Even when the two killers died, they still didn't understand why Yifan was completely fine even though they had already released 4 poison gas bombs. Although Yifan had killed these two fellows, he was not happy at all. This was because Ayer, who was behind him, had already inhaled a fatal poison gas. In this wilderness, even if he brought Ayer to the hospital, she would probably be hopeless. Such a good girl, with a noble status and a beautiful appearance. Could it be that she died just like that? Damned Azure's association. This is not something a human would do. Yifan cursed. Although he had only seen Ayer for less than an hour, he really liked this girl. When he thought about how he couldn't save Ayer and could only watch as the most beautiful princess in the world died, the anger in his heart towards the Azure's association naturally reached its peak. Actually, Yifan had tried his best, but it was obvious that Ayer had never received any professional training. Things like poison gas bombs were too lethal for her. Yifan couldn't even bear to turn around to look at Ayer, because the princess might have already turned into a corpse. However, when Yifan turned around to look, he was shocked to find that Ayer gone. Yifan blinked his eyes. He didn't see it, so he rubbed it again, but he still couldn't find it. "Ayer, Princess Ayer?" Yifan shouted twice, but Ayer had already fainted, so it was impossible for her to run away by herself. Could it be that someone took Ayer's body away? But who could hide from Yifan's eyes and ears? In such a short period of time, he had already turned around and disappeared. Yifan felt that he had seen a ghost. What was going on? Standing on the spot and looking at the empty road, Yifan planned to look around again. However, after searching for more than 10 minutes, with a radius of 1 kilometer and almost digging 3 feet into the ground, Yifan still couldn't find any trace of Aier, let alone the others. Chapter 470. 0470. If it wasn't a ghost, Yifan couldn't figure out why Aier had disappeared. Yifan had crawled out from a pile of dead people. He didn't know how many times he had died in a hail of bullets. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that could scare him, but this kind of thing that surpasses understanding still made Yifan's heart tremble a little. He lit a cigarette, calmed himself down, and shook his head. Forget it. I should go back to the hotel first. I hope nothing happens to Su Qingxue. Yifan's Renault car couldn't be used anymore, so he drove the two assassins' car all the way back to Barley. Leave stopping the car by the roadside, Yifan walked back to the hotel. Arriving at the door of Su Qingxue's room, Yifan looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the morning, and he didn't know if the woman was asleep or not. Thus, Yifan carefully listened to the movements inside, and when he discovered that there was the sound of the television news, he knocked on the door. "Wife, it's me," Yifan shouted. The door quickly opened. Su Qingxue was wearing her pajamas. When she saw Yifan, she immediately asked, "How are you? Are you hurt?" Yifan was a little surprised. He thought that the woman would scold him. After all, when he left just now, Su Qingxue was still angry at him. However, after meeting, Su Qingxue was actually concerned about him at the first moment. Yifan was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "I'm fine. How could I be injured?" Su Qingxue sized up the man a few times. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she heaved a sigh of relief and said with a frown, "Seriously, if it explodes, then let it explode. Why do you have to go over and take a look? What if it explodes you? Don't you usually watch the news? There are more and more refugees and extremists here. How would you know where there will be a bomb? It's very dangerous." Yifan nodded. "I understand. I will pay attention next time, my wife. But I didn't go to the place where the explosion happened. I encountered something else, so I came back late." Su Qingxue blinked. "What is it?" Yifan hesitated for a moment, then said, "It's very late. Wife, don't you still have to go to the branch office tomorrow to assign tasks? You should rest early." "No. How can I sleep if you don't finish your sentence? Furthermore, there had just been an explosion outside, and I heard that Princess Ai of the Rue Dian royal family had been kidnapped. I've been waiting for you until now, and I'm no longer sleepy," Su Qingxue said. Yifan said happily, "Wife, are you really waiting for me? Do you care about me?" Su Qingxue blushed. I didn't. Don't change the topic. Where did you go?" Fan Xian sighed and smiled bitterly. "Do you also know that Princess Aier was kidnapped? Actually, I was chasing after those kidnappers." "Huh," Su Qingxue exclaimed. "Then did you catch up?" Yifan pointed to the room. "Wife, let me in, I'll tell you slowly." Only then did Qingxue realize that the two of them were standing at the door. It was strange, so she let Yifan enter the room. After using the hotel's espresso machine to make 2 cups of Italian coffee, Yifan also began to talk about going to the Azures Association to save Princess Al tonight. Yifan still felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Why did Aier disappear? After Qingxue heard this, she also felt that it was inconceivable. Are you dreaming? A living person, even if he was poisoned to death, he wouldn't disappear. That's right. That's why I want to tell you, my wife. I even suspect that my eyes are playing tricks on me, my wife. Do you want to pinch my face? Am I dreaming? Yifan said with a smile. Su Qingxue sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a cup of coffee in her hand. She rolled her eyes at the man. I'm not going to pinch you. You've killed so many people, so your body must be very dirty. Yifan helplessly spread out his hands. Those people are all lunatics. I have no choice. If I don't kill them, they will go and harm others. How do you think the blood those people drank came from? In any case, it's definitely not from the hospital's blood bank. Su Qingxue nodded, and then her beautiful eyes moved as if she was very casually asking, "That princess, is she really that beautiful? I heard from the news that she was one of the top beauties in the world. She was ranked among the top 5 beauties in the world at the age of 15, and she was #1 in the world 3 times in 8 years. However, I looked around, and there wasn't even a single photo of her on the internet. Some of them were also wearing a veil or blurry, so I couldn't see her clearly. Her figure is not bad. When Yifan heard this, he wanted to laugh out loud. It seemed that beauties still had a kind of psychology towards beauties. Wife, don't listen to the nonsense of the media. If the world's beauties are to be trusted, then wife, you have to be in the top 3 no matter what. In any case, I feel that Princess Ayer is a lot worse than you. It's just a random comment. Yifan had a resolute look on his face. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Although I don't know if you're alive or dead, I can only coax my wife first. When Qingxue heard this, she couldn't hide the joy on her face. You're talking nonsense again. How did I get into the world rankings? However, that kind of Western aesthetic is different from ours, so these are indeed not trustworthy. Li Fanxian hurriedly nodded, right. Anyway, I've never seen a girl more beautiful than you, my wife. Come on, I'm so good, yet you're still looking for so many women outside. Su Qingxue snorted lightly and drank a mouthful of coffee. Yifan looked at the woman's face that was brimming with brilliance and felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Actually, when Su Qingxue wasn't angry with him, when it wasn't so hard to talk to her, she was still very lovable. Come to think of it, Yifan was still a little baffled, so he asked, Wife, why aren't you angry at me anymore? You're still so concerned about me. I'm so surprised. Hearing this, Su Qingxue pursed her red lips, her eyes evading as she said, What? Do you want me to continue being angry at you? No. Of course not. Yifan hurriedly begged for mercy. Wife, don't be angry. I'm really scared. Su Qingxue looked at Yifan's frightened expression and pouted. Yifan, am I really that bad-tempered? I'm very difficult to deal with, right? Of course, yes. Yifan shook his head. I think my wife has a good temper. Trap. It was definitely a trap. If he said yes, wouldn't the oil barrel ignite and explode again? You don't have to say that on purpose. Actually, I also feel that I've been getting more and more neurotic recently. I don't know why, but I wouldn't have been like this in the past. Su Qingxue rubbed her coffee cup with both hands and said in a low voice. Chapter 471. 0471. Su Qingxue faintly said, I have always been very confident. For someone like me, who wants to be a CEO in his 20s, if he doesn't even have confidence in himself, then no one will believe you. So, since I was young, my grandfather has always told me that you are a genius. You must be confident. You are the best. I've always thought so. So, I have a kind of blind confidence that I am the best. But after I met you, I realized that it didn't seem to be like this. There are always some outstanding women by your side, and some of them look even more outstanding than me. Moreover, I know almost nothing about your background. In any case, the people around you are all very powerful, and the people you know are all very high level. I've never even heard of them. By your side, I'm like a very ignorant woman. I don't know anything, and I always have to rely on your connections. I just feel like I'm not a good match for you. How could that be? Yifan was anxious. Wife, how can you think like that? We were both orphans when we were young, but our growth experiences were different. The people we met and the things we experienced were naturally different. How could there be any difference between high and low? Then according to you, a prince can only marry a princess, and a slum can only find a poor person? Does love have to be divided into whether you have money or not? Yes, some do have to be matched, but that's because the gap between the rich and the poor is too great. It's hard to talk about it and get along with it. But the two of us don't have any estrangement because of who is poor and who is rich, who has power and who doesn't. Aren't we getting along better and better? Su Qingxue mumbled, Sometimes I'm very afraid. I'm afraid that you're just playing with me. When I'm old and not good looking, you won't want me anymore. Anyway, you're very capable. You can find women everywhere. Moreover, there are many women who are more outstanding than me. I'm old, so I can't even compare to those young and beautiful ones. When Yifan heard this, he felt that this woman was so stupid that it made his heart ache. He hurriedly sat on the edge of the bed and reached out to caress Su Qingxue's hair. Wife, why do you think that? I'm not that kind of person at all. If I abandon you because you're old, then why should I marry you? I want young girls. Can't I just keep looking? And people are different. There's nothing to compare. I like you. Even if you beat me up and scold me every day, I will still like you. If I didn't love you, even if you served me tea every day and did everything I wanted, I still wouldn't love you. So don't think about these useless things. Since I've collected the marriage certificate with you, I've already made my choice. You don't have to think too much. Just be yourself. Really? Su Qingxue asked hesitantly. Fan Xian nodded vigorously. Absolutely true, wife. Don't scare me. You must not have this kind of thinking. Qingxue was silent for a while. She quietly looked at the man's anxious expression and heaved a sigh of relief. I should be more confident. Otherwise, it wouldn't be me, right? Of course. You've captivated me. So of course you have to be confident. Yi Fan said. The corner of Qingxue's mouth held a smile. Her gaze moved as she asked, Then when you see me angry, are you really afraid? I'm really scared, so when I talk to you now, I have to think about it several times, afraid that I'll say the wrong thing. Yi Fan said honestly. Qingxue couldn't help but want to laugh. She suddenly stretched out her hand and touched Yi Fan's face. Idiot, actually, I just want you to coax me. If you coax me, it means that you care about me. Yi Fan thought that was the case. Women like to find a sense of security. So he smiled and said, Wife, it's only right for me to coax you, but sometimes it's really tiring to coax you. My brain cells can't keep up. I can't think of anything to coax you. It's really hard, much more tiring than letting me fight and kill people. Hearing that, Qingxue pouted unhappily. I haven't even had a wedding with you yet. We're officially married, yet you think it's hard to coax me. Then after we get married, won't you be even more lazy to coax me? You men are like this. One thing before marriage and another thing after marriage. I've seen through you. Huh? Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hand. Wife, I didn't mean that. All right. I'll coax you, no need. Don't propose to me, I won't agree. Let's just leave it at this. You could go coax other women. It's so hard to coax me anyway. As Qingxue spoke, she put down the coffee cup, pulled up the blanket, and crawled into bed. Then she lay down and said, You can go out. I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep. Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was King Heaven and Earth. He was fine just now, but he was unhappy again. Wasn't this change too fast? Yi Fan hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, Wife, I feel so tired. How about I sleep here with you as well? Get out. Su Qingxue shouted. Yi Fan felt his eardrums vibrate, so he could only sigh and silently return to his room. He also knew that Su Qingxue wasn't really angry. She was just looking for an excuse to drive him back to her room. Yi Fan was too lazy to sleep. It hadn't been long since he could go eat breakfast. He was hungry. On the other hand, Yi Fan felt that he could tell Xiao Linfuan about the Azures Association so that they could be on guard. This Azures Association was definitely not as simple as just an organization that caused trouble at the border of China. This was a world-class terrorist organization. After Yi Fan finished talking to Xiao Linfuan on the phone, Xiao Linfuan was also very shocked. He expressed that he wanted to properly plan with the Dragon King on how to deal with the Azures Association and report it to the chief. After Yi Fan was done with his work, he began to practice his mad demon dance in his room. Although his strength was a bit stronger than before he crippled his own cultivation 3 years ago. If it was to him from 3 years ago, he probably wouldn't have been able to suppress Shao Xiner in his last battle. In short, choosing a new path of cultivation had an extraordinary effect. It was simple and crude, and it had made great progress in terms of absolute strength. However, while he was improving, others were also improving, so Yi Fan didn't want to relax. Moreover, although Yi Fan had never fought against or seen all of the top 10 legend rank experts, he wasn't the top among them back then. In fact, once one reached the level of a legend rank expert, no one would do anything to each other. After all, it was originally fine, and no one could deal with you. However, if they were to fight each other and die, no one would be able to afford it. Therefore, the stronger one was, the more they didn't dare to act rashly. On the contrary, they were much more harmonious than ordinary experts in the underground world. This was the same as between countries. No matter how many words there were between powerful countries, it was only limited to showing off their muscles. If they really fought, it would be a strong country bullying a weak country. Between the strong, They didn't dare to move carelessly. Early in the morning, after Yi Fan went downstairs to eat breakfast, he didn't rush to call Su Qingxue. He hoped that the woman would sleep a little longer. After all, he was too tired last night. Chapter 472. 0472 Yi Fan thought that something was wrong with the woman and quickly ran over. Su Qingxue opened the door for him. Su Qingxue, who was wearing pajamas and had yet to wash up, pointed at the morning news on the television. "Wife, what's wrong?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "Look for yourself," Su Qingxue said. Only now did Yi Fan notice the content of the news. He couldn't help but be stunned, and his entire body froze. What was being broadcasted on the news was actually the news of Princess Ayer being successfully rescued. According to the news, Princess Ayer was not successfully kidnapped last night. The princess escaped when the kidnappers weren't paying attention until the police found her in the early hours of this morning. The Enamel government and the Rue Jian royal family were naturally very glad. At the same time, they expressed that they would continue to investigate who had planned this kidnapping. "Didn't you say that Princess Ayer is dead? Wasn't she poisoned?" Su Qingxue asked. "Are you lying to me? Isn't she fine?" Yi Fan was dumbfounded. After living for 25 or 6 years, this was the first time he suspected that there were ghosts in this world. "Wife, last night I was with Princess Ayer. How could she?" Yi Fan felt that this was inconceivable. Su Qingxue said, "Could it be that what you saw was a fake princess? Or was it the princess's substitute? Aren't there some big shots who, in order to prevent themselves from being kidnapped, deliberately found a substitute?" "Substitute?" Yi Fan frowned. "Even if it's a substitute, there should be a corpse, right? And where can I find such a beautiful substitute? With that kind of appearance, is there a need to be a substitute?" Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a cold glint. "Humph. Last night you said that I look ordinary, but now you finally admit that the princess is a super beauty, right?" Yi Fan thought to himself, "Not good, I'll let it slip," and hurriedly changed the topic. "Wife, the most important thing now is I have to find out what exactly is going on. If the Princess Ayer they found is fake, it could be someone from the Azures Association pretending to be a princess and doing something very dangerous." Su Qingxue's personality was also simple, and her train of thought was quickly changed by Yi Fan. She couldn't help but frown. Is it that exaggerated? How do you confirm it? He had never been so muddle-headed before. He didn't even know what had happened last night. This was too suspenseful. Fan Xian thought for a moment and said, "Wife, I won't be accompanying you to the company this morning. I'm going to see the princess." Meet the princess?" Su Qingxue was stunned. "How are you going to meet her?" Fan Xian chuckled. "In any case, I naturally have a way." "Wife, don't worry, nothing will happen. It's just seeing a princess. It's not like it's going up a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. It's not that difficult." Although Qingxue was quite worried, seeing Yi Fan's confident look, she could only let him go. "Don't make too much of a commotion. I don't want to be suddenly caught in barley," Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan guaranteed, "Wife, you're thinking too much. Once we leave China, there will be people I know everywhere. Even if we get caught, we'll have to be released immediately." Su Qingxue originally wanted to say that he was bragging, but after thinking about it, looking at Yi Fan's performance in the past few days, he probably wasn't bragging, so she didn't say anything. After Yi Fan left the hotel, he headed straight for the Louvre. He remembered clearly that Princess Elle had said that she was going to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the Louvre. If the itinerary remained the same, she would appear at that world-famous museum. When Fan Xian arrived outside the Louvre, he saw a large number of guards guarding the place. Ordinary citizens were not allowed to enter at all. However, Yi Fan was not in a hurry. He circled around the Louvre, looked at the terrain, and observed the blind spots of the surveillance cameras. Then, he bought a cup of coffee, stood in a hidden corner where no one was paying attention, and began to wait. Half an hour later, people began to arrive at the Louvre in luxury cars. Celebrities and nobles dressed in gorgeous, bright, and fashionable clothes attracted a lot of people and tourists. When a white bulletproof Mercedes-Benz arrived at the Louvre, Yi Fan saw a familiar figure walking out of the car. She was wearing a white chiffon shirt, a dark green pleated skirt, and a hand-striped coat. As soon as the graceful and tall Al appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. Although Al was wearing a hat, her head was lowered, and there was a veil in front of her, making it hard to see clearly. Yifan could still tell that this Al was exactly the same as the one he saw last night. Damn it, it was clearly the same person. Then what was going on with the unconscious Al in front of him last night? Yifan threw the finished coffee cup into the trash can. His eyes flickered as he walked towards an area with relatively few guards. Taking advantage of the moment when the two guards weren't looking at him, Yifan suddenly exerted force under his feet. His body was like a sharp arrow, so fast that the guards at the scene thought that they were hallucinating. When a gust of wind blew past, the two guards subconsciously turned around to look, but they didn't see anything. "Hey, did you see anything just now?" one of the guards asked. The other guard was at a loss. "It seems like something has passed by. Am I seeing things? What's with that gust of wind?" "Who cares? We probably drank too much last night, huh?" While the two guards were chatting casually, Yifan had already snuck into the museum. Because Yifan had purposely worn a suit and walked inside openly, outsiders wouldn't notice anything special. When he walked to the area where the VIP lounge was located, Yifan noticed that there were 4 bodyguards patrolling back and forth outside. Although there were other ways to sneak in, Yifan didn't want to waste any more time. After walking to the door, he calmly opened the door. "Who are you?" a bodyguard wearing sunglasses asked. Because Yifan was too natural, the bodyguards didn't dare to be too rude, thinking that he was some big shot. Yifan smiled. "I am Princess Al's friend. My name is Yifan." "His Highness' friend?" The bodyguards looked at each other, clearly puzzled. "Sorry, we need to confirm." The bodyguard in sunglasses reported to the people in the lounge through the walkie-talkie. "Attendant, there's a man outside who claims to be a friend of Her Highness. His name is Yifan." "Yes." After the bodyguard finished asking, he raised his hand and said, "I'm sorry, but our princess said that she doesn't know you. Please leave." "Is that so? Could it be that the princess has forgotten the name of China?" Yifan tried to say. "Please leave." The bodyguard was already very strict. Yifan narrowed his eyes. He didn't know if this AI really didn't know, or if she didn't want to see him on purpose. Chapter 473. 0473. After waiting for about half an hour, Al's entourage finally made a move. Under the protection of the 2 rows of bodyguards, Princess Al's figure appeared once again. Although the white gauze covered half of her face, Yifan could still clearly see that it was indeed Al from last night. With this, Yifan didn't hesitate and directly stood in front of the group of people. "Who is it?" "Protect the princess." A group of bodyguards immediately stood in front of him, with the intention of pulling out their guns. Yifan's expression did not change as he said in a wise voice, "Princess Al, do you really not know me?" The group of attendants looked at each other in dismay. Yifan's foreign language pronunciation was too standard, which made them feel that he wasn't some messy assassin. Princess Al slightly turned her body and carefully looked at Yifan through the gap between the bodyguards. She shyly said, "Please, may I ask, who are you?" When Yifan heard this voice, it was clearly the same as last night. He was even more puzzled. It was clearly the same person, so why didn't he recognize him? "Princess Al, I'm Yifan. Didn't you see me last night? How did you get back to Barley?" Yifan continued to ask. "I've never seen you before. Mister, have you recognized the wrong person?" A cold-faced female attendant wearing gold-rimmed glasses said angrily, "Hurry up and capture this guy. He could very well be an accomplice of the kidnappers last night." Yifan couldn't help but be amused. "Hey, are you guys mistaken? I'm a kidnapper. Why would I come here to throw myself into a trap?" The attendant disdainfully said, "The kidnappers are cunning. You must be plotting some unspeakable scheme. Princess Al is the kindest and most noble princess in the world. You heartless people even tried to kidnap and humiliate her. This is simply unforgivable." A few bodyguards heard the order and quickly rushed forward to subdue Yifan. Yifan quickly dodged twice, and the few bodyguards all missed and awkwardly slid to the ground. Seeing this, Princess Al said anxiously, Lady Medina, don't catch him. He doesn't look like a bad person. Let's go. When the attendant Medina heard this, he said, Princess, you are too kind. This is why this group of evil people took advantage of you. Believe me, if you capture this guy, you will definitely be able to find out the inside story of the Azures Association. However, Princess Al shook her head and said, No need. We're here to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony today. We'll be leaving soon. He might really have recognized the wrong person. Looking at Ayer's expression, it seemed like she really didn't remember him, or rather, had they really never met before? Could it be that the adorable princess he saved last night was fake? Or was he really hallucinating? No matter what, under Princess Al's persuasion, Medina let Yi Fan go, but warned Yi Fan not to follow. Fan Xian had no other choice. Since he had already confronted Princess Ayer face to face, it was impossible for him to force her to answer. If it wasn't for the fact that this princess was easy to talk to, they would have to fight to resolve this problem. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave the Louvre, he felt that something was wrong. Where exactly was it? He couldn't remember. When he walked to the second floor, where the treasure of the pavilion, the Mona Lisa, was displayed, Yi Fan looked at that mysterious smile and silently stopped in his tracks. This smile seemed to be mocking him. Had he missed out on some crucial clue? Just what is it? Yi Fan closed his eyes and began to recall everything that had just happened, everything that everyone had said. After half a minute, Yi Fan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and opened his eyes. So that's how it is. Yi Fan grinned. A hint of playfulness flashed across his eyes. On an artificial lawn outside the Louvre, dozens of media outlets were already waiting there. When a group of socialites and rich people slowly walked out, the flashes of light began to flicker nonstop. When the finale, Princess Al, walked out, the flashes became even crazier, and the sound of kacha-kacha photos could be heard incessantly. Although this was an event to welcome some precious works of art to the Louvre, most people's attention was clearly on this world-famous princess. Especially since the princess had been kidnapped last night, she was naturally more concerned about whether she was injured or not. After the curator and Barley officials finished a few short speeches, they seemed to know that Princess Al wasn't good at showing her face in public. They only said that they were grateful for the princess's arrival and planned to start cutting. But at this moment, a few metal balls suddenly fell to the ground and began to roll around. What is this? An official asked in bewilderment. All of a sudden, white smoke shot out from the sphere. All of a sudden, a large amount of thick white smoke sprayed out from several balls, turning the entire venue of the ribbon-cutting ceremony into a vast expanse of white. Screams rang out, and a large number of chaotic footsteps caused the scene to fall into chaos. There's an intruder. Quickly cover the princess's retreat, Medina shouted, grabbing Princess Al's hand and running in one direction. A few bodyguards pulled out their guns and followed behind vigilantly. However, there was too much smoke at the scene, and the crowd was running around in a dense manner. Not long after, the bodyguards no longer knew where Princess Al had been taken to. In one of the passageways in the Louvre, Medina pulled the princess and ran towards another exit. Medina, where are we going? Princess Al asked in panic. Your Highness, the retreat route we have arranged is at the back, just in case. Please follow me. The car is waiting over there, Medina said. At this moment, a figure stood in front of Medina. Medina stopped in her tracks, and her expression changed. Why is it you again? The person who came was Yi Fan. With a cigarette in his mouth, Yi Fan looked at Medina with a smile that was not a smile. Madam Attendant, where are you in such a hurry to take the princess? There's an emergency. We need to evacuate now. Get out of the way. As Medina spoke, she was about to run away with Princess Al. However, Yi Fan stretched out his hand and blocked the way, biting the cigarette, but he said, How come I don't know? What kind of retreat route did you guys arrange? I just came over, so there's no car to pick me up. There's a black commercial car that looks like it's used to kidnap people. Medina's eyes narrowed. What the hell are you talking about? Get out of the way, Yi Fan said happily. Don't you know what I'm talking about the best? Actually, you don't need to go. The three guys in the car 2 men and 1 woman are already dead. Chapter 474. 0474 I've already said it. I'm a friend of the princess. And you? Who are you to the Azura's Association? Yifan said playfully. Ma Dina's face stiffened, her expression fluctuating as she said, What Azura's Association? I don't know what you're talking about. Princess Al blinked. Ma Dina, didn't you just mention the Azura's Association? I haven't had the chance to ask you. What is the Azura's Association? Ma Dina suddenly realized that she had let it slip just now. Yifan chuckled and said, You finally know where you exposed yourself? Other than Princess Aayur and I, no one else should know that the one who kidnapped Princess Aayur was the Azura's Association. You immediately said that you wanted to find out the inside story of the Azura's Association. You, this attendant, are not simple. I was still wondering how they could get Princess Aayur's movements so easily. You, as a spy, are doing pretty well. Although Princess Aayur was dull, she was not stupid. She immediately said with a little disappointment and sadness, Ma Dina, why did you betray me? I treated you as a big sister. Am I not good to you? Ma Dina snorted in annoyance. Whether you treat me well or not has nothing to do with me. I'm just following the Azura King's orders. Since I can't take you away today, I can only carry out Plan B. Ma Dina laughed out loud. Suddenly, she reached into her clothes and pulled forcefully. Yifan suddenly realized something and quickly pounced over, hugging Aayur. Be careful. She has a bomb on her. The moment Yifan hugged Princess Aayur, he kicked Ma Dina and sent her flying. When Ma Dina was in midair, she turned into a ball of blazing fire, creating a strong explosion. Boom! The intense explosion blew up the entire passageway of the Louvre, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Several valuable sculptures were blown up into smithereens. Yifan hugged Aayur tightly, preventing the shockwave of the explosion and the large number of flying rocks from hurting the girl. However, the back of Yifan's clothes was already charred black. It was only by relying on its copper skin and iron bones that it did not bleed or injure. Even so, when Yifan stood up, he turned his head to look at the messy passageway and still felt a little scared. Just who was this Azura King? How could he make a highly educated royal attendant like Ma Dina willingly become a human bomb for him? Princess Aayur, you said yesterday that there might be a traitor by your side. It seems this traitor is really hard to guard against. Yifan stretched out his hand and pulled Aayur up. Aayur's face was filled with fear. Her beautiful face turned pale, and her pitiful appearance made one's heart ache. Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you, I would have died today. Princess Al bowed to Yifan and asked with concern, Are you hurt? No, it's just a small matter. Yifan said happily, Why are you so dignified today? You weren't like this last night. Last night, Aayur blinked her bright eyes in confusion. Fancian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop pretending. We already knew each other last night. Why do you have to pretend that you don't know each other today? Aayur looked confused. Sir, I really don't know you. It's very difficult for me to say that. Yifan scratched his head in distress. Do you have something difficult to say? How did you disappear last night? Aayur looked at the man helplessly. I really don't know what you're talking about. At this moment, there were already people shouting and running in from afar. They were Aayur's bodyguards. Yifan reckoned that if he continued to stay, he would be misunderstood, so he could only say, I'll be leaving first, but I believe that you are that Aayur from last night. If you don't want to admit it, I won't force you. Sooner or later, I will find sufficient evidence. After Yifan finished speaking, he quickly ran out of the Louvre in a flash. Arriving at a nearby clothing store, Yifan didn't care about the owner's puzzled expression. He bought a new set of clothes and changed into them before returning to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Yifan remembered that Su Qingxue had gone to the branch office for a meeting. She was bored and wanted to go out to find a restaurant to eat and take an afternoon nap. Just as she went downstairs, she saw a familiar red figure standing at the door. She wore a red dress, black stockings, and high-heeled leather shoes. She didn't need any extra accessories. Standing there, Xiao Exiner was the main character of the entire hotel lobby. The arrogant Phoenix girl was obviously able to conquer men from all over the world in the city of romance. As soon as Yifan saw her, he discovered that there was a handsome white guy trying to strike up a conversation with Xiao Exiner. However, Xiao Exiner directly used a fluent foreign language to curse on the street, causing the handsome guy to leave dejectedly. Yifan couldn't help but smile. This girl really did whatever she wanted to do. With strength, she would be willful. What are you looking at? When Xiao Exiner saw Yifan looking at her with a smile, she couldn't help but get angry, feeling that the man was laughing at her. When Yifan heard this, he subconsciously replied, "What's wrong with looking at you? You, why don't you try again? I'll give it a try." Yifan smiled evilly. Xiao Exiner was annoyed. She pouted angrily, and a golden light flashed on her hand. "What the F***, CK?" Yifan hurriedly rushed forward and grabbed the woman's fair little hand. As soon as he grabbed it, Yifan felt that his hand was extremely hot, as if he was holding a piece of red-hot steel. Yifan's entire hand was trembling. He bitterly smiled and said, "Beauty, it's not good for you to set fire everywhere. If you set fire to the Four Seasons Hotel, even if you were a Phoenix girl, the leaders would still have to punish you." Xiao Exiner looked at Yifan grabbing her hand, and her face slowly turned red. She then turned her head and said, "Rogue." After a while, Yifan finally reacted. He awkwardly let go of his hand and said, "I didn't do it on purpose. Wasn't I afraid that you would set fire to the hotel? I was just joking. Was there a need to set fire to Big Barley? Who said I was going to set fire to the hotel? I will burn you to death." Xiao Exiner glared at the man. Li Fan Xian shrugged. "As a powerhouse of this generation, don't you think that having someone like me who can spar with you is a very interesting thing? If you burn me to death, how bored will you be in the future?" Xiao Exiner disdainfully said, "There are a lot of interesting things. I can burn houses, cars, game consoles, and even evaporate people's swimming pools. What's the big deal about burning you to death?" Li Fanxian was sweating profusely. Just what kind of heartless thing did this girl usually do? "Hee, Miss Xiao, why did you come find me?" Yi Fan asked. "How did you know I was looking for you?" Xiao Exiner asked. "Then who are you looking for?" Yi Fan asked curiously. "I'm looking for you," Xiao Exiner said. Chapter 475. 0475 Xiao Exiner continued. Xia Linfuan said that he wants me to bring you to meet the delegation of our Dragon Soul, to let them get to know you. At the same time, he wants to tell you about the specific arrangements for the Sai Te rating conference. I don't know why an outsider like you wants to meet with our delegation, but since the Dragon King and Xia Linfuan have said so, I'll reluctantly bring you to meet them. Since he had nothing to do in the afternoon, he nodded and said, "All right, let's go." Follow me." Xiao Xian turned around and walked out of the hotel. Fan Xian thought that they were going to take a car arranged by the Dragon Soul, but he didn't expect that as soon as they left the house, Xiao Xian would take out her phone and call for a car using a taxi app. "Miss Xiao, are you here to travel? Why didn't the Dragon Soul arrange a car for you?" Yifan was puzzled. This was the Phoenix girl, and she didn't even have a car? Was the Dragon Soul that poor? Xiao Xian blushed and said, "I don't want it. Do you have any objections?" Yifan felt that something was wrong, but he still followed Xiao Xian into the fast car that was called. When he got on the car, Xiao Xian gave him a string of addresses, and Yifan discovered that things were even more strange. "Miss Xiao, isn't that a shopping mall? The people of your Dragon Soul are meeting in the mall?" Yifan was about to faint. "Why do you care so much? I can go wherever I want. You like old men that much? Are they good-looking? Why were they in such a hurry to see them? Do you have any special sexual orientation? You don't want this great beauty to go to the mall with you, and you still want to go to the hotel to have a heart-to-heart talk with those old men?" Xiao Xian angrily said, "If you don't want to accompany me to the mall, then get out of the car and scram." Yifan seemed to see Su Qingshua's shadow on this girl. However, although his wife was a bit willful, she wasn't as fiery as Xiao Xian. "All right, you can go wherever you want." Yifan was too lazy to care. Going to the mall for a meal wasn't bad either. Humph. Xiao Exine turned her head, turned on her phone, and started play with her phone, completely ignoring Yifan. After arriving at the shopping mall, Xiao Exiner looked at Yifan and said, "Pay quickly." Yifan was dumbfounded. I'll pay. Didn't you hail a cab? You could just pay through the app. You're with a girl, yet you want her to spend money. Are you a man? Xiao Exiner looked at him disdainfully. Fan Xian's face darkened. He really wanted to say, "I'm not a man." However, he felt that Xiao Exin would probably set the car on fire, so he could only silently pay for it. After entering the shopping mall, Xiao Exin was like a swallow that had been released. She ran to the east and stopped to the west, strolling around happily. Only then did Fan Xian realize that even if she was one of the top 10 legend rank experts in the world, the guardian of the dragon soul of China, a woman who was worshipped by countless people in the underground world, she also had the nature of a woman. She liked to buy and buy. Xiao Exiner went to 7 or 8 luxury stores in a row and bought more than a dozen bags of clothes, bags, scarves, and shoes from Givenchy, Paris Family, Dior, and Gucci. No matter what she bought, Xiao Exiner would directly take out a black card and lightly swipe it, not even looking at the price. As a Phoenix girl, there was no need to talk about her identity. The black card would definitely beg her to do it. So, Xiao Exiner could buy whatever she wanted. Yifan, on the other hand, bought a few pieces of bread. He looked like a little attendant as he carried the bag and silently followed behind. When she was almost done buying, Xiao Exiner came to a game hall that caught dolls. Her eyes lit up as she said, "Last time, you said that you were very good at catching dolls. Was that a lie?" Hearing this, Fan Xian knew that this girl wanted to catch a doll, but it was already evening. He still wanted to take Su Qingxue out to eat. So he said, "Actually, I'm not that good. How about we go? Let's go see the people from your dragon soul first." Xiao Exin's expression immediately turned ugly as she unhappily said, "Why are you like this?" What's wrong with me?" Yifan asked innocently. He was already helping her carry the shopping bags so conscientiously. What else could he do? "You came with me to buy things. It's all my money. As a man, it's fine if you're so stingy, but you don't even help me catch a doll. You're not fun at all." Xiao Exin seemed to feel wronged, and her eyes were actually a little sparkling. What kind of expression is that? Don't cry. How would I know that you need me to pay? You're a Phoenix girl, so you have plenty of money. Besides, I'm not your boyfriend. You won't buy it for me if I have the money. Does it have anything to do with you being my boyfriend? With someone like you still want to be my boyfriend? I'll burn you to death in minutes, okay? Anyway, I'm very angry right now. Last time, you clearly said that there were a lot of skills in catching dolls, but you actually lied to me." Yifan swallowed his saliva and considered the consequences of making this girl angry. He could only sigh and say, "All right, I'll try to see if I can display my skills. I haven't caught them in a long time." I don't believe that you're that powerful. Don't give yourself a way out. If you have the ability, then catch a few for me to see." Xiao Xian's expression changed, and she stopped crying. Yifan had no choice but to follow the woman and buy a card. He walked around, looking for the doll she liked. When she arrived in front of a machine and saw a Pikachu doll wearing a chinchilla coat, Xiao Exin immediately stood still. Her eyes lit up as she shouted, "This is it. Hurry up and catch it." Yifan braced himself and was about to grab it when he was stopped. "Wait a minute," Xiao Xian said with a serious expression. "Last time you said that you could get the staff to help you set it up. Why don't you let them set it up?" Yifan was stunned. "You even remember this?" Xiao Xian nodded with a serious expression. Yifan suddenly felt that this girl was quite cute. She actually remembered these kinds of random words so clearly. He couldn't help but smile. It seemed that Xiao Xian still had the temperament of a child. Perhaps it was because her status was too high, and most people were afraid of her, so she was usually too lonely. "Forget it. I'll just play with her. I'll just give Su Qingxue a call and say that I'll meet my old friend tonight." Yifan called the staff over, helped set up a seat, and then began to grab it. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but Yifan really did grab 5 dolls, causing Xiao Xian to smile sweetly. She had never seen this woman so happy before. Just as he was having fun, a call came to Xiao Xian's phone. When Xiao Xin picked it up, her expression became a little displeased. Got it. Xiao Xin hung up the phone and said to Yi Fan, the Dragon King is such an annoying fellow. Let's go to the hotel to meet those people. Chapter 476. 0476. When Xiao Xin heard this, she immediately said angrily, I'm not going to listen to the Dragon King. I just don't want him to go to my dad and snitch on me. Your dad? Yi Fan thought for a moment. He just wanted to know what kind of family Xiao Xin had. This had always been a mystery, and it was very likely related to Du Yun'er's background. Xiao Xin, on the other hand, seemed to feel that she had said something she shouldn't have. With a cold and arrogant face, she said, Why are you asking this? Meddling in other people's business. Let's go. Yi Fan was speechless. If he didn't say it, then he wouldn't say it. Why did he change his face like flipping a book? After the two of them left the mall, they took a taxi and went to a hotel where the delegation of the Dragon Soul was staying. Yi Fan thought that the delegation of the Dragon Soul would stay in some particularly high-end hotel, but he didn't expect that this would be a relatively economical hotel. It was obvious that they had considered the problem of corruption, so they didn't even dare to stay in this hotel too well. Yi Fan originally thought that Xiao Xin would go down with him, but he didn't expect that as soon as he got out of the car, Xiao Xin said, You can go in. I'm going back to the hotel to sleep. Huh? Yi Fan was stunned. You don't live here. How could such a crappy hotel be worthy of me? I won't live with them. After Xiao Xin finished speaking, she let the driver drive away. Yi Fan stood there blankly and couldn't help but have the urge to curse. It was clearly the Dragon Soul who asked him to take care of it, but why did it turn into him begging to see the Dragon Soul? Where could he find it? The key was this Xiao Xin. Since she wasn't going to participate in the meeting, why did she come to find him so early? Was it just to find him to go to the mall to catch dolls? This was too much of a torment. At this moment, a cautious voice came from behind. Is it Mr. Yi? Yi Fan turned around and saw a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 40 years old. She was fat, had short hair, and looked average. She was wearing a black striped coat and pants and a pair of glasses. She had a polite smile on her face. Yes, big sister, you are oh. My name is Song Meiji. You could just call me Little Song. I'm the secretary of Bureau Chief Ho, and I came down to pick you up. Yi Fan had seen the list of people sent out by the Dragon Soul this time. The leader was Ho Lei, the chief of the Dragon Soul's Foreign Affairs Bureau. He could be considered one of the top 10 higher-ups in the Dragon Soul. Fan Xian nodded in understanding. You're older than me, so I'll call you Sister Song. Sister Song, please lead the way. Song Meiji had a flattered expression on her face. She quickly said that she didn't dare and politely began to lead the way for Yi Fan. Arriving at the 6th floor of the hotel, in a rented hotel conference room, Yi Fan saw a dozen or so special agents walking back and forth and standing guard outside. They were all very strong and well-trained. In the conference room, there were already more than a dozen men and women, young and old, sitting inside, smoking and having a discussion. Most of them were in their 30s, and there were only 2 or 3 young people in their 20s. The man sitting at the head of the table had a head of gray hair, and he looked resolute with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was the leader this time, Ho Lei, the director of Dragon Soul External Affairs. Bureau Chief Ho, Mr. Yi is here, Song Meiji said softly. Ho Lei put out his cigarette, smiled, and stood up. He walked in front of Yi Fan and shook hands with Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, although I've heard the Dragon King and the military advisor mention you, and know that you're an amazing expert, I didn't expect you to be so young after seeing you today. Ho Lei chuckled and said. Yi Fan didn't really like this kind of bureaucratic way of dealing with people, and said indifferently, Bureau Chief Ho is too polite. I'm just a wild crane. I can't help much, but since old Xie is looking for me, I have to give him some face. Ho Lei took out a pack of more than 100 yuan and handed one to Yi Fan. Smoke? Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony. After taking it, he also took out his own pack of 5 yuan cigarettes and handed one to Ho Lei as a return gift. Everyone present, including Ho Lei, had a strange expression on their faces when they saw Yi Fan's pack of cigarettes. Ho Lei hesitated for 3 seconds before taking the cigarette. He then smiled awkwardly, took out a lighter, and lit a cigarette for Yifan. He then silently put the cigarette in his ear. Yifan didn't care what they thought of him. He found a chair and sat down. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, "The Saite rating conference will be held for a few days. I heard from old Xie that other than the official meeting, I don't think I need to go with you guys for the other preparatory meetings." Mr. Yi, of course we're not looking for you to participate in the preparatory meeting. It's just that since we're going to work together, we hope to meet as soon as possible. Everyone gets to know each other, and when we go to the meeting, we'll have a better understanding of each other. Of course, most of us here are participating in the Saite rating conference for the first time. I heard that Mr. Yi has experience with the Saite rating conference, so I also want to discuss it. After Ho Lei finished speaking with a smile, he began to introduce the people present one by one. Half of them were officials of the Dragon Soul, while the other half were management members of the Dragon Soul Secret Service. His name was Wu Mo, and he was a special agent. His ancient martial arts cultivation was naturally high, which was why he was able to survive and become a senior officer step by step. Because the bureau chief was the Dragon King himself, in a sense, Wu Mo was already the highest leader of the bureau. He was only one level lower than Ho Lei, but his real power was not small. "Mr. Yi, we won't be too polite with some useless words. This time, I've asked you to come here in the hopes that you can provide us with some help. But with all due respect, I don't know what you'll help me with." Wu Mo went straight to the point and said, "This time, we're here to participate in the Saite rating conference. It's different from the past. Right now, our country has the Earth axis that the entire world is watching. That is a technological miracle that even the head of state of World War II was greedy for. We are here now to first protect the dignity of our country and the Dragon Soul, and secondly, to start all kinds of negotiations and diplomacy to ensure that we do not make too many enemies. The third point, which is also very important, is that we will explore the possibility of cooperation with some other countries and regions to better use the technology at the core of the Earth. This time, we have to be very secretive, and because it involves a lot of information about the Earth's core, we have to do a good job of security. Due to the preciousness of the information, it is very likely that our lives will be in danger. This is because the previous battle with the Delta team has caused us to become enemies with the Pentagon. Actually, I don't really understand why the Dragon King and the military advisor invited you over. It's because you were the one who won a victory for us in the battle on Luchun Island." Chapter 477. 0477. When Ho Lei heard this, he hurriedly smiled and advised, "Old Wu, what are you saying? Mr. Yi has generously helped us, so we should thank Mr. Yi. Why do you still look like you're mocking us?" "I'm not mocking you, but I just don't understand. Why can Mr. Yi help us? He can protect our people, protect our information." One had to know that the Delta team did not have any legend rank experts. Even their allies did not clearly state that there were any legend rank experts. However, with the Phoenix Girl accompanying us, no one below the legend rank would dare to provoke us. If there was a legend rank expert who disregarded his face and tried to snatch it, would Mr. Yi be able to stop him? Therefore, I think that going with Mr. Yi to the Saite ranking conference will not be of much help at the moment. Instead, it will attract hostility and trouble, Wu Mo said. Yifan listened expressionlessly, not saying a word. Wu Mo's words were, to a certain extent, the thoughts of most of the people in the delegation. The Dragon King and Xie Linfuan would not reveal Yifan's true identity and background, because that would very likely cause the Dragon Soul to panic. Moreover, this would also involve Xie Linfuan's past experiences. Therefore, Wu Mo and the others didn't know Yifan's exact strength or background. They only felt that although Yifan was an expert, to a greater extent, he was just an airborne soldier. For some reason, he was called to supervise the battle, as if he didn't trust the abilities of these people in the representative group. What Chief Wu means is, with me, it's better not to have me. My existence is a burden to you? Yifan asked with a smile that was not a smile. Ho Lei hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Mr. Yi, don't be angry. Old Wu's mouth is really fast. He doesn't mean to be disrespectful. He's just worried about some problems. Wu Mo's face was as sharp as a knife as he said, Mr. Yi, I respect the strong, and I also respect heroes. In the Battle of Luchun Island, you're the hero of our China. But this time, we don't know what kind of position you have in our delegation. In what way will you help us? Yi Fan exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and after a moment of silence, he shook his head. Actually, I don't know either. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the meeting room looked at each other, frowning and puzzled. Fan Xian continued to smile and said, "Maybe it's because I know some international friends. If something happens, there's still room for discussion. If your conference goes smoothly and you don't encounter any difficulties from other countries and organizations, then I don't need to do anything." Mr. Yi, what evidence do you have to prove that you have enough connections to help us? Our operation this time can be said to be treading on thin ice. So many organizations from all over the world are watching us. If we get involved with you, then we need to weigh the pros and cons, Wu Mo said. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. Director Wu, if you insist on me proving something, I don't have the leisure to do so. I'm not here to beg to attend the meeting with you. In fact, I'm not interested in going to the Saite conference at all. Since you think that getting involved with me will only attract hatred, I don't think there's a need for us to continue working together. After saying that, Yi Fan was about to stand up. Song Meiji, who was serving tea and water, had just brought the tea over. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, she couldn't help but be stunned. Mr. Yi, what's wrong? You just arrived and you're leaving? Yi Fan took the tea from the female secretary's hand, and regardless of whether it was hot or not, he drank it all in one gulp, handed the cup back, and smiled. Sister Song, thank you for your hard work. I'm leaving. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to leave, Holei hurriedly stood up and urged him to stay. Mr. Yi, don't be angry. Old Wu's temper is like this. We really need your help. Since the Dragon King and the military advisor invited you, they must have their own considerations. Of course we trust you. Yi Fan turned around and said, Bureau Chief Ho, since I promised Old Xia, I will naturally fulfill some of the promises that I should fulfill. However, some of you insist on interrogating me like a criminal. I am not interested. Ho Lei's face was full of anxiety as he complained to Wu Mo. Old Wu quickly apologized to Mr. Yi. Wu Mo's eyes flashed as he sneered. Let him go. He doesn't have any real strength, so he probably just wants to get some credit and then get some benefits in the country. I've seen a lot of people like this. Our Dragon Souls agents can take care of this security issue ourselves. Moreover, the Saite Ranking Conference is a worldwide event and has always been a place of peace. Who would really jump out and oppose us? You? Why are you so stubborn? Holei didn't know what to say. Seeing that Yi Fan had already walked out, he hurriedly shouted, Little Song, go and send Mr. Yi off. Advise him not to be angry. Song Meiji hurriedly nodded, put down the tea, and ran out to send Yi Fan off. In the meeting room, Holei kept saying that Wu Mo was too sharp and not tactful at all. Even if Yi Fan was really just a person that the military advisor had found to get credit for, he still couldn't expose him like this. In fact, many of the people present thought the same, because Yi Fan looked too ordinary. Even though the battle on Luchun Island had made him quite famous, many people felt that it was all thanks to Chu Yunyao. After all, none of them had personally experienced that battle, nor had they seen Yi Fan's battle scene. Wu Mo, on the other hand, didn't care what Holei said about him. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, and his eyes carried a trace of pride. Outside the hotel entrance, Song Meiji sent Yi Fan out and prepared to take a taxi to leave. Mr. Yi, please don't mind me. Bureau Chief Wu is a straightforward person, and you're the person recommended by the military advisor, so you also have a relationship. Song Meiji sighed. Oh, Yi Fan asked, what does this have to do with Old Xia? Bureau Chief Wu is old and has always been the Dragon King's trusted aide. However, ever since the appearance of the military advisor, his status has slowly declined. He has always been dissatisfied with the rapid rise of the military advisor. So, Song Meiji awkwardly smiled. Yi Fan suddenly nodded. No wonder you don't like me so much. So it turns out that you failed in the fight for favor. However, this didn't have much to do with Yi Fan. He was too lazy to move with the people of the Dragon Soul, so coming here today was just a formality. However, from what Wu Mo said, The Dragon Soul seemed to be planning to share some scientific information about the Earth axis with the international community. He knew that eating alone would cause the entire world to be dissatisfied with the Chinese government. Therefore, the Dragon Soul simply took out something that wouldn't affect the country's security to appease the emotions of the other countries. At the same time, he also wanted to rope in some allies so that he could resist the pressure brought by the group of countries led by the Magnesium Nation. Amidst Song Meiji's continuous apologies, Yi Fan got into a taxi and left the hotel. Chapter 478. 0478 on the way, Xiao Linfuan called. Boss, I heard that Wu Mo has the background of a military chief, so he's not easy to deal with. He's also narrow-minded, so don't be angry. Xiao Linfuan said. Yi Fan chuckled. How could I be angry over such a small character? You're thinking too much. That's good. I was just afraid that Boss would get angry and refuse to help. If it wasn't for Boss's protection, we really wouldn't be at ease this time. Xiao Linfuan sighed bitterly. Li Fan Xian snorted. You brat, you're a chicken thief. You purposely didn't tell me that you had the delegation bring the scientific research materials of the Earth axis to this conference, just so that I could agree to help first. Boss, I just leaked it. I'm sorry, but with your strength, it doesn't make much of a difference. Xiao Linfuan played dumb. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. It's useless for you to pretend to be stupid. Originally, it was just a group of delegations, so they wouldn't have done anything to them unless the people of Magnesium wanted to do something big. However, the information on the Earth axis in their hands was completely different. With so many people all over the world staring at the secret of the Earth axis, what they have in their hands is the most scalding hot potato. Boss, those have nothing to do with weapons. They are basically related to environmental protection, new industrial construction, and technology to improve human lives. If they are shared, they will only improve the lives of some poor areas. Even if it's taken away, it won't be able to produce any powerful weapons of mass destruction. So it's not a big problem, Xiao Linfuan said. This should be another one of your ideas, right? Using the principle of ants biting an elephant to death, you can share some of the technologies that are not very attractive to developed countries, but are very useful to the development of China's home and backward areas. You can bribe those weak groups and stand with China on the international stage so as to fight against the strong opponents led by the Magnesium country. Old Xia, this move of yours is not bad, but the key is, even if we know that this information has nothing to do with military weapons, do you think the other countries and organizations will believe it? They must have thought that China was going to support a group of countries, so they would still rack their brains to obtain this information. Yi Fan curled his lips and said. Xiao Linfuan smiled bitterly. That's why we have to rely on you, boss. Once we've settled all the negotiations, won over enough allies, and signed the contract, it'll be fine even if these technologies are taken away. What I'm afraid of is that the information will be snatched away before we can complete the negotiations. If that happens, everyone will have it. If we want to rope in other countries, we'll have to spend a lot of money again. Fan Xian rubbed his temples, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You guys have really put in a lot of effort in order to enjoy the technology on the Earth's axis alone. If this goes on, are you sure you can withstand it? Boss, you don't understand. When the technology we obtain is mature enough, we will be so strong that no one will dare to provoke us. Naturally, no country or organization will dare to provoke us. They can only beg us for charity, not to rob us. Xiao Linfuan smiled. What Xiao Linfuan said was that a genius scientist like Chu Yunyao was walking the path of using technology to reach the pinnacle. In the past, Yi Fan, like most ancient martial artists, had walked the path of cultivating inner force and walking towards the peak. The current Yi Fan, on the other hand, had returned to the most primitive point of mankind. By tempering his own body, he was groping his way to the peak. Thinking about it this way, when humans were pursuing the limitless space to rise, it was as if there were many different veins for humans to choose from. Before climbing to the peak, no one dared to say that the path they took was the wisest and strongest. Boss! 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 Xiao Linfuan noticed that Yi Fan had stopped talking and couldn't help but shout out curiously. Boss, what's wrong? You can't be really angry, right? Xiao Linfuan was a little flustered. He was still afraid of angering Yifan. No, I was thinking about something. Yifan came back to his senses and said, Old Xia, you gave me some inspiration. Ah, what inspiration? Inspiration is inspiration. Don't ask so much. Yifan smiled and said, Don't worry. I don't really want to help you take care of this group of people, but for your sake, I'll go look for the sloppy ghost. When Xiao Linfuan heard this, he was immediately amused. Haha, boss, you're really interesting. Actually, you should do this. You've already gone to Barley, so it's not too much to go to the slovenly ghost. Remember to greet Brother Sloppy for me. Yifan directly hung up the phone, too lazy to argue with this guy. When the taxi stopped, Yifan had already arrived at a rather desolate block. Most of the buildings here were rather old, and many of the walls and buildings were covered with graffiti. Some strangely dressed hoodlums and some rascally-looking speedsters were also drinking by the roadside. Other than a few smoky bars, there weren't even any proper restaurants to be seen here. When a Chinese like Yifan walked here, many people raised their middle fingers at Yifan and talked trash. However, Yifan didn't care about this at all. He continued to walk forward, and when he reached an alley, the two sides became much more deserted, as if no one was willing to approach this place. Yifan walked into the alley all the way to the innermost part, where there was a tall black iron door. On top of it, there was an abnormally ferocious sheep-headed demon totem sprayed with red paint. As for the rest, there were no words or descriptions. It seemed that just the symbol of the sheep-headed demon was enough to explain everything. Yifan stretched out his hand and knocked on the iron ring on the door. The iron door made two dang-dang sounds. After about a minute, the door opened. A rotten smell came out of the door. It didn't smell good. The one who opened the door was a skinny white youth wearing a black hoodie and black sweatpants. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were quite a few veins on his face and hands. It was obvious that he was a drug addict. Kill or take revenge? The white youth opened his mouth and straightforwardly raised the question of two choices. Yifan grinned. None of them. When the white youth heard this, he sighed. The public toilet is next to the convenience store on the 2nd Street. With that, the young man was about to close the door. But Yifan stretched out his hand to stop him and said, I'm not looking for a toilet. The white youth frowned. Kill or revenge? Yifan blinked, reminisce about the past. This is not a place to reminisce. If I want to talk, I can talk. Yifan smiled. Chapter 479. 0479. Yifan walked into the house. It looked a little like the front desk service area of a small hotel. A counter was placed there, and on the counter was a drunken, red-nosed old man who was snoring. On the side of the counter, there were a few pots of flowers and plants that had died because they were not watered. These pots were also filled with all kinds of cigarette butts and all kinds of rubbish. A dirty crystal lamp with several bulbs hanging out was left with only 3 bulbs, barely maintaining the light in the lobby. After the white youth closed the door, he slowly walked to the counter and was about to take out a guest registration book, but because the old man was lying on the counter, he pressed down on the booklet. Without saying a word, the white youth pushed the drunken old man away with a slap. The old man fell to the ground with a clang sound, snoring twice, and then continued to curl up in sleep, muttering, Loanna, be careful, but out a little higher. Woo-woo. He didn't know what the old man was dreaming about, but he was sleeping soundly. The white youth didn't care about the old man and picked up a plastic ballpoint pen with a broken shaft. The pen was still red, and he raised his head and asked Yifan, What's your name? Yifan replied, Yifan, I don't know how to write. Write it yourself. The white youth pushed the book and pen in front of Yifan. Yifan almost laughed out loud. This sloppy bastard, the front desk he found was 2F** king bullshit. However, Yifan still wrote down his name and asked, Is your president here? When the white youth heard this, he glanced at Yifan with a strange expression. You're looking for our president to reminisce about the past? Yes. Yifan nodded. Really, we're old friends. He just went out, the white youth said. Where did you go? Did you go to kill someone? Yifan asked. That would be unfortunate. The white man shook his head. I went to the park. When Yifan heard this, he thought of something and smiled. All right, then I'll wait for him. The white youth pointed to a dark passageway inside. You can go in. Go straight inside, and the president's office is at the very end. He didn't care about Yi Fan's identity at all. The white youth didn't ask any questions and directly picked up a phone with a broken screen and started to play a shooting game. As he walked in, he could see all kinds of flags hanging on both sides, as well as all kinds of medals and trophies stored in some glass cabinets. These flags and display cabinets were all covered in dust. Usually, no one would clean them. However, if someone were to take a closer look, the words written on these flags and trophies would definitely be shocking. Set selection of the world's #1 assassin guild, Baphomet. World Assassin Ranking Gold Saber Award, Asmontis. The world's best assassin association, Baphomet. Assassin Guild Lifetime Achievement Award, Asmontis. Life Honorary President of the Assassin Society, Asmontis. Almost all the highest awards that the world's assassins and assassin organizations could obtain were all available here. Furthermore, they have been the world's #1 assassin organization for 3 consecutive years. As for those silk banners, many of them were to thank the assassins for their successful assassinations. There were so many that the customers couldn't fit them all. Many of them were rolled up and casually thrown into the display cabinets. Everything declared who was the strongest assassin guild in this world. Who is the strongest assassin? Baphomet. Asmontis. Looking at these trophies and medals, Yi Fan's eyes were filled with emotion and gratification. He thought to himself, "Sloppy bastard, you're doing well." In addition to these exhibits, on both sides of the passageway, there were also different rooms. There were training rooms, gyms, and even swimming pools. What was even more miraculous was that although most of the places were very dirty, the training ground for the assassin's abilities were very clean. Yi Fan walked over and saw a dozen or so male and female assassins between the ages of 10 and 30. They were focused on training all kinds of techniques inside. They were completely focused and completely ignored Yi Fan's passing. It was as if in their world, there was only becoming stronger. Stronger. Become stronger. Yi Fan walked to the innermost wooden door. The door didn't have a lock at all, so he could just push it open and enter. As soon as he walked in, Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he silently accepted all of this, a sharp dagger with a cold light pressed against Yi Fan's neck from the side. The one holding the dagger was a woman wearing a tight ninja suit. She had a head of long black hair tied into a ponytail with a red rope. She was neat and tidy. Her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were as clear as autumn water. Her nose was high. Her lips were small, and she had a small oval face. She was exquisite and generous. The key point was that under her black ninja clothes, her figure was extremely proud, completely unlike that of an Eastern woman. Her upper body was so plump that it was as if her clothes couldn't cover it all. Her waist was as slender as a willow, and her lower body was perfectly round and perky. It was hard to imagine how such a tight and plump figure was trained. If it wasn't for her natural beauty, she wouldn't have been able to grow it the day after tomorrow. This young woman had hidden herself extremely well just now. Yi Fan didn't discover her existence until he walked in. To be able to hide it from Yi Fan, her concealment ability was already ridiculously strong. "Who are you?" The voice of the young female assassin was very cold, but it was very melodious. Yi Fan sighed lightly, a nostalgic smile appearing on his face. He turned his head with a gentle look in his eyes. "Fog Knight, don't you recognize me?" When Yi Fan said this, when the woman saw Yi Fan's appearance clearly, the dagger in the woman's hand immediately fell to the ground. Ding-ling! The dagger made a crisp sound, as if it was also knocking on the female assassin's heart. My prince!" Fog Knight was so excited that he was about to kneel down on one knee, but was supported by Yi Fan. "All right. Hey, we've known each other since we were young. There's no need for you to be like this. I didn't even react to you just now. You've already grown so big." Yi Fan playfully sized up the woman's figure. "It's really not simple. Back then, I never thought that a little girl could look so feminine." Fog Knight's eyes revealed a hint of excitement and anticipation. "King, do you like my body?" When Yi Fan heard this question, He couldn't help but feel strange. Hey, why do you also call me king? We met in OLD once. Didn't you call me Brother Fallen back then? Even if you don't call me brother now, you can still call me Fan. Why are you calling me king? You are the king. Back then, Fallen had already become a god in a single battle. How could I still dare to call you big brother? Fog Knight's eyes revealed a trace of worship from a young girl. Chapter 480. However, the Fog Knight in front of him was a disciple that Asmuntis had adopted for 12 years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was an adopted daughter. Back then, Yifan was 13 years old and Fog Knight was 8 years old, just like siblings. However, because Yifan had matured early and had already started carrying out missions at the age of 13, he could be considered to be of the same generation as the 24-year-old Asmuntis at that time. In the past 10 years, Fog Knight had followed Asmuntis around the world. Yifan had brought a group of brothers to fight against the heavens and the earth. When the sky was dark and the earth was dark, Fog Knight's strength wasn't enough, so he could only hide and train, so he didn't see much of it. After not seeing each other for a few years, the little girl from back then, the young girl from back then, had suddenly become a great beauty with a covetous figure. Yifan was a little surprised. If he were to meet such a top-grade beauty in any bar or nightclub, Yifan wouldn't want to let her go. However, this was Asmuntis' disciple, a girl that he had known since he was young. Of course, Yifan wouldn't easily touch her. Hey, I've already retired. My name is Yifan. You can call me by my name or call me brother. There's no need for that. I've never thought of calling myself king. Everyone knows that. Yifan sighed. Fog Knight said with a surprised expression, Can I really call you brother? Of course you can. We're only 5 years apart. There's no need to call me too old. Yifan said with a smile. Fog Knight bit her red lips, reached out to close the door, and pointed at an old sofa beside her. Brother, please take a seat. Yifan nodded and walked to the sofa to sit down. He thought that Fog Knight was going to give him something to drink, but he didn't expect that Fog Knight would directly sit down beside him. The girl was very close to him, and her plump thighs were already close to his own. He could smell a faint fragrance, like an orchid, coming from Fog Knight's body and seeping into his nose. Brother, Fog Knight's delicate voice called out, and a pure white and tender hand suddenly landed on Yifan's thigh. This was a meticulously maintained hand. Although it had been using all kinds of weapons all year round, it was still very smooth and clean. Yifan's entire body quivered. This scene was a little familiar, but when it happened to Fog Knight, he felt that it was especially strange. Hey, what's wrong with you? Yifan tried his best to calm himself down. Fog Knight. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she looked at the man. She reached behind her and took off the red silk rope. Her black hair fell down like a waterfall, and the fragrance of her hair assailed his nostrils. Yifan swallowed his saliva. Looking over, Fog Knight's face, set off by his black hair, was exceptionally fair and tender, captivating. 3 years ago, when teacher said you were going to leave and disappeared, I cried so hard. Fog Knight rubbed Yifan's thigh and said, I wasn't able to kill the enemy with you guys. When I was able to stand up after training, I was already unable to see you, Yifan chuckled. What's the big deal? This isn't something a girl should do in the first place. It's a bloody mess all day long, and it's a hail of bullets. What's there to participate in? Fog Knight blinked and said, Brother, do you still remember 10 years ago? Because I didn't train well enough, I was punished by my teacher and had to train in the Redstone Canyon. Yifan recalled for a moment and remembered that there was such a thing. He smiled and shook his head. Asmuntis is really too much. You're a 10-year-old girl. If I leave you in the Redstone Canyon, what if you get eaten by a wolf? He's really ruthless. That time, it was you who found me, led me out of the Redstone Canyon, and even killed those 3 wolves that wanted to eat me. We even ate roasted wolf meat in the canyon. Fog Knight's eyes were filled with sweetness. Yifan explained, Hey, that was really a coincidence. I just happened to pass by the Redstone Canyon, and I didn't expect to meet you. Yifan had just finished chasing after a group of people, so he spent the night in the Redstone Canyon. However, he didn't expect to meet the punished Fog Knight. Since she was a friend's disciple, and seeing how pitiful a 10-year-old girl was, if she wasn't careful, she would be eaten by a wolf. Of course, Yifan would take care of her. Because of this, Asmuntis seemed to have gotten angry at Yifan once. He despised Yifan for being a busybody and shouldn't have helped Fog Knight. That was also the only time Asmuntis dared to get angry at Yifan, because not long after that, Yifan's strength surpassed Asmuntis. A coincidence is also the arrangement of fate. Fog Knight was very moved and said, "No matter what the world thinks, I feel that brother is the warmest person in the world. Teacher raised me and taught me the skills of an assassin, but if it wasn't for brother, I would have died 10 years ago. That's really a coincidence. If it was someone else, they would have saved you because you've been so cute since you were young." Yifan said, "Then why isn't it someone else? It just so happens that it's you, brother. Isn't this fate?" Fog Knight's voice was filled with emotion, obviously very emotional. Yifan sucked in a breath of cold air, because the girl's hand had unknowingly moved along his thigh and touched his vital parts. "Hey, that's enough, right? Your welcoming ceremony is a bit special." Yifan awkwardly smiled. Fog Knight, on the other hand, suddenly turned around, stepped on Yifan's body with his long legs, and sat down. Oh! Yifan felt that his lower body was being pressed down. If the key was to press down, then so be it. Why was the girl still moving back and forth? "Brother, I'm not a child anymore. Your body has already told me that you like me, right?" Fog Knight asked excitedly. Yifan looked at the girl's nimble, twisting waist and felt extremely uncomfortable. However, he still bitterly smiled and said, "Hey, let's go down. We can't do this." "Why?" Fog Knight said with hidden bitterness. "Brother, do you dislike me?" My body is clean. My skills are all learned through learning. I have never done this to another man, because I have always been looking forward to the day when I can give everything to you." Yifan never thought that a little girl that he had unintentionally helped back then would silently like him for the past 10 years. Although this was a wonderful blessing, she was still Asmuntis' disciple after all. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was half a daughter. How could he ignore his brother's thoughts and just go up? "Hey, that's not the reason. You are Asmuntis' disciple. Although he is your teacher, he is no different from a father to you." Chapter 481. Without waiting for Yifan to say anything, Fog Knight hurriedly shouted, "Brother, my teacher said it was possible. I asked teacher, and he said that as long as I'm willing, I can do anything with you." Cough, cough, cough. Yifan choked on his saliva. This sloppy bastard. This was too *T. He actually told his disciple about such a thing. However, it was in line with this guy's style. It was a mess, and he didn't care about these worldly ethics at all. But, my skills are very good. I've studied it carefully. No, it's not a technical problem. Yifan smiled bitterly. I'm not the same as before. I don't want to treat you as a woman who can casually play with you. Even if something really happens between us, we should at least have a foundation of feelings. And I'm already married, so, in this regard, I'm much more cautious than before. Yifan tried his best to make Fog Knight stop all of this, because he himself was a little doubtful. If this continued, how long would he be able to control himself? The delicate body on his body was simply too tempting. When Fog Knight heard this, its eyes darkened. You're married?" "Yeah, it was last year. It's just that we haven't had a wedding yet." Yifan said. Fog Knight thought for a moment and said, "Then I can be your lover, okay? TCH, don't be like this. Let nature take its course, okay? We haven't seen each other for so many years. Maybe I'm not the kind of man you really like, but who knows? That won't happen. I can feel that you're the one I've been waiting for." As Fog Knight spoke, it closed its eyes, leaned over, and kissed Yifan on the mouth. Yifan did not avoid it, because if he were to push the girl away, he would feel that it would be too hurtful. After the kiss, Fog Knight also got down from Yifan's body and said, "Brother, I will wait for you to like me, but don't let me wait too long, because I've already liked you for 10 years. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This pressure was too great. Wasn't he being too cheap? This kind of beauty had come knocking on his door for free, yet he was still pushing it away. "TCH, let's go out. If the sloppy ghost doesn't come back, I'll go find him directly." Yifan said. Fog Knight was a little reluctant. I still want to be alone with brother for a while. But brother, you haven't seen teacher in a long time, so I'll take you to him. Yi Fan was actually not in a hurry, but staying alone with Fog Knight was always a little dangerous. The two of them walked out of the office. As they were walking out, Fog Knight said, "Brother, I didn't know you would come. Otherwise, I would have called back all the people who lived outside and were on missions. Everyone would definitely want to see you. You are their idol." Fan Xian waved his hand. "Forget it. Baphomet already has more than 300 killers." With so many people gathered, the Ministry of Defense of Enamel thought you were going to do something. Walking to the front desk, he once again saw the drunk old man and the young man who only cared about playing games. Yi Fan asked, "Hey, who are they? He doesn't look like a killer." Fog Knight said, "They're the teacher's teacher and a nephew of the teacher." "The slovenly ghost teacher?" Yi Fan was stunned. He thought of something and said, "This old man is Master Visa." Visa was once one of the top 5 super assassins in the world. He was once one of the top experts in the world, second only to legend rank experts. Of course, the era was a bit different from Yi Fan's, but he was still a strong person in the world of assassins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to teach a disciple like Asmontis. Yes, but he's just an old man who drinks and looks for women all day. When he was 55 years old, he was seriously injured on a mission and his body was already crippled. Teacher brought him here to die in his old age, Fog Knight said. Yi Fan nodded with emotion. Most of the killers didn't have a good ending. Even if they didn't die, as they grew older, their bodies and skills would slowly deteriorate, and the probability of failure would continue to increase. Asmontis was willing to support his teacher. This was probably not because he respected his teacher, but purely because he wanted to take a lesson from this so that he wouldn't let down his guard and make plans for the future. His nephew takes drugs, and the slovenly ghost doesn't care? Yi Fan asked curiously. I do, but he's willing to degenerate, Fog Knight said with disdain. If it wasn't for the fact that he was teacher's only relative, I would have killed him a long time ago. He's just a piece of trash. Yi Fan smiled. Don't worry about it. Your teacher told him to stay here, but it's actually very useful. Fog Knight didn't understand. Brother, what's the use of them? They only know how to spend teacher's money. Yi Fan sighed and said, when everyone in the Union sees them, they can warn themselves at any time that to be an assassin, they must endure, be cautious, restrain themselves, and remain focused at all times. Otherwise, any kind of depraved behavior will cause one to become neither a human nor a ghost. Fog Knight suddenly understood. He looked at the old man and the young man at the counter again and nodded. The two of them walked through 2 or 3 streets. Some of the speedsters and hoodlums on the side of the road didn't dare to show any disrespect when they saw Fog Knight. Most of them bowed and greeted her. Yi Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. It seemed that these guys had been taught a lesson by Fog Knight and didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Walking to a small park nearby, on a dilapidated chair, sat a white man about 7 meters tall. In the West, this kind of figure was definitely considered short. His chestnut hair was long and unkempt, and his messy bangs covered his eyes. Jinxi's chin was unshaven, and his skin was pale. He was wearing an old green jacket and ripped jeans. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a homeless person. The man sat quietly on a chair with a dozen or so cans of meat beside him. There were fish, pork, and some random cat and dog food. There were even some crumbs of bread fed to the pigeons. There were about a dozen stray cats and dogs surrounding the man, eating the food he had given them. These small animals seemed to be very familiar with the man. When a man reached out to touch them, he didn't avoid them at all. He enjoyed it very much. If it wasn't for the fact that this man's appearance were too sloppy, and if it was a handsome guy sitting like this scene would definitely attract the hearts of many girls. Sloppy bastard, you've been wearing this coat for more than 10 years, right? Why aren't you changing it? Seeing this outfit, Yi Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. Although the man had heard the footsteps, he didn't get up and turn around until he heard the voice. Chapter 482. 0482-inch MY prints. Asmontis silently bent down and placed one hand on his heart. Li Fan Xian walked forward and patted the old man's shoulder. All right, I guess that you would be feeding cats and dogs in the park. You're still the same. You're more benevolent to cats and dogs than to people. The corner of Asmuntis' mouth twitched. To him, this was considered a smile. No one would have thought that one of the world's top killers, a cold-blooded assassin who killed people like grass, was actually a loving member of the Animal Protection Association. Apart from working, he spent the rest of his time feeding stray dogs and cats. He also donated to many animal protection funds and built many animal shelters. Boss, you really came to participate in the Sci-Te rating conference. I thought that you wouldn't attend the Legend Rank Summit, Asmuntis said. Li Fan was stunned. Legend Rank Summit? What was that? I just promised the Dragon Soul that I would help him out and meet you old brothers. Asmuntis didn't understand. Don't know. Didn't you receive the invitation? Yifan was confused. What invitation letter? Asmuntis explained. Because in these 5 years, boss, you killed the Black Emperor, so the Black Emperor's position in the top 10 legends is vacant. In addition, boss, you have disappeared for 3 years, so the Sci-Te Association needs to re-evaluate whether or not the title of the top 10 legends belongs to you. In short, this year's Sci-Te rating conference, in order to redetermine the ownership of the top 10 legends, needed to hold a Legend Rank Summit. To put it simply, the current top 10 legends and the association's jury would be invited to decide who the new top 10 legends would be. I thought you had received an invitation, so you directly came to participate. I didn't expect. They didn't send you an invitation. Li Fan smiled. I already said that I'm retired. Why would they send it? They probably think that I can't do it anymore. Li Fan didn't care about these things at all, but that summit sounded quite interesting. 5 years ago, he became one of the top 10 legends because the Holy War had just ended and his prestige in the underground world had reached its peak. The Sci-Te rating conference had directly approved him, so there was no summit. But this time, it seemed that no one was clear who could replace the Black Emperor and what was going on with Yifan. Therefore, everyone needed to hold a summit. Asmuntis frowned, carefully looked at Yifan, and hesitated. Boss, your cultivation, why can't I feel it at all? Fan Xian casually said, Oh, my cultivation is already crippled. I didn't practice internal energy, so of course you wouldn't be able to feel it. What? Asmuntis trembled. Fog Knight, who was at the side, also cried out, Brother, you have no cultivation? Yifan smiled bitterly. Do you guys have to be like this? It's just that I don't practice inner force. Without waiting for Yifan to explain, Fog Knight said with tears in his eyes, No wonder you didn't react when I ambushed you just now. I thought you deliberately gave in to me. So, you really have. Asmuntis raised his head and let out a long sigh. Boss, the outside world says that you fought against the Black Emperor. Although the Black Emperor was defeated, you were also heavily injured and had no choice but to retire. I didn't believe it before, but I didn't expect. You really have lost your cultivation. I say, sloppy bastard. Hey, don't be like this, I'm just... Yifan was about to cry from laughter. What was this? Boss, you don't need to say anything. I know what to do, Asmuntis said very seriously. I will keep this a secret for you. Don't worry, even if you lose your cultivation, you are still our boss. Me, Azazel, Leviathan, Mammon, Beryl, Murphy, and Sally Yi on Purgatory Island, all the brothers who are still alive, we will not give up on you. Back then, you brought us to fight against the entire world and protect us. Now, it's our turn to unite and protect you. Yifan looked at this guy's righteous expression and wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. This was what it meant to be a friend of life and death. No matter what you become, you will never abandon me. Yifan thought for a moment, then decided not to explain. When the time came, it might be good to give Asmuntis and the others a pleasant surprise. Thinking about it, this matter was quite interesting. Yifan was secretly happy in his heart, but he had a moved expression on his face. Sloppy bastard, I didn't get to know you for nothing. It's not convenient for me right now, so this time I want to ask you to send some people to help me do something. Boss, just say it. Who do you want to kill? Asmuntis went straight to the point. Li Fan shook his head. I won't kill anyone. I promise to help Murphy cover the delegation of the Dragon Soul this time, and also check if there are any suspicious traitors in the delegation. Send a few clever people to me, and I'll command them. Asmuntis said in surprise, so that's how it is. No problem. Give me one night to prepare. Li Fanxian nodded. I'm at ease with your work. Now that I'm hungry, let's go have a meal. Do you have any restaurants to eat in this damn place? No. Asmuntis answered very straightforwardly. I'll take you to a place further away to eat. Li Fanxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This sloppy bastard liked to live in a place like a garbage dump. He didn't care about his appearance, so it was really out of place for him to go to some high and mighty place to live. As the three of them walked towards the dining hall, Asmuntis said, Boss, I also plan to send a few people to protect you. Although the outside world doesn't know your true situation, and there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to do anything to you, you still have a lot of enemies. If someone were to target you, it would be better to be on guard. Li Fanxian nodded seriously. That's right, this time I did come a little empty. That sloppy bastard sent a few powerful people to protect me. Asmuntis looked back at his only disciple. Che, bring some people to protect the boss. When Fog Knight heard this, its eyes shone with excitement, and it immediately nodded. Yes. Teacher. Yifan instantly felt a headache coming on. If he knew it was called Fog Knight, he wouldn't have agreed. However, seeing how happy Fog Knight was, Yifan couldn't bear to refuse. After eating until around 10 p.m., Yifan bid farewell to Asmuntis and his disciple and returned to the hotel. Seeing Yifan take a taxi and leave, a trace of sadness appeared in Asmuntis' eyes. Che, go over tomorrow morning and tell everyone to be more respectful. Don't disturb boss and sister-in-law. Only now did Asmuntis know that Yifan was married. Fog Knight nodded. Yes, teacher. Then I'll go prepare now. Go. Chapter 483. After a while, Asmuntis took out an old black cell phone and dialed a number. After the call connected, a rough voice came from the other side. Sloppy bastard. Why are you looking for me so late at night? Have you heard about the boss? Asmuntis said. Boss. Haha, you saw the boss. Aziz laughed heartily and said, I just talked to the boss on the phone yesterday. The boss is here to participate in the Saite ranking conference, and I will be leaving tonight. At that time, everyone will be able to get together. I'm not talking about this. It's about the boss's cultivation. What's wrong with the boss's cultivation? He broke through again. Aziz said, That's nothing strange. The boss's talent is already ridiculously high. No, Asmuntis said, the boss's cultivation has already been crippled. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Finally, Aziz said in a deep voice, How many people know about this? I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, no one has taken revenge on the boss yet. Asmuntis said, We must keep this a secret, especially not to let Leviathan, Beryl, and the others know. With their big mouths, it wouldn't be good if they leaked it. That shouldn't be the case. Even if the brothers knew about such a crucial matter, they wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Aziz sighed. I didn't expect that defeating the Black Emperor would cause so much damage to the boss. That sloppy bastard. You must protect the boss's safety before I get there. Otherwise, I'll smash you to death with a hammer. I know what to do even without you telling me. Asmuntis' eyes were cold as he said, Whoever dares to touch a single hair on the boss's head, I want him to never be able to cross over. Yifan didn't know that on a whim, a joke had caused Asmuntis, Aziz, and the others to feel as if they were facing a great enemy, afraid that something would happen to him. Of course, Yifan only dared to make such a joke because of his iron relationship. Besides, he didn't think that anyone would cause trouble for him. This time, he was only here to buy soy sauce. He wasn't even interested in that legend rank summit. At most, he wouldn't want this title. He practiced his own martial arts, and he didn't need others to evaluate his level. When Yifan returned to the hotel, the lights in Su Qingshue's room were still on. Yifan drank some wine and was in a good mood. Naturally, he wanted to be intimate with his wife and talk. But after knocking on the door and pressing the doorbell, Su Qingxue ignored him. Wife, open the door. Why are you ignoring me? Yifan stood at the door, feeling very helpless. After waiting for a few minutes, Su Qingxue replied, Go away. Leave me alone. When Fanxian heard the woman's cold voice, his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, Wife, what's wrong with you? Did I make you angry? Su Qingxue finally walked to the door and opened it. She opened the door a crack and asked with a frosty face, "Where did you go today?" "I went to the Louvre and met a few friends." "What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked. Friend? Are you looking for a woman?" Su Qingxue sneered. Could it be that Su Qingxue knew that he and Xiao Exiner went to the mall? "Wife, don't stare at me like that. I really didn't look for a woman." Yi Fan defended himself, thinking, "They're looking for me. It can't be counted, right? You untrustworthy man, I don't want to see you scram. Don't disturb my work." Su Qingxue angrily closed the door again. Yi Fan stood outside the door and scratched his head. Why'd he go back on his word? After thinking about it carefully, Yi Fan suddenly came to his senses and slapped his forehead. That's right. He said that he would bring Su Qingxue to Barley to have fun, and the woman even extended the date of his return for this matter. But he had forgotten about this today and was still out drinking and eating until so late. Yi Fan felt very sorry in his heart, so he naturally wanted to salvage the situation. However, the woman was currently angry, so begging her like this probably wouldn't be of any use. Yi Fan helplessly returned to his room. He was depressed and didn't know what to do, so he simply started to chat with Feng Yuing. If it was the Yi Fan from before, he definitely wouldn't have spent his time chatting on his phone. However, after being repeatedly complained by women that he didn't care enough, Yi Fan would now take the initiative to chat with women. Ying, are you at work? I just got to the office. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping yet? I missed you. Come on, I don't believe it. You still want to get me after your honeymoon with Director Su? Sigh. What honeymoon? I've only been here for 2 days, and I've already gotten angry so many times. Yi Fan sighed bitterly. What's wrong? Did you make Director Su unhappy again? Yi Fan briefly explained the situation and said gloomily, Am I really too careless? I actually forgot what I promised. That's right. You should at least explain to Director Su where you're going in the afternoon and eating with your friends at night. Of course, she won't be happy if you don't say anything and leave her at the side. Although Director Su had suffered when she was young, she was still a young miss of a rich family and was doted on by thousands of people. It would be strange if she wasn't angry if you didn't take her seriously. Feng Yuing said. Yi Fan said in distress. Ying, then what do you think I should do? Isn't that simple? You're already in Barley, and there are luxury stores everywhere. Just buy a few bags or shoes and give them to Director Su. Girls all like these. Feng Yuing sent a mischievous emoticon. Yi Fan said, But my wife is already so rich. If she wants to buy something, she could buy a lot. Is that useful? Idiot. What does it have to do with whether she likes it or not? Besides, what you buy and what she buys herself feel the same. Feng Yuing rolled her eyes. Li Fanxian was suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. She still has to buy what she needs to buy, regardless of whether she can afford it or not. Have you finally figured out? All right, I'm going to work, so I won't chat anymore. Feng Yuing said. Yi Fan quickly asked, Ying, then what do you like? I'll buy you a few bags too. I don't want it. Just buy it for Director Su, Feng Yuing said. Yi Fan sent a laughing emoticon. This time I know. You said you don't want it, but I should still buy it for you. Ha. After chatting with Feng Yuing, Yi Fan felt much better and planned to buy some gifts tomorrow. After practicing for the whole night, in the morning, after taking a cold shower, he found someone outside his room. Chapter 484. 0484-inch TSK, what are you doing? A date? Yi Fan smiled and said, Brother, I want to protect you closely, so I dressed up as your assistant. Fog Knight said. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. I'm an assistant myself, and you still want to be my assistant? Come on, I'll just tell my wife that you're my sworn sister. When Fog Knight heard this, his face turned red. He suddenly lowered his head and said in Chinese, Brother, do you want to do it, little sister? For a top assassin in the world, stealth, concealment, assassination, all sorts of skills had to be studied, and knowing different languages could often make a killer a chameleon. Therefore, Yi Fan was not surprised that Fog Knight knew how to speak Chinese. However, the girl actually knew the double meaning of the word do it, and she used it so skillfully, making Yi Fan very speechless. Air! Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, then reached out and poked Fog Knight's forehead. You little girl, your imagination is very rich. Don't play this game with me, you know what I mean. Fog Knight was reprimanded by Yi Fan and poked on the forehead. Not only was he not unhappy, he was very happy and felt that the two of them were very close. Got it, brother. I won't say in the future. Then I'm your sworn sister now. Fog Knight stroked his black hair, and although my mother is from Fusong, my father is from China, so he can also be your little sister in terms of appearance. Yi Fan smiled and said, Have you found out about your background? I remember that you didn't know anything when you were young. That winter, when Asmuntus picked you up from the roadside, you didn't remember anything. I thought you were a silly girl. Fog Knight was silent for a moment before he forced a smile, as if he had thought of something unhappy. He quickly changed the topic and said, Brother, where are we going now? Teacher said that you want me to follow and protect you wherever you go. If you don't want me to show my face, I can protect you in secret. Yi Fan said happily, You're dressed so beautifully. Wouldn't it be a waste to secretly protect me? All right, just follow me. I'm going to have breakfast now, then go shopping to buy some women's bags, shoes, and clothes. Fog Knight blinked. Brother, are you going to give your wife a gift? Hey, how did you guess? Because I'm also a woman, said Fog Knight. Of course I can guess, or you're giving it to your other lovers. Yi Fan awkwardly scratched his head. Hey, why don't you come with me to pick? I really don't know much about women's preferences. Fog Knight said, Brother, if you don't know what to choose, then just buy all kinds of styles. Wouldn't that be fine? Besides, with your status, why would you buy them? You could just ask those luxury goods companies to send you their latest products. Yi Fan blinked. That's right. How could I forget? I'll just ask old Pinot to send everything from his company. Fog Knight suddenly burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes turning into beautiful crescent moons. Brother, I suddenly realized that you don't have any airs at all. You're so cute. With such a noble identity, you actually want to be like an ordinary person running to the shop to buy everything. All you have to do is say the word, and all the top luxury companies in the world will try their best to send you a few cars. Yi Fan waved his hand. I don't have any heirs to begin with. It's all because of your teacher and the others. They have to respect me as a king or something, and I don't want to be called Lucifer or the king of hell. However, it's a bit too much to take all the luxury brands from all over the world. I'll just ask old Pinot to send some over. One can't be too greedy, right? Fog Knight nodded. Brother, you have the final say. Yi Fan felt that the matter of the gift had been resolved and was in a good mood. Thus, he put on his clothes and brought Fog Knight downstairs for breakfast. While eating the buffet, he called old Pinot. The call quickly connected, and old Pinot's surprised voice came from the other side. My Prince, I was looking forward to your call. I didn't expect you to actually contact me. Yi Fan nibbled on an apple and asked, Old Pinot, why are you waiting for my call? I know that the Underground World's very important site rating conference is about to begin. You're a legend rank expert, so I think you will attend. Then won't you come to Europe? I'm looking forward to bringing my son to meet you. Old Pinot said. Yi Fan replied with an oh. Hasn't your son seen me before? Yes, this is a great regret for my son. He has always been looking forward to meeting you and thanking you for your protection of our Pinot family. Old Pinot said. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, Then how about this? I was just planning to choose a batch of women's bags, clothes, and shoes to give to my wife. Doesn't your family have many brands of Gucci, Bottega, and Saint Laurent? Give me a new batch. I want to give it to my wife, and we can have lunch together. When old Pinot heard this, he hurriedly agreed. This is such an honor. It is our fortune that your wife has taken a fancy to our family's products. Honorable King, may I ask where you and your wife are now? We will send them over immediately. Yi Fan told old Pinot about the hotel and asked if he could make it in time. If it was too rushed, he could do it at night. But old Pinot immediately agreed, claiming that there was absolutely no problem, so Yi Fan let him be. Because Su Qingxue was going to meet the partners of the two branch companies in the morning, she really had to return to the hotel at noon. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry and strolled around with Fog Knight. The two of them bought some drinks and chatted as they walked along the Champs-Élysées Avenue. Hey, I forgot to ask yesterday. Is everything going smoothly in Baphomet? Although Yi Fan no longer cared about these things, he was still concerned about the current situation of his brothers. Fog Knight nodded and said, "The turnover is increasing every year, but too many killers want to join us, so we strictly guard the threshold for accepting killers. In the past 2 years, there have been fewer new members. Teachers said that we have to protect the title of Baphomet. Brother, you created it, so we can't embarrass you." "Ha! I've never been #1 on the assassin rankings, but your teacher has. The reason why Baphomet is able to reach where he is today is mainly because of your teacher. I'm just starting." "No. Back then, brother, you didn't want to continue being an assassin, so you didn't sit in the first place. Otherwise, my teacher would at most be second." Fog Knight said very seriously. Yifan curled his lips. He didn't want to talk about what happened back then. Killing people to earn money wasn't his favorite way of life. "Then what about you? What's your rank on the assassin ranking now?" Yifan asked. Fog Knight said dejectedly, I've embarrassed teacher. I'm only 9th. Chapter 485. 0485. Yifan had long since seen that Fog Knight's strength should be at the beginner level of body refinement. It was not easy to have such a cultivation at such an age. However, in order to enter the top 10, just this kind of cultivation was not enough. It seemed that Fog Knight had painstakingly studied all kinds of assassination techniques. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to rank 9th. However, Fog Knight still had a disappointed look on his face. But, brother, when you're 20 years old, you had already led teacher and the others to win 2 years of holy war, creating an S-class inferno and becoming one of the top 10 legends. Compared to you, my results are just like the light of a grain of rice. The difference is too great, it's meaningless." Li Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, "TCH, your teacher is a sloppy ghost. It's fine as long as you're stronger than him. There's no need to compare with me. I was just lucky that my brothers helped me." "Brother, do you think I'm too weak? That's why you look down on me?" Fog Knight asked nervously. Yifan sighed and pinched the woman's tender face. "Don't be silly, my god sister." Seeing that Yifan didn't seem to be lying to her, Fog Knight heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face again. Yifan asked curiously, "TCH, do you like your current job? Have you considered changing jobs?" Fog Knight shook his head. "Brother, I really like being an assassin. This is my hobby. I really enjoy it." Yifan was speechless. This girl really had the same temperament as the sloppy ghost. She just liked to kill people, and even liked to study how to kill people. She was truly worthy of being brought up by the sloppy ghost. While walking, 2 figures appeared in front of him, attracting Yifan's attention. However, Yifan was currently in a protected state. He also wanted to test the level of Fog Knight's cultivation, so he didn't say anything. Not long after, Fog Knight also discovered something. The smile on the girl's face disappeared and turned into an incomparably cold one, as if she was a completely different person from the girl next door just now. "Brother, be careful, there's a situation," Fog Knight whispered. Yifan had a sloppy and normal look on his face as he lightly said, "What's wrong?" 70 feet ahead, the man in the coffee-colored leather jacket and the woman in the white coat are the core members of the Metal Rush, Gray and Helena, Fog Knight said. "Is that so? You know them?" Yifan narrowed her eyes. Metal Tide was a foreign mercenary group of the Enamel Nation. It was rated A and was a semi-official combat organization licensed by the Enamel Nation's Ministry of Defense. Their mercenaries came from all over the world and enjoyed the generous treatment of the Enamel government. Of course, they were also important forces that worked for the Ministry of Defense and the Intelligence Department of the Enamel country all year round. The name Metal Tide came from the excellent equipment of this mercenary group. They were proficient in using heavy weapons and fighting head-on battles. They were like a steel army, sweeping away all obstacles in battle. Secondly, the leader of this mercenary group was the steel giant Gonzalez, who had been famous for more than 20 years. Gonzalez was a powerful mutant, and at the same time, he was also an inner force expert. His strength was close to the level of the top 10 legends. However, because of his identity as the leader of the Metal Berserk Tide, he had always been questioned by others. They thought that most of his achievements came from the combat power of the mercenary group. It was still uncertain whether his personal strength was qualified to be called a legend, so he had always been ranked below the top 10 legends. Of course, Gonzalez was very dissatisfied, but none of the 10 legendary figures were to be trifled with. He didn't dare to easily challenge one of them to prove that he was qualified. Brother, now that you have lost your cultivation, if Gonzalez from a Metal Tide finds out, he will probably use you as a springboard to fight for the title of legend that he has always been thinking about. You have to be careful, my companions, and I will protect you later. You must not make a move yourself. Fog Knight said very cautiously. Fan Xian wanted to laugh in his heart, but since he had already acted, he had to do the whole thing. Thus, he nodded seriously. Okay, but I don't think they will cause trouble for me. It's hard to say. After all, after your battle with the Black Emperor 3 years ago, many people said that you retired because you were seriously injured. Gonzalez might really have some ulterior motives. Fog Knight said. While the two of them were talking, Gray and Helena, who were walking over, were already right in front of them. Miss Fog Knight, how lucky. I didn't expect to meet you here. The bald black man, Gray, smiled, revealing his white teeth. The Metal Tide and Baphomet were both A-class organizations. One was a mercenary group, and the other was an assassin guild. They didn't interfere with each other, and neither of them would cause trouble for the other. Sorry, we're not familiar with each other, Fog Knight said coldly. Helena giggled. Miss Fog Knight, even if we're not familiar with each other, we all know who each other is, don't we? We are all from the underground world, and we have always admired you, the new superstar of the assassin world. Why don't we sit down and have a drink together? Not interested. Fog Knight refused. Gray immediately turned his head and looked at Yi Fan. Sir, we think you look a little familiar, as if we've seen your picture somewhere before. Helena pretended to be surprised. Gray, you idiot. Isn't this the great king of hell, His Excellency Lucifer? Sorry for the disrespect. As he spoke, Gray also looked as if he had woken up from a dream and hurriedly lowered his head to greet Yi Fan. Yi Fan waved his hand. I've retired. There's no need to be so polite. Sir, your deeds are truly legendary. We all admire you very much. May I ask if you are here to participate in this Legend Rank Summit? Helena asked. Li Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. I don't know. I didn't receive any invitations. Plus, I'm already retired. There's no need to go, right? Sir, if you don't go, then it would be a great loss for the summit. On behalf of our comrades in the Metal Tide, we welcome you to the Kingdom of Enamel, Gray said with a smile. Li Fog Knight was already impatient. Have you guys had enough? If there's nothing else, then don't disturb my king. Fog Knight, why are you so anxious? When we see a legend rank expert, we really respect him. Can we just stay here and take a look? Helena's eyes flickered as if she was deep in thought. Gray nodded and said enthusiastically, Your Excellency Lucifer, may I have the honor of inviting you to the headquarters of our Metal Tide? Our guild leader admires you very much and will definitely entertain you with great hospitality. Yi Fan shook his head. Forget it. I still have matters to attend to at the hotel, so I'll be leaving first. Oh, that would be such a pity, Gray said regretfully. Yi Fan and Fog Knight walked away, and Gray and Helena did not follow them. Chapter 486. 0486-inch, that's right, a dignified legend rank expert doesn't have any heirs at all. Logically speaking, what he said just now should be enough to make him dissatisfied with us. Most importantly, I can't feel any cultivation from his body. I even suspected that this person was a fake Lucifer. Gray said suspiciously. Could it be that the rumors are true? After the duel between Lucifer and the Black Emperor, he himself lost his cultivation? Helena said excitedly. Gray nodded. I guess it's very possible. Otherwise, Fog Knight wouldn't have seen us so serious. He should have been even more arrogant. We should follow the original plan and follow the guild leader's orders. It would be more appropriate for us to probe further. Helena also agreed, took out her cell phone, and dialed a number. Inside the Four Seasons Hotel, Su Qingxue returned to her business suite after meeting her partner. Throwing away her bag and taking off her coat, Su Qingxue laid on the big bed and let out a long sigh. Feeling the loneliness in the room, the woman pouted. After scolding that bad guy last night, he still didn't come and find her today. The more she thought about it, the more hateful she felt. Where did he go? Su Qingxue subconsciously picked up her phone, planning to call and ask. But thinking about it, why should I call him? If you don't bring me to play, then I won't care about him. The more Su Qingxue thought about it, the angrier she got. The key was that she was still hungry, and if this went on, she would be full of anger. Helpless, Su Qingxue thought of making a phone call to the hotel. She definitely didn't want to go out to eat by herself. At this moment, the doorbell rang. Su Qingxue thought that someone had come and snorted. She wanted to give him a good scolding, but just as she opened the door, she saw a manager of the hotel standing at the door with a smile. "Madam Su, sorry to disturb you." The white manager smiled politely. "I'm fine, what's wrong?" Su Qingxue asked. "Well, Monsieur Francois Pinot and Henri Pinot, who say they have a present for you. They're already downstairs. May I ask if they can come up?" The white manager asked cautiously. Su Qingxue heard these two names and found them a little familiar. After thinking for a few seconds, she suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. "You're talking about Pinot and his son from the Cayenne Corporation?" The manager was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Of course, Miss Su. Don't you know them? They were very clearly directed to you. The Pinot family is famous throughout the country and even the world." Even with her 180 IQ, she couldn't understand why the leader of the world's top tycoon, the leader of the world's fashion industry, would specially come over to give her a gift. Su Qingxue had tens of billions of assets. Logically speaking, there is only a difference of 10 to 20 billion between the assets controlled by the Pinot family. However, money was only on the surface. The real hidden assets and influence in the world were not on the same level. This was the difference between a world-class tycoon and a national-level tycoon. Most importantly, Pinot and his son even humbly asked for her permission, or else they wouldn't have dared to come upstairs. It had to be known that under normal circumstances, if the embroidery group wanted to discuss cooperation with the Open Cloud group, they might not even be willing to meet them. After Qingxue calmed herself down, she hurriedly said, "I'll go down and see them." No matter what, Qingxue felt that she should go down and meet him and not let this father and son duo from the fashion industry visit her. The manager naturally wouldn't refuse and brought Qingxue down to the hall on the first floor. As soon as she arrived at the hall, Qingxue was stunned by the scene in front of her. In the middle of the hall, there was an open space with more than 100 bags. All of them were luxury goods from the Cloud Corporation, densely packed together. Su Qingxue usually didn't have much time to shop in luxury stores, but in this circle, she was still very familiar with some famous styles. With a casual glance at the luxuries that were exposed, he estimated that the gifts on the ground were worth at least 3 to 4 million yuan. If there was a limited edition, then it was very likely that it was worth tens of millions. A dozen or so black-clothed bodyguards were standing on both sides, guarding the pile of gifts. One an old man and a middle-aged man stood there with kind and respectful smiles on their faces, waiting. "Mr. Pinot, you're looking for me?" Su Qingxue recognized this father and son pair because their photos had appeared many times in some fashion and financial news. Old Pinot and his son, Henry, quickly bowed solemnly. "Madam, it's my honor to serve you. I hope you like these gifts." Su Qingxue couldn't take it anymore. She frowned and said, "Mr. Pinot, please don't be like this. I'm just an ordinary merchant. You guys, you've confused me." Old Pinot was old and shrewd, so he immediately understood that it was Yi Fan's identity that Su Qingxue didn't know. So he said, "I'm really sorry, madam. I forgot to make it clear that all the gifts here were given to you by your husband. We have an appointment with Mr. Yi for lunch. I think you will know everything when he comes." "This is from Yi Fan." Su Qingxue's watery eyes widened, and she was at a loss of what to do. Just how much surprise was this man going to give her before he gave up? Master Alec, Dr. Ronida, and Paco and his son had already shocked her enough. This time, he even knew Pinot and his son from the Cloud Corporation. Although Yi Fan had said before he came that he knew a lot of acquaintances and could help a lot in business, when Su Qingxue saw it with her own eyes, she still felt that it was inconceivable. The key was that Pinot and his son actually had a servile look on their faces, so polite that Su Qingxue felt embarrassed. Mr. Pinot, who exactly is Yi Fan? Why do you know him? Su Qingxue couldn't help but ask. However, old Pinot had a troubled look on his face. Madam, if Mr. Yi didn't tell you about the situation, we wouldn't dare to say anything. We can only say that Mr. Yi is our great benefactor. It's all thanks to Mr. Yi that we're able to protect the Cayenne Corporation. Shu Qingxue was stunned. What did Yi Fan do? Is he that powerful? Madam, may I know if we should bring these gifts into your room or somewhere else? Old Pinot asked with a smile. When Qingxue saw the things on the ground, she smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Pinot, how can my room hold so many gifts? Moreover, there are too many of them. I think this was definitely not chosen by Yi Fan, but by you guys. No. These were all personally chosen by Mr. Yi. Old Pinot hurriedly denied. Su Qingxue said, but even if he really chose it, there are too many of them. I can't fit in my room, so, without waiting for Su Qingxue to finish speaking, old Pinot said to the hotel manager at the side, Is there still a presidential suite? The hotel manager nodded respectfully. Yes, there's still one more, sir. Chapter 487. 0487. If anyone else heard this, they would probably think that this old man was crazy. The presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel cost tens of thousands of euros to stay in for a night, but he was only using it as a warehouse to put gifts for Su Qingxue. However, the one who spoke was one of the richest people in Enamel Country, Pinot. Therefore, the hotel manager did not hesitate to handle it. Su Qingxue thought that she was already extravagant enough with her money, but when she saw this scene, she realized that she was actually quite rational. Madam, our bodyguards will move all the gifts inside. I hope you'll like some of them, old Pinot said respectfully. Su Qingxue didn't know what to say. She was getting more and more curious. What kind of man did she marry? Old Pinot? At this moment, Yi Fan walked in from outside the door, followed by Fog Knight. Seeing his old friend, Yi Fan apologetically laughed and said, Sorry, I went around outside and came back a bit late. As for the pair of gifts on the ground, Yi Fan was too lazy to even look at them. In any case, old Pinot was a smart person, so he would definitely be reliable. Just as old Pinot was about to shout, he suddenly remembered that Su Qingxue was present. He quickly pulled his son, Henry, and respectfully called out, Mr. Yi, we're on the same side. There's no need to be so courteous. Yi Fan smiled and patted the father and son's shoulders. He was clearly in his 20s, but he acted like an elder to an old man and a middle-aged man, causing the people around him to feel that it was inconceivable. Henry said with an honored expression, Mr. Yi, my father often mentions your help to our family. I hope that in the future, I can be like my father and contribute my family's meager strength to you. Sure, then send a batch of your products to my wife every year. That way, my wife will definitely be very happy, right, wife? Yi Fan grinned at Su Qingxue. When Qingxue saw Yi Fan and Pinot's arms around each other's shoulders, she wanted to pinch herself to make sure that she wasn't dreaming. Of course not. If I wanted to, I would buy it myself. It's not good to take it for free, Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan could tell that the woman was lying, because Su Qingxue looked at the gift bags that were being moved upstairs with a trace of anticipation in her eyes. Women just love to open gifts, especially the famous brands on the floor. It was enough for her to open. Indeed, what Feng Yuing said was right. Regardless of whether he could afford it or not, he still had to give it to her. No matter how many times he said, I love you, it was not as effective as real money. Because a woman needs to really see that you are good to her, not just lip service. At this time, Fog Knight also walked up and smiled at Su Qingxue. Hello, Sister Su. You are. Only then did Qingxue notice that there was also a young girl with an outstanding appearance and a special temperament following Yi Fan. She couldn't help but look at Yi Fan with a cold gaze. Aren't you going to introduce him? Yi Fan hurriedly smiled and said, Wife, this is my god sister called Fog Knight. Her teacher is my good brother. I know the relationship is a bit messy, but don't think too much about it. Fog Knight smiled and said, Sister Su, You are so beautiful. You are the most beautiful Eastern woman I have ever seen. No wonder Brother Yi Fan would marry you. When Qing Xue saw the simple smile on Fog Knight's face, she let go of her guard. She really thought that this was an ordinary young girl. What she didn't know was that as an outstanding assassin, Fog Knight's acting skills were top-notch. It was very easy for him to become harmless. Relatively speaking, in the eyes of Fog Knight, Su Qingxue was a very gullible woman. You are also very beautiful. Fog Knight, your name is so special. Are you from Fusang? Su Qingxue asked. Fog Knight nodded. My father is from China, and my mother is from Fusang. My name was given by my mother. So that's how it is. Did you and Yi Fan go out just now? Su Qingxue always wanted to ask where the man went early in the morning. Fog Knight said, Yes, brother wants to see if there is anything suitable for Sister Su, so he asked me to help him choose. He really put in a lot of effort. Sister Su, you're so lucky to have a good husband. Oh. Su Qingxue glanced at Yi Fan and finally felt a lot more comfortable in her heart. Her previous dissatisfaction had also disappeared. Yi Fan really wanted to hug Fog Knight and kiss a few times. This girl really knew how to talk. He, wife, the heavens, and the earth can be seen. In my heart, all I think about is you. You still suspect that I went out to find a woman. My heart is actually very bitter. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Su Qingxue snorted. I don't believe that you don't have a single word of truth in your mouth. On the other hand, I feel that this little sister Wu Ye's words are quite pertinent and clean. I really don't know why she would pay attention to a glib-tongued guy like you. Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. If Su Qingxue saw Fog Knight's charming and enchanting appearance yesterday, Su Qingxue's chin would probably fall to the ground. His wife was indeed simple. Yi Fan sighed in his heart, but of course he wouldn't say it out loud. The Pinot father and son wanted to be the host, so they used a Rolls-Royce to drive the three of them to one of their mansions in Barley for dinner. However, Su Qingxue felt that this was too time-consuming. She still had to attend a banquet hosted by the Enamel Merchant Guild in the evening and planned to seriously prepare for it, so she didn't want to spend too much time eating. When old Pinot heard this, he immediately knew what kind of banquet it was. He asked, Madam, it's the Alice party at the Barley International Hotel, right? My son will also represent our Open Cloud Corporation to attend. If you don't mind, we can send you there directly. Su Qingxue immediately shook her head and tactfully refused. Mr. Pinot, although you are very familiar with Yi Fan, I hope that in terms of business, I will try my best to rely on my own strength to fight for it, not on interpersonal relationships. But, madam, as a businessman, when you stand at a certain height, there are times when you can't do anything with your ability alone. Old Pinot said earnestly. Su Qingxue lowered her head and pursed her lips. Even so, I still want to try and see how far I can go. Old Pinot, don't get involved in my wife's business anymore. She doesn't like it. Yi Fan said. When the Pinot father and son heard this, they didn't say anything else. Instead, they ate together in the hotel restaurant. When the Pinot father and son left, Fog Knight also lied that he was going back and began to secretly stay in the hotel. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue returned to the woman's room. Su Qingxue looked at the bags and boxes in the room, as if she was still dreaming. Wife, do you like it? Yi Fan put his hands on the woman's shoulders and asked with a smile. Chapter 488. 0488 Yi Fan was stunned and was caught off guard. Wife, didn't I say that she's my sworn sister, my brother's? Nonsense. Su Qingxue coldly snorted and said, Just now, in front of outsiders, I only gave you face and didn't want to argue with you. Do you think I'm really an idiot? Running to the street with a woman to choose a gift for me? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child that I'll believe anything you say? Yi Fan made a gulp sound in his throat. Good heavens, he really thought that Su Qingxue didn't notice anything just now, but he didn't expect Su Qingxue to be able to tell that there was something fishy going on between him and Fog Knight. However, Su Qingxue could still think that giving him face in front of old Pinot and his son was quite an improvement. Are you and that little sister of yours, Fog Knight, thinking that I'm so stupid and naive to actually believe you guys? Su Qingxue's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all of Yi Fan's thoughts. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't admit it. He hurriedly said, Wife, don't think too much. Nothing really happened between me and her. Su Qingxue stared at Yi Fan for a while, then said, I'll believe you for now. For someone as thick-skinned as you, if you really do it, you'll just admit it. It's been like this for the past few times. Yi Fan didn't want to continue this topic, so he chuckled and said, Wife, you're really magnanimous. All right, hurry up and take a look. What did old Pino send you? See if there are any clothes or shoes you like. You can wear them to the party tonight. Su Qingxue's mind had actually drifted to those gifts. In any case, she had seen too much of Yi Fan's flowery intestines and was almost numb to it. The woman turned around and walked to the gift. With an indifferent expression, she said, All right, for Mr. Pino's sake, I'll take a look. Actually, I don't really care about these things. As Su Qingxue spoke, she began to squat down and open the gift. One by one, clothes, bags, shoes, and even jewelry were taken out. Su Qingxue's expression became more and more joyful, and her eyes became brighter and brighter. The woman happily carried all kinds of bags, wore all kinds of clothes, and kept turning around in front of the mirror. Yi Fan, do you think this bag is embroidered or pieced together? Also, why is this chain a bit long? Do you want to carry it on your back? Su Qingxue tried, while asking Yi Fan, wanting to get some advice. He directly said, Wife, I think you look good in anything you wear. Any bag you carry is suitable. It's all pretty good. What about this dress? Isn't this floral print too tacky? Which one do you think looks better, the white one or the floral print one? The white one has no personality. Su Qingxue was very conflicted. Yi Fan thought to himself, how could there be so many differences? This protruding front and curling back, it would be best not to wear it. So he said, I think it's fine. Which one looks better, this red bag or this yellow one? This yellow one is so hard to match. Yi Fan scratched his head and said, I don't know either. Wife, I really don't understand these women's clothes. Why are you like this? Su Qingxue unhappily frowned and said, I just asked you which one looks good, and you just said which one looks good. Why do you care if you understand or not? You pig, what do you know? Yi Fan was speechless. All right, then say it. Thus, he pointed at the red one and said, I think the red one looks good. Su Qingxue tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, Then I'll keep the yellow one. I think the yellow one is younger, and the red one is too old. Yi Fan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, wife, you've already chosen it. Why do you still need me to choose? Let me ask you, why don't you have any patience at all? Su Qingxue frowned. Li Fanxian could only silently shrink back and said, Wife, take your time and play. I'm going to take an afternoon nap. What? Do you really dislike being with me? Just help me decide what to bring and wear at night. And you're already so tired of it? How could I be tired of you? Wife, don't think too much about it. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. You are. No need to explain. If you hate me so much, then I won't marry you. Go find your little sister, Fog Knight. Su Qingxue angrily turned around and continued to open the gift. Li Fanxian immediately didn't dare to leave. He smiled apologetically and gently hugged Su Qingxue's waist from behind. Wife, go away. I'm not leaving. I want to accompany you. Didn't you want to sleep? I won't delay you. I'll do it myself. You don't find me annoying anyway. Su Qingxue twisted. But of course, Yi Fan couldn't really let go of the woman. Instead, he hugged her tightly. Wife, don't be angry. Although I really don't understand, I'll try my best to help you see which one looks good. Okay? Yi Fan said softly, Wife, you mainly look too outrageous like a fairy. These mortal clothes look good on you no matter how you look. Actually, there's no need to say anything. Su Qingxue was holding onto a skirt. Hearing the man's words, the corner of her mouth moved. She was happy in her heart, but she still refused to say, Your words are too exaggerated. You lied to me, and even teamed up with other women to treat me as a fool. Wife, can you not mention this? Isn't the matter of Fog Knight over? Yi Fan was afraid that Su Qingxue would bring it up again. When he thought about how the act between him and Fog Knight was completely exposed by the woman, he wanted nothing more than a drill into the ground. I don't care. You made me unhappy again, Su Qingxue said. Li Fanxian was helpless. He sighed and said, "Wife, then what will make you happy?" A trace of mischief flashed through Shu Qingshua's eyes as she said, "Do you really care if I'm happy or not?" "Of course. What am I living for? Isn't it just for my wife to be happy every day?" Yi Fan was already able to casually say such words, and even he himself admired his own skin. Shu Qingxue finally turned around, her beautiful eyes moving, and said, Then I want you to help me choose a set of clothes for me to go to the banquet tonight. You must do it until I'm satisfied." Yi Fan looked at the clothes on the ground and suddenly had the urge to cry. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let Pino bring so many. However, this time he could only grit his teeth and bite the bullet to help the woman choose. Just like this, Yi Fan continued to help Shu Qingxue choose clothes and bags. Although he didn't really understand them, Yi Fan could only try his best. After tearing apart the gifts in Shu Qingxue's room, Shu Qingxue was still not satisfied, so the two of them went to the presidential suite and began to tear apart the other ones. Chapter 489. 0489 from noon until 5 in the afternoon. Su Qingxue finally chose a set of slim-fitting blue fishtail skirt that she was satisfied with. Although Yi Fan still couldn't understand why a woman chose this skirt, as long as Su Qingxue was satisfied, it was fine. "Wife, I feel like I'll be tired even if I beat up 100 people." Yi Fan laid on the presidential suite and let out a long sigh. Su Qingxue stood in front of the mirror and turned her body, looking at the details of the dress. Hearing the man's words, she lightly snorted and said, "Who told you to ignore me? You said you would take me out to play, but you don't care about me. Wife, don't you have work to do? If you don't finish your work, how can I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Su Qingxue turned around and pouted. "You always have an excuse. You just think I'm troublesome and don't want to go out with me." Yi Fan looked at the woman's puffed-up face and couldn't help but laugh. "Wife, I found out that you've been getting cuter and cuter recently. When I first met you, you were so cold." Su Qingxue blinked, turned around, and blushed. "Of course not. I've always been like this. When I first met you, we weren't familiar with each other, and don't tell me you want me to be like this in the company. Then the higher-ups and employees won't listen to me." Yi Fan nodded. "I think so too. Actually, my wife, your true appearance is like this, right? Haha, it's so silly, so cute, so happy to eat strawberries, especially like that. What's that again? Silly white sweet, is it?" Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. "How could I be so stupid? Why do you always treat me like a silly girl, just like my best friend?" "Ha, you still have a best friend? Nonsense. Do you really think I don't have any friends? I also have a best friend, okay? Besides, aren't Senior Yuing and Lingshan on good terms with me? My best friend has been in the Magnesium Country for a few years now. She usually chats on her phone and online, so you haven't seen her before." Su Qingxue complained. "She also said that I'm a silly white sweet. Why do you all say that about me? Am I really that stupid?" Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Yi Fan suddenly hugged the woman's waist from behind. What are you doing?" Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled. From a mirror, she could see that the man was hugging her from behind, and Yi Fan's face was right next to hers. Yi Fan had also just noticed that he was hugging Su Qingxue, so Su Qingxue wouldn't reject him. That was why he dared to hug her so intimately. "Wifey, I actually think it's pretty good for you to be like this. In front of outsiders, you could be an iceberg female CEO, but in front of me, you can be your silly and sweet self. You have to know, the key isn't being silly, it's being sweet and sweet." Shu Qingxue muttered, "Really? Why? Isn't it bad to be naive? How could there be?" Yi Fan caressed the woman's face and said in a warm voice, "I like it. In front of outsiders, you're a fairy, a goddess, cold and unapproachable. In front of me, you have become a silly girl who knows how to act coquettishly. It's as sweet as the donuts you eat. Do all men like women like this?" Shu Qingxue asked curiously. "I don't know about others, but I like people like you the most. Wife, if you stick to me a little more, then I'll like you even more," Yi Fan said with a smile. Shu Qingxue pouted. "How can I be considered to be sticking to you? I feel like I've been sticking to you recently. Do you want me to be with you all day long?" I don't know. Anyway, I just feel that we could be a little closer. As Yifan spoke, he lowered his head and gently sniffed the woman's hair. He blew a breath of hot air on Shu Qingshue's white ears. Shu Qingxue let out a ing sound and twisted her body. You let go. What are you doing? Yifan didn't say anything but continued to kiss Shu Qingshue's ears and hair like a dragonfly touching the water. He slowly moved down and kissed Shu Qingshue's pure white swan neck. Shu Qingxue sucked in a breath of air and slowly turned her face to the side. Her limpid eyes contained a hint of emotion. If Yifan couldn't even understand this, then he would have wasted so many years in the bushes of flowers. He pressed Shu Qingxue against the wardrobe, lowered his head, and kissed her heavily. Only when Shu Qingxue was a little out of breath and lightly knocked on Yifan's chest did Yifan let go of the woman. Wife, you're so beautiful. Yifan reached out his hand to hold the woman's face, and his breathing became heavy. Shu Qingshue's entire body was already hot. She had never felt such stimulation in her body before, causing her head to feel warm. She was already a little lost. When Yifan kissed her again, Shu Qingxue no longer refused. She didn't even realize that the man's hand was moving around her body. Just as Yifan slowly hugged Shu Qingxue and was about to move to the side of the bed, the doorbell rang from outside. Director Su. Director Su? Zhang Enjie's voice sounded. Director Su, it's time. Are you inside? The party is about to begin. This shout pulled Shu Qingshue's soul back. The woman was as panicked as a little white rabbit and immediately dodged. Yifan, on the other hand, had a depressed expression on his face. It wasn't easy for him to arouse Shu Qingshue's passion. He originally thought that he would be able to complete the marriage with his wife today, but he didn't expect that it would be destroyed by that damned Zhang Enjie. Shu Qingxue tidied up her messy bangs. Hurry up and change into a suit. We can leave. Yifan regretfully said, Wife, then when we come back tonight. Can you? Don't push your luck. Shu Qingxue frowned. Yifan had an innocent look on his face. Why did he become so fierce when he was just fine just now? Shu Qingxue seemed to realize that her words were too heavy, so she softly said, Don't be in such a hurry. In any case, we have already received the certificate, and we are legally husband and wife. As long as you treat me well, there will always be a chance in the future. Only then did Yifan happily open his mouth and smile. Wife, I'm relieved that you said that. Of course I will treat you well. Speaking of which, wife, I didn't expect you to have so much material there. You didn't have any padding at all. When Shu Qingxue heard this, her face immediately turned red, and she kicked Yifan. Shut up. Don't say it. Yifan was happy in his heart. He had touched what he wanted to touch. Although he couldn't do what he wanted to do, it was always good to have progress. When he walked out of the room, Zhang Enjie was a little surprised to see Yifan. However, he quickly revealed a look that only a man could understand. He smiled and said, Assistant Yi, it's been hard on you. Yifan smiled and said, Manager Zhang, it's been hard on you. You must have waited for a long time. Chapter 490. 0490. Shu Qingxue walked out and said, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Go to the car and wait. The woman once again became as cold as ice. As soon as her aura rose, Zhang Enjie hurriedly nodded and left. Yifan couldn't help but be speechless. This Shu Qingxue seemed to have a split personality. The change was too big. Go change your suit. What are you looking at? Shu Qingxue glared at the man. Li Fanxian smiled awkwardly. I'm going now. 10 minutes later, Yifan and Shu Qingxue sat in a car and headed towards the Barley International Hotel. A large number of luxury cars were already parked outside the hotel. Men and women dressed in luxurious clothes walked into the hotel in pairs. The Alice Wine Banquet was a gathering of a large number of wealthy businessmen and important members of government organizations. Although it wasn't organized by the government, it was an important occasion to negotiate a large number of collaborations. After all, when the company's strength reached a certain level, most of the time, talking about cooperation depended on people and relationships. Although no formal contract would be signed at this kind of banquet, it would be a good opportunity to get to know each other. If they could have a good chat at the banquet, Then they could naturally talk about formal cooperation later. Su Qingshue's embroidery group wanted to open up in Europe, so she had to participate in such an occasion. The organizer of the banquet obviously recognized the strength of the embroidery group by inviting Su Qingxue. However, what kind of cooperation they could reach here still depended on Su Qingshue's own abilities. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue walked into the banquet hall together, and the waiter brought them champagne. Not long after the two of them walked in, a man and woman holding hands walked over. They seemed to be from China as well. The man was wearing a white suit and a red bow tie. He looked to be in his 30s and had a dignified appearance. The woman, on the other hand, had long wavy hair and a charming face. Isn't this director Su of the embroidery group? The man took the initiative to wave at Su Qingxue with a contemptuous smile on his face. I heard from the people below that director Su also came to the Kingdom of Enamel this time. I thought there was a mistake, but I didn't expect director Su to really have a big heart. He really dared to come. When Su Qingxue saw this man, her pretty face became even colder. Director O, I also didn't expect you to come to Barley at this time. Did the OG board let you go? Or did you come here to relax and take a vacation? As soon as the two of them met, there was a sense of confrontation. Yi Fan thought about it carefully and remembered who this person was. The young master of the OG group, Ojiun, had heard Su Qingxue and Feng Yuing talk about it a few times at work in the past 6 months. The Uji Group is a large company in Jiangsu province. The founder has a background of overseas returnees. With a large number of overseas investments, it is one of the top companies in China in the fields of commercial real estate, entertainment and culture industries, and high-class hotels. Because these areas were also the main businesses of the embroidery group, the two companies had always been competitors. In the early days of the embroidery group, it was impossible to contend against OG. However, in the past few years after Su Qingxue became CEO, the embroidery group's reputation slowly overshadowed that of the old OG. This naturally caused the young master of the O family to have a hard time. He had always been compared to Su Qingxue and was despised by the board of directors for not knowing how to do business. When O Jiyun heard this, he sneered, "Director Su, thank you for your concern. I'm just sorry to tell you that I came here to sign a contract with Mr. Caird and Mr. Brewer. I'm sorry to tell you, I've already completed the goal you wanted to achieve." Su Qingxue slightly frowned. "You haven't even participated in tonight's planning conference. How do you know that the Caird and Brewer families will agree to cooperate with your OG?" At this time, the charming woman beside O Jiyun chuckled and said, "You're Su Qingxue. You don't seem to be as smart as the rumors say. Don't you know me? Should I know you?" Su Qingxue said coldly. "Humph." The charming lady flipped her hair and said, "My name is Zhang Manting. Have you heard of me by now?" "No," Su Qingxue said with an indifferent face. Zhang Manting's expression changed, and she pretended to get angry. Her eyes widened, but she still restrained herself and chuckled. "Forget it. I won't bother with you. It's normal for a businessman like you who can only mess around in the country to not have heard of my Philip Group. I just want to remind you not to humiliate yourself in front of Mr. Caird and Mr. Brewer tonight. Not only is it a formal negotiation at the company level, even at tonight's cocktail party, informal greetings with me and my boyfriend here, your brocade has no chance at all." Su Qingshue's expression did not change as she said, "Although I still don't know who you are, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving." "Humph, you're really as arrogant as the rumors say. I've seen a lot of people like you who rely on luck to climb into the upper class and then think you're so great. Since you don't take my words seriously, then just wait to feel your failure." Zhang Manting sneered. "Ting Ting, don't be so stubborn. What if our extremely intelligent director, Su, can sign some small contract, such as some trash project that we don't want?" "Huh?" Ojian laughed. Zhang Manting nodded. "Dear, what you said makes sense. We can't be too ruthless. After all, they came all the way here to attend Alice's cocktail party in Barley. How about this? I'll go and tell my dad to let the other small companies not have to look at our faces. If there's really a small place that can be given to the embroidery group, then just give it to them. After all, it's also a company in China, right?" Ojiyun laughed and said, father-in-law has always been kind and benevolent. He should agree to this. The two of them sang the same tune, glanced at Su Qingxue with disdain, and then walked away. As for Yi Fan, they were too lazy to ask because outsiders generally knew that Su Qingxue was single. Those who brought the cocktail party were either assistants or bodyguards, so there was no need to think too much about it. After the two of them left, Yi Fan couldn't help but ask, "Wife, is the Phileas Group the media company that spanned across Asia and Europe?" Su Qingshue's expression was also not too good as she said, "You actually know about it. It seems like you've seen the information I gave you." Since you asked me to see it, of course I'll take a look." Yi Fan said that Zhang Manting should be the controlling shareholder of the Phileas Group, the daughter of the Zhang family. Su Qingxue took a sip of champagne and said, "It seems like Oh Jiyun wants to recover a city in Europe after suffering a crushing defeat at home. I wonder when he found the daughter of the Zhang family." "That's right. If he doesn't produce some results, the O family will probably lose their right to speak on the board of directors. If it wasn't for his ancestors founding the O family, he would have been expelled by now." Chapter 491. 0491-inch. The O family also wants to open a theater in Europe, buy a cinema, and develop a high-end shopping mall. The two giants, Caird and Brewer, were currently the most powerful partners. If they can cooperate with us, then as long as we have the funds to enter the European market, there won't be any problems. The government and the Chamber of Commerce will have a smooth journey. But if the O family takes the lead, it will be very difficult for us to enter this market. After all, the European market share has always been very stable, and once it is saturated, it will naturally be gone. Is the Phileas Group really that capable? What right does that Zhang have to say that Caird and Brewer will have to look at their faces? Yi Fan still didn't quite understand. Su Qingxue faintly sighed. If it was 3 years ago, it might not have been like this. But in these 3 years, the Phileas Group has acquired several European entertainment companies. They have a large number of contracts with entertainment stars, actors, and artists in their hands. Therefore, in Europe, the two companies that Caird and Brewer want to consider cooperating with, in addition to having a strong capital, if they have abundant performance resources, then they will have a greater advantage in terms of publicity and distribution. Yi Fan nodded. "Oh, then what should my wife do now?" He seems to be very confident. Su Qingxue snorted and finished the champagne in her hand in one gulp. Her eyes were resolute and confident as she said, "Although the Phileas Group has resources, it's not like all of Europe's celebrities are with them. I'm just a step behind the O family. At most, I can just find these entertainment resources from other entertainment companies. Moreover, entertainment is now a global era, so I can also find entertainment companies from all over the world to cooperate with. Besides, tonight's cocktail party was just to get to know Caird and Mr. Brewer, not a formal work meeting. If I were to admit defeat just because they said a few words like that, then I wouldn't have been able to walk to where I am today." Yi Fan smiled. "Wife, I feel that just based on that Oh Jiyun's appearance, he is just a good-for-nothing rich second generation. When you tell Caird and Mr. Brewer about your plan, they will definitely choose you." Su Qingxue blinked. "I am also confident, but the influence of the Phileas Group cannot be underestimated. Compared to them, we do not have any advantage right now, so we still have to be careful." Yi Fan said, "Wife, look, they all rely on their relationships and connections to do business there. How about we also take this path? I'll introduce you to a few acquaintances," and then she glared at him and said, "Do you think I can't do it? Are you looking down on me?" Yi Fan hurriedly waved his hand. "Wife, don't misunderstand. Then I won't say any more. I definitely won't interfere with your activities tonight. What should we do next? To find the Escalade and Brewer?" Su Qingxue calmed herself down and said, "I want to eat something first, then I'll go find Caird and Mr. Brewer. If Mr. Henri Pinot comes later, people will think that I have something to do with the Cayenne Corporation. That would not be good." It seemed that the woman really didn't want to bring him along, in case he met any acquaintances and came out to help her. This temper was really stubborn. He insisted on relying on himself, but Yi Fan could only respect Su Qingxue's choice. Yi Fan started to eat, while Su Qingxue simply ate some fruits and desserts. Then, she took a glass of champagne and started to move on her own. "Brother, Are you eating alone? Fog Knight suddenly appeared beside Yifan. The girl was wearing a short, red evening dress, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders. Her exaggerated figure was still incomparably alluring. Yifan looked at Fog Knight and thought to himself, this girl's figure really can make people restless no matter what she wears. Hey, you're suddenly with me. My wife will probably have an opinion later. I'll have to think of a way to explain again. Yifan said helplessly. It doesn't matter. Miss Su knows that I'm your god sister. She won't think too much about it. Fog Knight felt that Su Qingxue was too gullible. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't want to explain too much. Otherwise, Fog Knight would definitely feel that Su Qingxue was too scheming, and Su Qingxue definitely didn't want him to say it out loud. Yifan thought about it and decided to just tell Fog Knight that he didn't need her protection. He just didn't know if this would make Fog Knight feel cheated or if he despised her. Right at this moment, Yifan suddenly felt two murderous auras locking onto him. Yifan narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that someone would come looking for trouble with him without knowing what was good for him. He could feel that the newcomer's strength was average, probably some nameless nobody. So he said, "Hey, I'm going to the bathroom." Fog Knight also noticed that something was amiss. "Brother, I'll go with you." Yifan narrowed his eyes. The place was too small, and Fog Knight had already noticed the problem. "I'm going to the toilet. There's no need for you to follow me, right?" Fog Knight said, "No, it's because I feel a trace of killing intent here. You don't have your cultivation, so you might not be able to feel it. I'm afraid it's aimed at you. If someone really wants to kill me, they won't have to follow me to the bathroom, right?" "Brother, don't worry. I'll just stand outside and wait for you. I won't go in with you." Fog Knight pleaded. "I promise teacher to absolutely protect your safety. There can't be any mistakes." Sigh. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you." Yifan sighed in his heart. Seeing how serious the girl was, he couldn't bear to tell her that he was lying to her. The bathroom was located in a relatively remote location, and the people in the banquet hall couldn't see what was going on here. Yifan and Fog Knight arrived at the bathroom. Yifan went in to use the bathroom, while Fog Knight stood guard outside. There was no one in the bathroom. Yifan was about to pee when he noticed that the two killers had already pretended to be nonchalant as they walked towards the bathroom. It was a man and a woman, holding hands, as if they were a successful couple who had come to attend a cocktail party. For a professional killer, it was very easy to sneak into such an occasion. Forging an identity was not a difficult task. Otherwise, the rich wouldn't have spent so much money to hire a private bodyguard. Yifan was also puzzled at this moment. Who exactly wanted to kill him? Logically speaking, he had already retired. This time, he didn't come with a high profile and didn't even invite him to the Saite conference. After thinking about it, Yifan could only contact what happened during the day and place his suspicion on Gonzalez, who was in the Metal Tide. This guy was famous for being utilitarian. He wanted both fame and money, and had always wanted to become a legend rank expert. Chapter 492. 0492, if that was really the case, Yifan wouldn't want to make a move. Since he wanted to send someone to test him, he might as well continue to pretend to the end and deal with the changes. When the time came, Gonzalez would show his face and teach him a lesson. Otherwise, if he were to fight with that guy's subordinates, Yifan would feel that he had lost his status. Just a test, and he revealed himself? Then wouldn't I be a fool? Yifan muttered in his heart. Of course, Yifan also believed in Fog Knight's strength. Fog Knight should be able to easily deal with these two ordinary assassins. The man and woman were at the entrance of the washroom. After seemingly unintentionally separating, the man went to the men's washroom and the woman went to the women's washroom. The moment they took a step forward, the two of them moved in a pincer formation, locking on a Fog Knight. One in front and one behind, the two of them suddenly attacked, and a pocket-sized dagger appeared in their hands. Fog Knight was already prepared. With a cold snort, his figure quickly moved horizontally, avoiding the two daggers. At the same time, he quickly sent the dagger in the male assassin's hand flying with a roundhouse kick. Seeing this, the other female assassin chased after him from behind and went straight for the back of Fog Knight's neck. Fog Knight didn't even turn his head as he kicked backwards. His long leg actually completed a 180-degree high kick, once again kicking the female assassin's dagger away. The female assassin didn't seem to expect that Fog Knight's body could perform such an exaggerated attack. Her eyes were filled with a trace of shock. She didn't know that when Fog Knight was adopted by Asmontis, he had the background of the Fusong Aikido family. He was also born in a ninja family and had received some beginner ninja training. Asmontis did not waste the advantage of Fog Knight's family. He gave this disciple a special cultivation path, Aikido, ninjutsu, and assassination techniques. This body's coordination and flexibility was precisely what she had gained from ninja training since she was young. At this time, the male assassin took advantage of the gap and tried to rush into the bathroom to attack Yifan. However, when Fog Knight kicked out, the high heels on his feet smashed into the back of the assassin's head, and the heels pierced into the assassin's head. Of course, this was not an accident. With Fog Knight's skill, he could completely control the rotation frequency and angle of the high heels after they flew out. At the same time, Fog Knight reached out and grabbed the dagger that she had kicked into the air, then shot it out with a backhand. Poochie. Before the female assassin could make a move, her forehead was stabbed by a knife. It seemed that she would not be able to survive. You want to assassinate me with this kind of strength? This is simply courting death. Fog Knight's expression was completely different from when he was with Yifan. It was cold and murderous, like an ice-cold sword. After killing the person, Fog Knight very nimbly took a cleaning sign and placed it at the door. In the blink of an eye, one of the two corpses, one in and one in. He placed one of their bleeding orifices on the toilet bowl and the other on the drain to prevent the blood from flowing out. As for the blood on the ground, Fog Knight quickly wiped it off with a tissue from the toilet, and it was basically impossible to see. As Fan saw that the girl take care of the two corpses in, as she, as he, as in and in. Within, well as in, and well and in, ye as he, as ye. When ye, TSK, looks like the sloppy ghost didn't teach you for nothing. You did very well, Yifan said with a smile. Fog Knight pouted. Brother, no matter what, I'm still the 9th ranked assassin in the world. Don't think of me as too weak. All right, I forgot. My little sister is already a superstar in the world of assassins. Yifan laughed. Fog Knight's eyes lit up. I like this name. Brother, you can call me Little Roar from now on. Yifan saw that Fog Knight had suddenly become lively and cute again. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The combination of a cold and sexy killer and a cute little sister from next door was truly irresistible. When Fan Xian saw Fog Knight suddenly become lively and cute again, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The combination of a cold and sexy killer and a cute little sister from next door, this little girl's charm was truly irresistible. Fog Knight smiled sweetly, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. The two of them walked out of the bathroom, took away the cleaning sign, and prepared to return to the banquet hall through the corridor. Fog Knight smiled sweetly, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. The two of them walked out of the bathroom, took away the cleaning sign, and prepared to return to the banquet hall through the corridor. However, Yifan noticed that the cleaner's cultivation was even stronger than Fog Knight's. This information was obtained from Yifan's experience and instinct. However, this time, because Fog Knight had just taken care of the two assassins, he thought that everything was fine and relaxed a little. In addition, his cultivation was a little weaker, so he didn't notice that the cleaner walking towards him was an expert. Fan Xian finally understood why the two assassins from before were so weak. They were simply cannon fodder, just to make Fog Knight relax its vigilance. The real assassin was this cleaner. This time, he was probably the only one who would make a move. Yifan muttered in his heart, but he wasn't in a hurry. He continued to chat and laugh with Fog Knight. He also wanted to see if Fog Knight would react. In any case, Yifan himself wouldn't feel any danger. Just as he passed by the cleaner, the man instantly released a burst of true spirit chi that could only be found in the body refinement stage. One of his left hands waved towards Yifan's waist, while the other took out a tri-edge military knife from under a rag on the car. This smooth movement was so fast that it was only a few tenths of a second. Compared to Fog Knight's reaction just now, it was even faster. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. It seemed that Fog Knight was indeed lacking. He was young and easily deceived. He thought that after the assassination was settled, the other party wouldn't come to the second round so quickly. Of course, all of Yi Fan's thoughts were only a matter of an instant. When Yi Fan was about to make his move, he suddenly felt a shadow flash past his eyes. Fog Knight. Yi Fan was shocked to see that the moment Fog Knight discovered that the cleaner was about to assassinate him, his body actually turned into a violent, moving shadow, and from his right, he directly circled to Yi Fan's left. The girl's movement speed was so fast that Yi Fan couldn't even see it clearly. He could even vaguely see a white-gold electric current surging around her body. It was as if the girl had turned into a bolt of white lightning. Bam! Fog Knight punched the assassin in the chest. The man didn't even have time to react. He thought that he was going to succeed, but he didn't expect his chest to be struck by lightning. Chapter 493 049 3-inch AOO. The man opened his mouth miserably and spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. You? What the hell are you? The man didn't understand how Fog Knight was able to move at such a high speed. From his reaction to his attack, it was already inhumanly fast. Yi Fan also didn't understand. Fog Knight's speed already made him feel a little pressured. Just now, Yi Fan only dared to say that he could barely receive that punch, but he might not be able to. Of course, with Fog Knight's power, it was still very difficult for it to cause much damage to someone at Yi Fan's level. However, the assassin who was knocked down suffered a huge loss. He didn't expect Fog Knight to be able to react. Fog Knight, on the other hand, didn't seem to be feeling well. The girl's face was a little pale as she took out a ninja dart hidden in her clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that the assassin was injured, she condensed a ball of true energy and shot the ninja dart into the assassin's throat. This assassin, whose cultivation was actually slightly higher than Fog Knight's, inexplicably died on the spot, unable to close his eyes in peace. Yi Fan noticed that something was wrong with Fog Knight's body. He supported the girl and said with a frown, "Shower. Brother, I'm fine. I'll send this corpse to the storage room." Fog Knight said. Yi Fan checked Fog Knight's pulse, then touched the girl's arm muscles and said in a deep voice, "You're still saying you're fine? Did that move of yours put a lot of pressure on your body? Your physical fitness is simply unable to withstand that kind of high-speed movement. Fortunately, your meridians were not damaged, and only your muscles were damaged. However, this is already very dangerous." Fog Knight looked at Yi Fan in shock. "Brother, you found out." Yi Fan sighed and said, "Even if I don't have any cultivation, my medical skills and understanding of cultivation are still there." "Oh." Fog Knight weakly lowered its head. "I was also in a hurry. There was no other way. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't have been able to stop his assassination in time." Of course, Yi Fan understood the girl's thoughts. He also didn't expect that Fog Knight would really have a way to stop her. However, he had also witnessed the miraculousness of this little sister of his. It seemed she still had a secret that no one knew. "Put him in the storage room first, in case someone finds out later." As Yi Fan spoke, he dragged the assassin's corpse to a small room with miscellaneous items. After cleaning up the scene, Yi Fan pulled Fog Knight to a small balcony on the second floor. "Shang, tell me, how did you achieve that kind of movement speed?" Yi Fan asked seriously. "If I remember correctly, Asmuntis shouldn't have this kind of absolute art, right?" Fog Knight said uneasily, "Brother, don't tell teacher about what happened just now, okay?" "Why?" "Because teacher said that I am not allowed to use 100 shadows. If teacher finds out, he will definitely punish me to face the wall and think about it." Fog Knight said pitifully. 100 shadows? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "Is this the name of this movement method? Teacher gave it to me. Actually, I don't know what it is either." Fog Knight, after a simple explanation, Yi Fan finally understood the whole story. It turned out that during Fog Knight's training with Asmuntis, he had been constantly oppressed. His impatience and unwillingness had reached an extreme. She didn't know why, but Fog Knight felt a surge of electricity run through her body. Her speed suddenly increased to a level that even she found hard to believe. She injured Asmuntus with a single palm strike. One had to know that at that time, Fog Knight was only 15 years old, and his cultivation hadn't reached the body refinement stage yet. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to injure Asmuntus, who was already one of the top assassins in the world at that time. However, after that attack, Fog Knight's body bled internally. It took him more than half a month to recover from his injuries. From then on, Asmuntus strictly forbade Fog Knight from using this strange ability, because he felt that this ability might have a very bad effect on Fog Knight, and it also had a lot of side effects on the body. The key was that they had no way of knowing whether this ability was a superpower or some strange innate talent. To be on the safe side, not using 100 Shadows was the most reasonable thing to do. Teacher also said that 100 Shadows is too much of a burden on my body. My body can't take it all. Unless I reach the great perfection of the body refinement stage, I can't take the risk. Fog Knight regretfully said, "It's a pity that I don't know how long it will take me to reach the great perfection. I feel that if one day I can use 100 Shadows as I please, I should have a chance to surpass teacher." Yi Fan curled his lips. "It's not just surpassing the slovenly ghost. I might not even be able to take that punch just now." Fog Knight blinked its eyes strangely. "Brother, don't you have no cultivation? It's normal for you to not be able to catch it." Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and said, "Anyway, it is indeed very powerful. Come on, you should rest well today. Your muscles are all strained. If you want to protect me, you should change it to someone else. Don't do it yourself." Although Fog Knight was very depressed, it knew that Yi Fan was speaking the truth, so it could only obediently nod its head. "Then, brother, don't let my teacher know. Just say that I was injured in battle." Fog Knight was still a little afraid of his strict teacher. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "Got it. Even if he dares to blame you, I will help you block it." Fog Knight smiled sweetly. "Yeah, I have my brother to protect me now." After saying that, Fog Knight suddenly hugged Yi Fan's neck and kissed him on the cheek. Yi Fan was stunned. What did this mean? Fog Knight used its finger to block Yi Fan's mouth. "Don't think too much. This is a little intimate contact between a little sister and a big brother." Fog Knight smiled and blinked, then turned around and walked downstairs. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. When the Saite conference ended and everything calmed down, perhaps he should find a time to teach the simplified version of his movements to Fog Knight. This way, Fog Knight might not need to be at the great perfection of body refinement to be able to use some of 100 Shadows' abilities. Come to think of it, Yi Fan was a little curious. What was the mystery behind Fog Knight's background? If this wasn't an ability, then it could only be talent. As for talent, it was often related to one's bloodline and bloodline. For example, the Phoenix Girl, Xiao Exin, her power came from the Phoenix bloodline. This kind of talent, others could only envy. It was simply impossible to imitate. Chapter 494. 049, for he didn't expect that as soon as he went downstairs and entered the banquet hall, he would see Su Qingxue standing with a few well-dressed businessmen. At the same time, Oh Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting, the couple, were also together. The group of people seemed to have smiles on their faces, but if one listened carefully, they would be pushing each other with open spears and hidden arrows. A middle-aged white man with a curly beard said to Su Qingxue, "I'm sorry, Miss Su. We have already discussed cooperation with the OG group, and we're just short of signing the contract. The cooperation with the embroidery group can only depend on the opportunity in the future. Mr. Caird, you haven't even seen our embroidery group's plan with your own eyes, yet you rejected our sincerity. Isn't this too irresponsible for your company and your employees?" Su Qingxue's eyes turned cold. She didn't expect Oh Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting to move so quickly. They had already shifted all of Caird's attention to them. Miss Su, I've been doing commercial real estate, especially the development of theaters and cinemas. I've been doing it for more than 10 years. Including my father and grandfather, our family has been doing it for more than 60 years. We know very well how to operate. So in fact, most of the planning and publicity plans are pretty much the same. There's not much difference between looking at your plans and not looking at them. Caird had a complacent look on his face. Su Qingxue didn't think so. I think, Mr. Caird, your words are very irresponsible. This means that you have already begun to walk the path of self-restraint. The reason why your Caird company needs to cooperate with us, a new company that develops in China, is because you want to get rid of this stagnant water and reinvigorate the European market. If you choose OG just because of the intervention of the Phileas Group, I think this is no different from gambling. It's not an innovative and progressive approach at all. Ojiyun said coldly and arrogantly, I say, Su Qingxue, you're too arrogant. How do you know that our plan is definitely inferior to yours? Could it be that our company's talent team really can't compare to your embroidery group? Don't treat Mr. Caird as a layman who doesn't know anything. Mr. Caird knows a lot more than you do. He's just being humble and doesn't want to bother with you. That's right. Zhang Manting also laughed mockingly. From the looks of it, you can't afford to lose at all, so you're being unreasonable here. We're all people with status. Is there any meaning in this? Qingshue's face was expressionless, but the hand holding the wine cup slightly tightened her fingers and said, I don't want to waste my breath with you guys. I just want to ask Mr. Caird, do you really not regret not looking at our company's plan? Caird's eyes were also filled with arrogance. He chuckled and said, Miss Su, I've already made it very clear. I know what kind of partner our company needs. All right. Su Qingxue turned her head and looked at the other middle-aged man who was wearing a colorful suit and had his hair combed back. He was dressed in a rather retro style. Mr. Brewer, does your company have the same thoughts as Caird? Brewer narrowed his eyes and seemed to be hesitating. Ojiyun quickly said, Mr. Brewer, we just met the day before yesterday. We had a good chat. In less than 5 years, at least 30% of the high-end shopping malls in Europe will be controlled by us. Brewer smiled warmly. Mr. O, we had a good chat, but I haven't made a decision yet. Su Qingshue's eyes flickered as she said, Mr. Brewer, if you haven't made a decision yet, it means that their plan isn't 100% satisfactory to you. If you have time, we can have an in-depth chat about the prospects and plans for cooperation in the next day or two. When Brewer heard this, he hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Su, let's put it aside for now. I want to ask you a question. What problem? Your embroidery group might not be any worse than OG and the Philip Group in terms of funds, but you don't have any foundation here, nor do you have any resources that can be used directly. What exactly is it that makes you so confident that as long as we talk, we will choose your embroidery group? To put it simply, can you summarize the main advantages of your embroidery group? If you can move my heart, we'll make an appointment to meet tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Brewer said. Su Qingxue fell silent, as if she didn't know how to reply. Ojiyun, who was at the side, laughed and said, Mr. Brewer, this question of yours is making things difficult for Director Su. It's obvious that she doesn't have any advantage. Li Yifan quietly watched from the back and listened. He also wanted to know, if Su Qingxue didn't have his help and connections, what exactly did she want to rely on to make a name for herself in the overseas market? Suddenly, Su Qingxue raised her left hand and placed it on her chest. With a face full of confidence, she said, I, Su Qingxue, am the greatest advantage. Everyone at the side immediately fell silent. Ojiyun and Zhang Manting were sneering, while Caird was frowning. Brewer, on the other hand, had a face full of interest. Why? Brewer asked. Su Qingxue said with a calm expression, I believe that before we met, the two of you already know about the development of our embroidery group over the past few years. You must also understand that my identity here is different from theirs. Su Qingxue gestured to Ojiyun and said, Mr. O is just a loser. He fled to Europe and wanted to seek help, which means that he doesn't even have the courage to face me head-on. I, Su Qingxue, came here to be the victor of siege. I don't need anyone's help. I'm just here to find someone to succeed with me. Perhaps no one will cooperate with me, and my success will slow down a little, but the result will still be the same. The leader of a great enterprise might not know how to sell products, how to overcome technical problems, or how to talk about business, but he should definitely understand how to become a winner, not a loser who ran away in defeat. This earth is only so big. Where can you escape to in the end? The only result is to be kicked out of this game. Ojiyun's face alternated between red and white when he heard this. Su Qingxue, don't talk nonsense here. I didn't run at all. We, OG, are here to cooperate, and everything will happen naturally. But Su Qingxue ignored him and asked, Mr. Brewer, is this reason okay? Brewer laughed and stretched out his hand. Miss Su, your inner strength is far more attractive to me than your appearance. I will have my assistant contact your company for a specific time to discuss the details. The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth slightly moved as she shook hands with Brewer. Ojiyun was naturally so angry that he gritted his teeth, but since Brewer had said so, they couldn't forcefully stop him, lest they angered Brewer. Chapter 495. 0495 Mr. Leibson? Caird hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. I didn't expect you to come to this reception. This must be your beautiful daughter, Miss Barbara. The one who walked over was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, wearing brown glasses and shiny hair. He was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man in a striped suit. The man's hand was covered with all kinds of large diamond and gem rings, and on his wrist were strings of beeswax, red sandalwood, and agarwood bracelets. Walking in the banquet hall, almost everyone who saw him would look at him with reverence. Many people wanted to approach him, but they were afraid and hesitant. Beside the man was a voluptuous woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked to be in her 20s, but her facial features were quite sexy. She was wearing a yellow low-cut evening gown and a sparkling diamond necklace. Hearing Caird call them, Leibson didn't even look at him and simply replied with a hum. Barbara, on the other hand, smiled and waved. Hello, you must be Caird, right? Although she was an elder, Barbara clearly didn't take this Caird seriously. However, Caird hurriedly smiled and said excitedly, Yes, this humble one is Caird. It's an honor that Miss Barbara still knows me. Ojiyun, who was at the side, asked in a low voice, Darling, who are these Rebus and Barbara? Zhang Manting's face was rather nervous at this moment. She lowered her voice and said, You don't even know Mr. Leibson? Haven't you heard of Reggie Chemicals? What? Ojiyun was shocked. He's the war maniac, the thunder known as the Thunder Beast. Brewer narrowed his eyes. Hearing the conversation between the two people beside him, he smiled and said, That's right, he's the Thunder Beast, Mr. Leibson. On the surface, he's the boss of Reggie, one of the top 3 chemical companies in Europe. However, he was one of the top 3 arms dealers in the world. It was said that there was no arms that he couldn't get, and the quality of his arms was the best in the world. In front of his arms kingdom, Reggie Chemicals was just a small part of it. That Barbara is the apple of his eye, and also the only soft spot in Reba's heart. So, no one dares to not give Barbara face. Ojiyun and Zhang Manting's faces were pale. To them, such a person was too high and out of reach. An arms dealer was a symbol of status and background. If you had no status or background, the world's major countries would not tolerate you buying and selling weapons everywhere. The military factories would not even bother with you. For example, Philip and the Uji Group, after working hard for a year, they could only earn a few $100 million in profit. But with just a few missiles, these few $100 million would be gone. In comparison, they weren't even on the same level. After discovering that Rebus had come, more and more rich people began to rush over and gather here. They all kept greeting Rebus and Barbara, flattering them with some nice words. Barbara was all smiles from ear to ear. She seemed to be very satisfied with this group of people's flattery. However, Rebus didn't pay much attention to them. He looked at them with disdain. This group of rich people with at least a few billion euros in wealth seemed to have no value in his eyes. Arms dealers, do they have any business dealings with them? Qingxue was very puzzled and asked Brewer, Mr. Brewer, why are they all trying to curry favor with Rebus? Brewer shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Miss Su, you are still too inexperienced in this area. Arms dealers didn't just resell arms. They directly affected the economy of the world because their arms were the key to starting a war. Without arms, there would be no war. Every merchant in the banquet hall had their businesses scattered all over the world. In any region, Once there was a war, it would be a huge economic crisis, but it could also be a huge opportunity. An arms oligarch like Rebus could have a certain impact on the economies of all over the world by himself. Moreover, he had his own connections in the Congress of the United States and the parliaments of all the major European countries. The resources that a person like him has can no longer be measured by money. Qingxue suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Then Mr. Brewer, why don't you go up and greet Rebus? You could be considered one of the richest people here, right? Brewer smiled bitterly and said, I also want to greet Mr. Rebus, but look, can I squeeze in? And just now, when Care went up to greet him, did you see Rebus respond? At our level, the gap between us and Rebus is still too great. Unless we can occupy more than 50% of the market in Europe, Rebus won't even look at us in the eye. But at this moment, Rebus, who was holding Barbara's arm, suddenly walked towards Brewer. Brewer suddenly felt a little nervous. His hand that was holding the champagne trembled as he hurriedly tidied up his collar. The dozens of pairs of eyes present were all paying attention to Rebus' movements. In fact, with Rebus' status, it was already a great honor for him to be willing to come to such a banquet. Mr. Rebus, it's an honor to... Brewer thought that Rebus had come to find him and reached out his hand to shake hands. However, Rebus directly passed by him and walked in front of Su Qingxue. Then, he lowered his head, and on his expressionless face, the corner of his mouth suddenly moved, and he grinned. This should be Miss Su. It's my honor to meet you in Barley. I'm Rebus, and this is my daughter, Barbara. The scene suddenly quieted down. Other than the violin band's performance, there was no other sound. Cared and the other rich people thought that they had seen wrongly and kept blinking, their faces full of confusion and shock. Oh Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting's faces turned pale as they watched this scene in disbelief. Brewer didn't even have the time to care about his awkward situation. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The father and daughter, who disdained all the rich and famous people present, actually took the initiative to walk in front of this young businesswoman from the East and greeted her so politely. Not only did this group of people not understand, Su Qingxue was also confused. She only instinctively shook hands with Rebus and Barbara. Good fortunately, she had a strong mental fortitude and quickly calmed down. She said, Mr. Rebus, this seems to be the first time we've met. Do you know me? Rebus nodded. Although this is the first time I've seen you, I've long heard of you. Miss Su, can I have the honor of inviting you and your male companion to the balcony for a chat? As Rebus spoke, he looked meaningfully at Yi Fan, who was behind Su Qingxue. Chapter 496. 0496 Yi Fan, who was behind her, was the person that Libsun truly wanted to greet. However, it was impossible for a person like Libsun to expose his intentions too easily. If he were to directly find Yi Fan, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, because no one was interested in Yi Fan in this venue. If they were to suddenly find him, it would cause a lot of people to pay attention to Yi Fan. By looking for Su Qingxue to get close to Yi Fan, Libsun wouldn't let Yi Fan get into trouble. Everything would be much more natural. She was getting more and more curious. What kind of person was her husband? Why would even the top 3 military oligarchs in the world come to pay a visit? However, Su Qingxue's mental fortitude was very good. She calmly nodded, of course. Under the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd, Su Qingxue and Libsun, father and daughter, walked toward a balcony on the second floor. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be just an ordinary follower. He stood beside Su Qingxue and followed her upstairs. Of course, there were some people at the scene who knew the truth. For example, old Pinot's son, Henry Pinot, had been in the crowd the entire time, silently watching all of this. Some of the big shots in the business world who had come into contact with Yi Fan didn't dare to deal with Yi Fan and Su Qingxue at the banquet. This was because Yi Fan had already stated that they were not allowed to help Su Qingxue through their connections. However, the appearance of Libsun gave Henry and the other rich people a reason to get close to Yi Fan later. After all, Su Qingxue, who even Libsun wanted to talk to alone, was definitely worth saying a few words to get close to. As a result, Henry Pino and a few other rich people who had the same thought silently waited at the staircase. At the same time, on the balcony on the second floor, the balcony door was closed and the balcony quieted down. Noticing that no one dared to look in this direction, Libsun smiled and nodded to Yi Fan, the princess of hell. I've long heard of Lucifer's great name. I am Libsun, a friend from the underground world. Give me face and call me the Thunder Beast. This is my daughter, Barbara. Come. Barbara, quickly pay your respects to the great king of hell. Barbara, who was at the side, also retracted the charming smile on her face. She lifted her skirt and bowed in a rather dignified manner. Your Excellency Lucifer, it's an honor to meet you. Yi Fan raised the champagne in his hand. You're welcome. I know that you have a good relationship with Mammon. In this world, other than enemies, there are only friends, so you guys can do whatever you want. Although her face was as calm as possible, when she heard Libsun's words, her imagination ran wild, and all sorts of sounds kept echoing in her mind. Shu Qingshua's heart was beating wildly. King of Hell? Lucifer? What is this? Could this be Yi Fan's name overseas? So what do these titles represent? What kind of identity does he have to make the top 3 arms dealers in the world greet him so politely? Fan Xian also knew that Su Qingshu definitely had a lot of questions, but since Rebus had come looking for him, it would be difficult for him to hide it. Moreover, the two of them were already married. Sooner or later, he would have to let Su Qingshu understand some of these identities and backgrounds. Therefore, Yi Fan smiled at the woman and said, Wifey, I'll explain it to you later. Su Qingshu bit her lower lip, feeling wronged in her heart. She had already been married to Yi Fan for more than half a year, but she still didn't know what kind of background she had. She was always shocked by this kind of thing that popped up. Rebus did not smile, and his face once again became very rigid as he said, Although Greed, Mammon, and I got to know each other late, we admire each other, so our relationship is indeed not bad. His channels can sometimes help me complete some transactions, and my supply will occasionally help him with his business. I heard that Mammon will also be present at this Sai-Te rating conference. At that time, maybe we'll meet again at the conference. Today, my intelligence channel told me that Lord Lucifer and Miss Su will be attending this banquet, so I brought my daughter over to greet them first. Barbara also hurriedly smiled and said, Sir Lucifer, you and the great deeds of the 2 years of holy war are legends that my father often mentions. I have always been looking forward to meeting you, but I didn't expect you to be so young. Yi Fan shook his head. This is not a beautiful memory. I'm not an arms dealer. To me, war is life and death, not a business opportunity. Tonight is the reception of the Merchant Association, so let's talk business. My wife is the main character tonight. I don't want to steal her limelight. Barbara hurriedly giggled and said, Miss Su, you are really lucky to be able to marry such a young legend rank expert as your wife. Su Qingshu forced a smile, but in her heart, she muttered, Who is Mammon? What is a holy war? What did a legend rank expert mean? Su Qingshu's mind was filled with questions, but she had no way of asking them. She could only deal with them first. Sir Lucifer, forgive us for being presumptuous, but I hope we did not disturb you tonight. If you have time, please come to our manor so that we can do our duty as hosts. Rebus invited. Let's talk about it later. It's almost time for the Sai-Te rating conference. I still have some things to take care of. Yi Fan casually declined. He wasn't interested in dealing with arms dealers. The four chatted for a while before returning to the banquet from the balcony. Rebus and Barbara quickly left. They only came to see Yi Fan. As for the others, they simply couldn't be bothered with him. However, once the two of them left, Su Qingshu, who was left behind, became the focus of attention. To be able to make Rebus pay a special visit to a female merchant, she must be extraordinary. As a result, one famous tycoon after another began to take the initiative to chat with Su Qingshu. Moreover, their attitudes had changed by 180 degrees. Even though their professions were completely different, they still wanted to build a good relationship with Su Qingshu. In this way, Su Qingshu was extremely busy. She didn't even have time to talk to Brewer, who she had dealt with before. Brewer, on the other hand, was very anxious. He squeezed himself in the middle of a group of rich people and eagerly said, "Director Su, you must not forget our cooperation. I will send you an email immediately." Previously, he had asked his assistant to contact him, but this time, Brewer planned to do everything himself. He definitely couldn't let this opportunity to cooperate slip away. He was glad that he wasn't as arrogant as Kai Lei and gave this young businesswoman a chance. On the other hand, Caird's face was ashen. He was so angry at Oh Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting that his teeth itched. Chapter 497. 0497-inch Mr. Caird, you don't have to worry. Even if Su Qingxue has a certain background, we can still cooperate. Oh Ji-yoon wanted to appease Caird's emotions, but Caird directly interrupted him. No need, Mr. O. We do not intend to cooperate with your company. The contract we agreed on before is cancelled. Caird gritted his teeth and said, What? How can you go back on your word? Oh Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting's faces were ashen, but they didn't dare to say anything. Caird coldly snorted. We didn't sign the contract. How can this be considered going back on our word? I don't want to risk the wrath of Mr. Liebson by cooperating with you. With that, Caird immediately ran over to Su Qingxue's side. With a bashful face, he said in a low voice, Miss Su, I've thought about it carefully. I feel that your company's conditions are even better. Su Qingxue was busy dealing with the people in charge of a few multinational consortiums. When she saw Caird, she frowned and said, I'm sorry, I'm no longer interested in cooperating with you. Caird's face stiffened. He had been given a cold shoulder. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still extremely depressed and regretful. When Oh Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting saw this scene, they were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Caird would rather go over there and be coldly rejected by Su Qingxue than cooperate with them. Didn't this mean that even if they, Oh Ji and the Philip group, joined hands, they would still be like trash that Caird would disdain? In this kind of situation, Oh Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting no longer had the face to stay at the banquet. The two of them hurriedly walked out of the banquet, not daring to say anything more to Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue actually didn't put these two competitors in her eyes. She was busy dealing with these real business tycoons, and that was already enough for her to work hard. Henry and a few of the big shots in the business world who knew Yi Fan silently stood together with Yi Fan. Sir, this time, it's not that we want to help Miss Su. It's just that Liebson's influence is a bit too great. Henry said with a smile. Li Fan Xian sighed. This is not something I can control, so don't go up and join in the fun. I hope my wife doesn't mind. After the cocktail party, Su Qingxue was invited by more than 20 multinational corporations and consortiums, all of whom had the intention to cooperate with her. This was a merchant like Henry Pino, who already knew Yi Fan and didn't deliberately come up to talk to him. Otherwise, Su Qingxue might have received more than 10 invitations. Originally, Su Qingxue had only tried to contact a company that was interested in this wine party, but in the end, the embroidery group had become the hottest partner. In the car returning to the Four Seasons Hotel, Su Qingxue closed her eyes to rest and didn't say anything. When she returned to the hotel room, Su Qingxue felt as if she had collapsed. She sat on the bed and gasped for breath for a while. There were even some fine beads of sweat on her forehead. When Fan Xian saw the woman like this, he finally came to his senses. Although the woman seemed to be able to deal with it easily, she still felt a lot of pressure when she saw so many big shots in the business world that could only be seen in financial magazines. Fan Xian couldn't help but smile as he sat by the bed. He reached out his hand to pat the woman's shoulder, but Su Qingxue immediately sat away. Wife, what are you doing? Are you really angry with me? Yi Fan said in distress. I really didn't let Rebus come. I don't know him. This is the first time I've seen him today. Look at Henry and the others. Those who know me don't even dare to come over and strike up a conversation with us. I respect your choice. Su Qingxue turned her head to look at him and faintly said, Who said I was angry? Then you. Who the hell are you? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan was stunned. He could see a trace of unfamiliarity and hesitation in the woman's eyes. Who is Mammon? What is a holy war? Why do they call you Lucifer? The king of hell? Su Qingxue asked a few questions in a row. It's already this late. are you still trying to hide everything from me? Yi Fan let out a long sigh. After a moment of silence, he said, Mammon is a good brother of mine. He is one of the 3 biggest arms dealers in the world. Mammon's arms channel was the strongest in the world, and Rebus had the best arms. Therefore, the 2 of them had a certain degree of cooperation. As for me, I used to establish an organization called Inferno, which is also known as Hell. They praise me and call me the King of Hell, and Lucifer just so happened to be the leader of the 7 kings of Hell, so they call me that. Holy War? That's a long story, and it involved a lot of problems. Wife, when I have time, I'll get someone to get you a copy of the information. I won't talk about it tonight, okay? Hearing this, Su Qingshue's heart was thumping. She swallowed her saliva and asked, then, Legend rank expert, is that what they call you? Yi Fan nodded with a bitter smile. That's right, it's just that outsiders are praising me. I actually don't care about these false reputations at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have run back to China and be my part-time worker, right? Su Qingxue looked at the man's silly expression. Yi Fan was still the Yi Fan. Although there were so many strange backgrounds, this person was at least real. Thinking of this, Su Qingshue's gaze softened and she couldn't help but pout. I agreed to work hard for the opportunity to cooperate with you, but now you've ruined it again. Wife, how could I have known that Rebus would come over? Yi Fan innocently spread out his hands. I don't care. In any case, it's all because of you. In their eyes, I'm sure that I've become the kind of woman who relies on your relationship to succeed. You are too annoying. In the future, I can't let you attend this kind of party with me. I'm the one who pays you, but others think you're helping me. Su Qingshuo angrily stood up and walked to the table beside her. She poured a cup of mineral water and gulped it down in one gulp. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he could only echo, That's right, my salary is still given by you, my wife. If I'm wronged by them, my wife will suffer too much. When I get back, I must make it clear to them that they must not open the back door for you because of me. They must talk about business truthfully. Su Qingshuo turned around, her face cold as she looked at Yi Fan in dissatisfaction. Do you look down on me in your heart? Do you think that without you, I wouldn't be able to do anything? Today, I'm going to be defeated by O Ji-yoon and Zhang Manting? Yi Fan hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. I really didn't think that way. Wife, what you said to Brewer was very interesting to me. I think you're really outstanding. I admire your incomparable confidence at all times. Really? Su Qingshuo asked doubtfully. Chapter 498. 0498 Rumble, rumble, rumble. A violent thunder exploded, causing the entire barley to tremble. Su Qingshuo opened her beautiful eyes wide, her face full of astonishment. Yi Fan's entire face turned green. He suddenly ran to the window and pulled open the curtains. He discovered that dark clouds had already gathered outside, and a thunderstorm was about to fall in the middle of the night. What the F***CK? Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Although the rainy season in the Kingdom of Enamel was usually in winter, it shouldn't be raining right now. The key was that you were going to rain. Why did you have to strike thunder? When Yi Fan turned around, he discovered that Su Qingshuo was actually covering her red lips with one hand. She was laughing so hard that her shoulders were shaking, and her pair of beautiful eyes were looking at him mischievously. This was the first time he had seen Su Qingshuo laugh so happily. The woman seemed to enjoy seeing him embarrassed. Wife, this has nothing to do with my oath. I'm talking about lightning striking me, not thunder from the sky. What I said just now was true. Yi Fan quickly explained. Su Qingshuo stopped smiling, but her face was still rosy. She nodded and said, You don't need to explain. I already know anyway, and the heavens have already told me the answer. You can look down on me, but I'm relying on you anyway. Things have already turned out like this, and I can't change it. After saying that, Su Qingshuo laid on the bed and gave herself a pillow. She said, I want to rest for a while. I'm too tired today, so you can go and play by yourself. With a bitter face, Yi Fan threw himself onto the bed and said to the woman, Wife, don't be like this. I really don't think you're relying on me. Don't be angry at me. I'm not angry. Su Qingshuo closed her eyes and said indifferently, I don't believe it. You must be feeling uncomfortable. I didn't expect that Live Son would come over tonight. Yi Fan said in distress. I already said, I'm not angry, and I don't have the qualifications to be angry with you. You're so amazing, you're a legend, and you're also a king. What am I? I'm just a small merchant. I've already benefited a lot from you, and I still dislike this and that. Then I would be too outrageous, wouldn't I? Su Qingxue said leisurely. The more Fan Xian listened, the more he felt his scalp go numb. Wife, please don't say that. The more I listen, the more flustered I get. Just open your eyes and look at me. You can definitely feel how sincere my eyes are. Su Qingxue sighed, turned her head to look at the man, and opened her beautiful eyes. Their eyes met, and Su Qingxue suddenly extended her hand and placed it on Yi Fan's face. This was the first time Su Qingxue had taken the initiative to do such a kind of intimate action. I already said that I'm not angry. Why don't you believe me? Do you really think I can't tell if you look down on me in your heart? Actually, I'm a person who sometimes is too pretentious. I know that you're good to me, but I'm often stuck in a dead end. Thinking about it carefully, many other women bought things at home, took care of their children, ate men, used men, and lived with men. They were all living well. No matter how useless I am, I'm still a rich woman, right? Compared to those women, I think I'm pretty good, right? Su Qingxue blinked. Yi Fan finally heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He hurriedly grabbed the woman's hand and said, Wife, if you think like this, then I'm relieved. Actually, do you know, even if you don't do anything and buy things and play at home every day, I won't despise you. What I like is you. It has nothing to do with you being the CEO, being the chairman, or achieving anything. Su Qingxue nodded. I know. Actually, after getting to know you, through the people you know, through the things you did, especially after meeting Mr. Liebson today, I've already thought through a lot. To you, my small family business is nothing at all. It's only natural that you don't take it to heart. But I took over the embroidery group from my grandparents. This is the company I've been watching since I was young, and I have feelings for it. Moreover, those employees are from thousands of families, and they want me to take care of them. So, I can't really be a woman who only knows how to buy and buy. Don't despise my little job, okay? Ha. Yi Fan looked at the sheep-like woman and was overjoyed in his heart. Su Qingxue's white and tender face was a little like a white bun. Her slightly pouting appearance was extremely alluring. The iceberg beauty was not rare. What was rare was that when the iceberg melted, it revealed a touch of warmth. At this moment, looking at his wife and listening to her sweet voice, he felt that she was the cutest woman in the world. Yi Fan liked her very much. Wife, can you call me hubby? I've been calling you my wife for so long. I really want to hear you call me hubby. Yi Fan wanted to strike while the iron was hot. When Su Qingxue heard this, she pursed her lips and said, Not yet. You haven't proposed to me yet, ah? Yi Fan rubbed the back of his head in disappointment. That's right, then I'll think a proposal for you. Su Qingxue pouted and said, Yi Fan, do you really want to officially marry me? Don't you think I'm pretentious and hard to deal with? I really don't have a good temper. Wife, why are you still asking such a question at a time like this? Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Haven't we been together for more than half a year? Do you think I despise you? Then what do you like about me? Aren't there a lot of beautiful women around you? Even if I'm a little prettier than them now. I'm old, so wouldn't I not be as good-looking as a young girl? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Yi Fan sighed and hugged the woman's head, letting her stick to his chest. Su Qingxue leaned on Yi Fan's chest. Her delicate body suddenly froze and nervously asked in a low voice, what are you doing? Listen quietly, Yi Fan said seriously. Su Qingxue blinked her eyes and listened quietly. Did you hear the sound of my heartbeat? Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue nodded. What's wrong? Yi Fan said, Before I met you, I had never held a woman before. My heart would beat faster, and when I kissed a woman, my heart would beat uncontrollably. I don't care if you're pretentious, if you have a bad temper, or if you're unreasonable. I only know that you're the first woman who can truly move my heart. Do you understand? Su Qingxue's eyes were blurred as she stuck to Yi Fan's chest. Listening to the strong and powerful heartbeat inside, she seemed to be infatuated. Rumble. Another thunderclap rang out, and it began to rain cats and dogs outside. Chapter 499. 0499. The rain washed through the streets and alleys of Barley. Under the dark night sky, the lights and the water scattered about. This fashionable and romantic city seemed to have become a strange and bizarre magical world. In front of a shop that specialized in selling drinks on the side of a street, a figure wearing a black trench coat, a large hood, and a black umbrella stopped in his tracks. The man in black opened a black leather bag that he carried with him and threw an oiled envelope into a trash can at the side. After throwing it away, the man in black quickly left and quickly disappeared into the night. After about a minute, a curly-haired young man wearing an apron walked out of the wine shop. He casually walked to the trash can, opened it, took out the oiled paper bag, and walked back into the shop. All of this happened in a very short period of time. Under the night sky, it seemed that no one would notice all of this. However, a pair of eyes at the top of the opposite building silently watched. Half an hour later, in a business suite of the hotel where the Dragon Soul was staying, the chief of the Dragon Soul Foreign Affairs Bureau, Hole, sat in front of the computer, smoking a cigarette as he looked at the computer screen, deep in thought. Hole was addicted to smoking, so he specially chose this kind of room where he could smoke, and it was also convenient for him to live alone. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Hearing that, Hole immediately closed his laptop and asked, "Who is it?" "Commissioner Ho, I've bought the food you wanted." The voice of his assistant, Song Meiji, came in. Only then did Ho Lei stand up and walk over to open the door. The chubby Song Meiji seemed to be very tired from walking. She was panting and holding a bag of food and rice from a Chinese restaurant in her hand. "Little Song, it's been hard on you." Ho Lei took the food and said with a smile. Song Meiji wiped the sweat and rainwater off her face and hurriedly shook her head. "It's not hard at all. Chief Ho can't get used to eating these foreigners' food, and I can't get used to it either." Ho Lei smiled and said, "All right, there's nothing else for today. You can rest now. I'll look for you tomorrow morning." "Sigh, all right, Chief Ho." Just as Song Meiji was about to turn around and leave, Ho Lei thought of something and called out, "Wait a minute. What's wrong, Chief Ho? Is there anything else?" Song Meiji asked. Ho Lei frowned. "Go take a look and see if Wu Mo is here. Let me know once you've confirmed it." Song Meiji nodded. "Okay." Only then did Ho Lei return to his room, open the lunchbox, and slowly eat. About 3 minutes later, Song Meiji's call came in. "Little Song, is Wu Mo around?" "Chief Ho, Chief Wu isn't in the room." His assistant, Xiao Li, said that Chief Wu went out at 6 in the afternoon and hasn't returned yet. "I think he went to meet a friend of Bali's," Song Meiji said. Ho Lei narrowed his eyes and nodded. "Got it. You've worked hard. Take a rest." "Yes, Chief Ho." After Ho Lei hung up, he turned on his computer again, looked at the screen, and fell into deep thought again. Four Seasons Hotel, Su Qingshue's room. After listening to her heartbeat for a while, Su Qingshue's face flushed red as she straightened her body and lightly snorted. "Your words are too mushy. I can't take it anymore." Yifan felt helpless. "Wife, what I said is true. I'm a martial artist, so controlling my heart rate is a very common thing for me. Even if I face thousands of soldiers and horses, even if I face life and death, my heartbeat won't fluctuate too much unless I go through intense exercise. However, when I hug you and kiss you, my heartbeat immediately goes out of control. This feeling is something I've never felt before when I faced other women." "How do you know?" Su Qingxue retorted. "It's not like you've met all the women in the world. Who knows, maybe in the future, your heartbeat will also react to other women." Then who can say that?" Fan Xian gloomily said, "If you have to say it like that, then all the men and women in the world don't need to get married. Who can say that they won't be able to meet someone they love more in the future? Just wait." Su Qingxue lowered her head, her two hands kneading the pure, white blanket. "But I've never fallen in love with someone. I don't even know what love is like. How do I know if you truly love me?" Li Fanxian lowered his head and took a whiff of the jasmine fragrance emitted by the woman's hair. "I don't know either. There's no such thing as a strict standard for emotions. Even 1 plus 1 equals 2. Scientists can't say the absolute principle, let alone love. I only know that when I'm with you, even if you scold me and lose your temper, I won't hate you. I like you no matter how I look at you, and it's very easy and happy to be with you. It's not easy to find someone who can be with you and won't despise you. Why are you thinking so much? Su Qingxue raised her head and looked at the man. Yifan's eyes were very clear and pure. So narcissistic, you can't dislike me. You're the one who doesn't have the qualifications. You have to know that I really despise you. You have so many women outside, and you still shamelessly say that you want to marry me. I think you are treating me like a fool. You married me because you saw that I was stupid and easy to bully. If other women married you, they wouldn't tolerate you. Su Qingxue mumbled. Yifan smiled awkwardly. Wife, you're not stupid. You're a fool with great wisdom. Your IQ is so high. How could you be stupid? Save it. You must be thinking that this woman is just a silly and sweet girl who is easy to fool. After bullying her, she'll be fine after being coaxed, so it's convenient for you to keep flirting around, right? Su Qingxue said. Yifan was speechless. Is there a need to? If I think so, then I won't get married. Why would I want to have a wedding with you so eagerly? How would I know? In any case, you must have married me because you thought I was stupid. Wife, your logic isn't right. I don't care. You're leaving. It's so late. I still need to remove my makeup. Su Qingxue pushed Yifan and let the man down. Yifan was very puzzled. Wife, did you put on makeup? Why can't I see it? Are you stupid? Tonight at the banquet, I have to put on some light makeup, but my skin is good and my eyes are big, so the makeup doesn't look too different. I just used a little foundation and changed into a blue contact lens. Su Qingxue got off the bed and rubbed her eyes. My eyes are so dry. I'm going to take off my contact lens. When Yifan heard the woman praise his beauty in such a confident manner, he couldn't help but want to laugh. However, when Su Qingxue said this, he noticed that Su Qingxue's eyes were really blue and beautiful. Wife, your eyes are so beautiful. So you look so good wearing blue contact lenses. Your skin is also white, just like a mixed race. Yifan said bluntly. Chapter 500. 0500 Yifan's entire body quivered. He secretly cursed himself for asking for trouble, and hurriedly changed his words. Wife, because I think you don't need to look at these small details anymore. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. In my eyes, you have already subconsciously made me feel that you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Of course, I ignored these details. I don't believe it. You're lying to a 3-year-old. Su Qingxue disdained. Really, wife. Moreover, you are a beauty with a temperament, so you don't need to care about these things on the outside. Your temperament will instantly kill 99% of the beauties. When I look at you, even if I vaguely look at you, I can still feel that you are especially beautiful. Yifan said righteously. Only then did Su Qingxue purse her lips and say with some joy, You can see my temperament? Of course. Yifan nodded vigorously. Then what is my temperament like? Su Qingxue asked curiously. Yifan calculated for a moment and said, Wife, your temperament is divided into several levels. You are usually very ordinary, and at your worst, you could be considered a great beauty in the human world. If he dressed up a little and was in a better state, he would be a fairy. Once you attend the banquet like tonight and release your aura, you will be at the level of a goddess. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes. The more you talk, the more unreliable you become. You speak as if you've eaten honey. I won't be deceived by your sugar-coated bullets. You're going out. I'm going to remove my makeup. Yifan saw that his wife should have calmed down, and the stone in his heart was lifted. He smiled and said, Wife, then I'll be leaving. You should rest early. Su Qingxue waved her hand. When Yifan walked to the door, Su Qingxue's voice came from behind. I don't have work tomorrow. Yifan quivered and hurriedly turned around and said, Wife, then I'll take you out to play tomorrow morning. Su Qingxue pretended to be indifferent and said, Sure, let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Yifan smiled and nodded, happily closing the door. After leaving Su Qingxue's room, Yifan wiped the sweat off his forehead. To be honest, serving Su Qingxue was a very difficult task, but after coaxing a woman to be happy, his heart was strangely satisfied. Yi Fan even suspected that he had a tendency to like being abused. Why was it that the more unruly a woman was, the more he wanted to love her? But then again, after understanding Su Qingxue more, he felt that this woman was becoming more and more adorable. Yi Fan had never enjoyed the sweetness of falling in love before. In this half a year, after falling in love with a woman he knew, he had finally slowly experienced the taste of love. However, whether it was with Ning Zimo, Feng Yuing, or any other woman, this kind of emotion was not as thorough as what Su Qingxue had given him. Although it wasn't fair to other women, Yi Fan really enjoyed the feeling of getting along with Su Qingxue the most. One radish for one pit. I just like the taste of this silly white sweet. Yi Fan laughed at himself. Thinking about it, he really should propose to Su Qingxue as soon as possible, but this proposal had to be a bit more vigorous. Otherwise, how could he face himself? And how could he let down a woman? Just as he was thinking, Yi Fan unknowingly walked back to his room. As soon as he arrived at the door, he noticed that an acquaintance had come to visit. However, the corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a smile. He didn't expose her and pretended not to know anything. He swiped the room card and walked into the room. In the room, a figure was squatting on a chair by the window. His long hair covered his eyes, and his dirty clothes were wet. Ouch! Yi Fan pretended to be shocked. Sloppy bastard. Why did you come to my room to scare people in the middle of the night? Yi Fan turned on the light in the room and saw Asmontis. The world's #1 assassin naturally didn't need to expend much effort to enter the room. Like a monkey, Asmontis jumped down from the chair and said with a sullen face, "Boss, are you all right? What can I do?" Yi Fan smiled, smoked a cigarette, and handed it over to his old brother. Asmontis took the cigarette, took out a lighter, and prepared to light one for Yi Fan. Yi Fan opened the French door and walked to the balcony. "Come outside and smoke. Why are you always so reckless? Do you have any manners?" Asmontis had no choice but to walk outside and light a cigarette for Yi Fan. Hiss! Yi Fan took a deep breath and said, "Did you find out who did it?" Even if he didn't ask, he could guess why Asmontis had come to find him. Asmontis nodded. As expected, it's someone from the Metal Tide. It seems like Gonzalez is already impatient to sit in the position of a legend rank expert. This time, there's a rare legend rank summit. He probably wants to prove in front of all the experts in the world that he is qualified to sit in the top 10 legend rank positions. Yi Fan chuckled and shook his head. Since he likes to sit so much, I'll let him sit. Is there a need to test me so often? Boss, we won't allow Gonzalez to take your position. Even if you lose your cultivation now, you still have us. We, Inferno, are one. I have already discussed it with Azazel. We will accompany you to the summit. When the time comes, you will command, and we will make our move. We will definitely not let Gonzalez succeed," Asmontis said with a sharp gaze. Yi Fan smiled and patted his brother's shoulder. "Sloppy bastard, I appreciate your kindness, but I have long since looked down on these false reputations. When the time comes, if Gonzalez doesn't go overboard, we will let them have their way. To be honest, what I want is to retire from the martial arts world and live a comfortable life with my wife and my lover. It's boring to fight and be stared at all the time. If I had any other goal in life, it would be to wake Angel up again. As for the rest, there's nothing to fight over." "Boss, you're still not willing to give up on Angel." Asmontis frowned. "Of course I won't give up." Yi Fan smiled and said, "There's nothing I can't do. I've already discovered that the Earth axis controlled by China might be the hope to awaken Angel. That's why I'm dealing with the Dragon Soul." Asmontis suddenly understood and nodded. "Boss, regardless of whether Angel can wake up or not, she will definitely protect you," Li Fanxian happily said. "You sloppy bastard, you finally said something nice. All right, this girl. What exactly happened to her 100 shadows?" Asmontis' eyes flashed. "She used 100 shadows. Don't get excited. She's afraid that you'll find out about this. But you and I are brothers, so I'll tell you directly." Chapter 501. 0501 Asmontis sighed. "Boss, to be honest, I'm not sure how this girl obtained such an ability. It looks like it's a talent she was born with. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know how much you're worth? It's fine if you teach her assassination and concealment, but this kind of abnormal speed movement method is definitely not something you can teach. Just tell me, how much do you know about her background? She refused to say it herself, so I want to hear it from you. Yifan planned to ponder over Fog Knight's background. Asmuntis took 2 puffs of a cigarette and frowned. When I adopted her, she didn't know anything and didn't know what had happened. A few years ago, when she was almost done with her studies, I let her go free and let her find her roots. In the end, she found the Aiki Dao that she cultivated, which originated from a school called Misty Shadow. And the family that this school belonged to, the Fog Knight family, was strangely annihilated the year she was adopted by me. Exterminated? Yifan was stunned. You mean they were all killed? Yes, and the murderer is a mystery. No one knows who killed their entire family in one night. Her mother was a female ninja. She might have abandoned Bayan so that Bayan could escape death. Yifan finally understood why Fog Knight was unwilling to mention her background. For anyone, this was a cruel reality that was difficult to accept. No wonder this girl's cultivation is so extraordinary at such a young age. The flames of revenge in her heart will definitely be able to support her to cultivate harder than anyone else. Yifan sighed. As Muntis said, I feel that if she finds her enemy, it might not be a good thing. I have a premonition that the person who killed everyone in the Fog Knight family is not someone that easy to deal with. At most, as his master, you can help your disciple out when the time comes. Yifan patted his old brother's shoulder. Asmuntis was silent for a moment, then said, She won't accept it. I know my disciple. Yifan's smile froze, and he could only sigh silently. All right, let's stop talking about Little Ro. What's the feedback from those who were sent to monitor the Dragon Soul? When Asmuntis heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. As you expected, the guy you suspected does indeed have a problem, but there's more than one person with a problem in the Dragon Soul. Yifan smiled and said, Is that so? What other unexpected gains do you have? I want to listen carefully. Under the same night sky, there was a building belonging to the Enamel Country's military. A huge metal badge was embedded in the top of the building. The emblem looked like a pentagonal shield with a storm pattern on it. This was the headquarters of the Enamel Country's foreign mercenary corps, the Metal Tide. In the command room of the commander of Metal Tide, a burly man more than 2 meters tall, was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing a leather windbreaker. The man's body was covered with bulging muscles. Even through his leather clothes, one could still feel the immense power hidden within. This person was the creator of the Metal Tide, and was also one of the experts considered to be closest to legend rank. He was known as the Steel Giant, Gonzalez. In other words, from beginning to end, it was Fog Knight who blocked the assassination for Lucifer. The man asked in a low voice. Outside the desk at the back stood a man and a woman. They were the backbone of the Metal Tide, Helena and Gray, whom Yifan had met before. Yes, guild leader, I think this is definitely unusual, because according to my observations, Lucifer did not react at all. Gray said, Furthermore, we also discovered that Asmuntis of Baphomet had sent a few assassins to secretly wander around Lucifer. I think it might also be for the sake of protection. Helena said. Gonzalez turned around. On his knife-like face, one could see that the muscles on his face had obvious lines. From head to toe, this person seemed to be made of steel. When Lucifer suddenly retreated, I felt that things were not simple. Logically speaking, he should be in the limelight after defeating his master, the Black Emperor. At that time, I was still confused. Could it be that in this world, there was really someone who could see through all the fame, all the benefits, and be an ordinary person? Now it seems that Lucifer was also forced to do so. Even if the Black Emperor died, it would still cause irreparable damage to him. Gonzalez grinned and said, he actually dared to come to this Psi-Te ranking conference. He really doesn't take me, Gonzalez, seriously. Since he wants to give us a big gift, then how can we, the Metal Tide, not accept it? I want to see who in this world dares to question the status of our metal tide after we trample all of the demons of Inferno, who once shook the entire underground world under our feet, to question my Gonzalez's strength. Gray and Helena looked at each other, both very excited and proud. The two of them saluted, and Helena said, "Congratulations, guild leader. You're finally going to fulfill your wish and ascend to the position of one of the top 10 legends that should have belonged to you." Outside the window, a bolt of lightning flashed across. The electric light illuminated Gonzalez's face, and the corner of the man's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Around 9 in the morning, after Yi Fan and Su Qingxue finished breakfast, they brought the woman to tour around Barley. Yi Fan was proficient in enamel, and he was quite clear about the history of almost all the countries in the world. Thus, as a tour guide, he was able to speak clearly and logically. Only now did Qingxue realize that this man was far more cultured than she had imagined. It would be very easy for him to be a history professor. She really didn't know what had gotten into him. He didn't even want to go back to China and insisted on being a water and electricity repairman, a game trainer, or something. When he arrived at the Eiffel Tower, Yi Fan saw that the other couples were taking a group photo, so he naturally took out his phone to take a picture with Su Qingxue. "Wife, come, let's leave a souvenir." Yi Fan hugged Su Qingxue's fragrant shoulder and moved closer, wanting to take a picture. However, Su Qingxue was unwilling. She twisted and said, "What are you taking pictures for? Your photography skills are so bad. At least use a beauty camera. My hair is all messed up, it's so ugly." Yi Fan was depressed. "Wife, you're so beautiful, yet you still don't take a picture. Then how do you make the other women who are taking pictures here feel?" Yi Fan didn't care if the woman was willing or not. He shamelessly pulled the woman and took a picture with her. At this moment, an Asian man who was holding a camera and dressed like a photographer walked up to the two of them with a smile. Chapter 502. 0502. Yi Fan was puzzled. "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" "It's like this. I'm a photographer for Barley's fashion magazine. Our magazine is doing a special report on the most beautiful Barley impression. I saw this beautiful lady at the foot of the Eiffel Tower like a goddess descending to the mortal world, so I wanted to invite this beauty to take a few simple photos. Of course, we will not use the photos for commercial promotion. Please rest assured, we will not interfere with your privacy," the photographer said with a smile. When Su Qingxue heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of shyness in her eyes. Although she had been told that she was beautiful since she was young, she still felt that it was too exaggerated to be praised as a goddess descending to the mortal world by a foreigner. Yi Fan, however, put his arm around Su Qingxue's shoulder and said, "Where will your magazine use the photos?" The photographer said, "It's in magazines and websites, and there will be some exhibitions. Then if my wife's photo is taken, it will definitely attract a lot of traffic." "Isn't that traffic money? Why do you call it not doing business?" Yi Fan asked unhappily. The photographer was a little helpless. "Sir, if you insist on saying that, we can't refute it. But we are only doing this out of the pursuit of beauty, not to use this young lady." Yi Fan turned his head and asked Su Qingxue, "Wife, do you want to take a picture?" Su Qingxue was naturally shy. At most, she would only take an interview photo in a financial magazine. How could she take a photo in a fashion magazine? However, Su Qingxue also felt that if she took a picture of this scene, it might really be very beautiful and unforgettable. I don't care." Su Qingxue thought for a moment, but still hesitated. Yi Fan nodded and asked the photographer, "Will you give my wife money? The money for the right to the portrait?" The photographer spread out his hands. "Sir, we are interviewing and photographing on the streets. It's impossible for us to take out a sum of money. If this young lady is unwilling, then we can only give up." When Yi Fan heard this, he immediately said, "You guys don't even give me a single cent, and you want me to share my wife for others to see? Do you think I'm an idiot? Why should I share my wife for no reason?" Su Qingxue was drunk from hearing this. What exactly was this guy saying? Thus, she couldn't help but poke Yi Fan's waist. "What nonsense are you talking about? It's so unpleasant to hear. What do you mean by sharing?" Fan Xian chuckled and said, "Anyway, I won't show it to anyone else. I wish that I was the only one in the world who could see my wife. You're too childish. Su Qingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Speechless, the photographer shook his head with a smile, gave up, and walked away. Fan Xian felt that there was absolutely no problem with his choice, and said, "That's right, you're mine. I'll share you with other men, unless I have something wrong with my head." "He's in the arts. Why are you thinking so much? Sometimes I think you're really childish. Your thoughts are so childish." Su Qingxue shook her head and pretended to be regretful. "I still want him to take a few beautiful pictures. You gave me too ugly." Hearing that, Yi Fan hurriedly said, "Then I'll go find you the best photographer in the world. But you can only keep your photos at home. Don't show them to me, or I'll be jealous." Su Qingxue couldn't help but laugh and speechlessly said, "You're just a child. I'm just teasing you. I don't want to take pictures." Hee wife, haven't you heard of this saying? When a man loves you, he's like a child, but when a man doesn't love you, he can be even more mature than your father. So wife, you have to believe that I really love you in my heart." Yi Fan blinked. Su Qingxue pouted, "I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Not a single serious word. I'm going to eat. Hurry up and take me to eat something delicious." "All right, wife, I'll take you to eat snails." "No, so disgusting." Time always flew by when they were having fun. Yi Fan brought the woman around, bought some gadgets, and sat on the Ferris wheel. Although they didn't do anything too intimate, the two of them were getting along more and more like an ordinary couple. After playing for a day, Yi Fan also told Su Qingxue that he had some things to take care of. For at least the next 3 days, he wouldn't be able to move around with Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue already knew that Yi Fan's background was a little special. Although she still didn't know much about the underground world, she was clear that the place Yi Fan was going to wasn't a place she could casually go to. Therefore, Su Qingxue only cared about doing her own work and didn't want to ask too much. She only agreed to return to China on time. Yi Fan, on the other hand, considered that he didn't have time to buy any gifts in the next few days, so he went online to choose some things and asked old Pino to prepare some gifts for Feng Yuing, Ning Zimo, Chu Yunyao, and Du Yuner. The first 3 women were his beauties, and Du Yuner was his little sister. As for Mu Mu Mu, she was still a university student, so Yi Fan felt that it wasn't appropriate to give her luxury goods. At this time, Yi Fan couldn't help but think of Su Lingshan, who had disappeared without a trace. If Su Lingshan was still here, he would definitely prepare another gift. Located southwest of Barley, a small town called Limer was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It was not easy to be disturbed by the outside world, and it was very easy to seal off some information. Therefore, this year's Saite conference was held here. An indoor football field in Limer had been transformed into a huge venue for the Saite conference. These days, people from the underground world who had rushed over from all over the world had already filled up the hotels in the small town of Limer. The government of Enamel had sent a large number of troops to guard every corner of the small town in order to prevent any disturbances. Yi Fan, along with Asmuntus and Fog Knight, sat in an extended Hummer and arrived at Limer Town. Normally, people from the underground world would stay in hotels, but Yi Fan was different. Naturally, his old friends wouldn't let him stay in a hotel. Instead, they directly booked a small farm in town. In fact, when a legendary figure appeared in front of the ordinary people of the underground world, it was enough to cause a sensation and cause all sorts of disturbances. Therefore, the Saite Association wouldn't want people of this level to stay in hotels. Arriving at the farm, as soon as he got off the car, he could see large tracts of crops and a few windmills on the emerald green lawn. Although most of the equipment on the farm had been replaced by modern technology, the buildings that remained still gave people a strong sense of nature. A few luxury cars that looked out of place on the farm were parked outside the farm, indicating that there were already some extraordinary people inside. "Boss, I heard the sound of iron striking," Asmuntus said with a smile as soon as he got off the car. Chapter 503. 0503, he walked to a tool room in the farm. There was a man inside, hammering a horseshoe. The man's upper body was bare, revealing his bronze skin and strong muscles. Every muscle was like a rock. From the side, He had a head of short, curly black hair, a sharp and angular face, and a string of golden earrings on his ears. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of irons striking was filled with power and rhythm, as if it could strike a person's heart. Following this sound, one's heart rate would also change. Seeing this one, 9-meter-tall brawny man, Yi Fan and Asmuntus both had smiles on their faces. On the other hand, Fog Knight, who was at the back, shouted, "Uncle Aziz, why did you start forging as soon as you arrived?" This burly man was the leader of the Barham's mercenary group, known as the Peninsula War God, Aziz. Aziz turned his head and saw Yi Fan standing there, so he put the horseshoe into the pool beside him. Sizzle, sizzle, white steam rose up. Aziz threw down his hammer, turned around, and bowed to Yi Fan from afar. His face was expressionless as he said, "My Prince." Then he nodded to Asmuntus and Fog Knight. "Sloppy bastard, why are you so late when you brought the boss over? What does it have to do with me?" "It's the boss who wants to play with sister-in-law for a day," Asmuntus said. "All right, boss. Why didn't you bring sister-in-law along?" Aziz asked. Yi Fan walked over and patted Aziz's shoulder. "All right, you paralyzed face, you call me as if I'm about to die. Bring my wife here. Do you want to scare her? It's been so long since we've seen each other. Can't you just smile?" Aziz grinned and smiled. "Boss, actually, I wanted to go to Barley to look for you guys yesterday, but after thinking about it, I decided to come here first to see how they were doing. This farm was reserved by that guy, Beryl. You know how unreliable that guy is. And I know you like riding horses, so I'm going to make a horseshoe. There's a horse on this farm that's not bad." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Do you still remember that I like riding horses? That was 5 or 6 years ago. At that time, I was riding in the Pampas because I needed to chase people. I really didn't want to waste energy running by myself. I didn't say that was my interest. But boss, you don't lack money, so nothing you give me has much value. You're also married, so you can't give me any beauties. I don't know what to do to make you feel better, so I can only make a pair of horseshoes," Aziz said regretfully. Seeing such a tough guy say such heartwarming words, Yi Fan was still very touched. He had been with them for so many years and had gone through thick and thin with them. Each of them felt as if they owed him and were always thinking of ways to repay him. But in reality, everyone needed to rely on others in order to survive in the underground world, open up a new sky, and achieve one's career. From the start, Fancian didn't feel that his achievements were all due to himself. Instead, he relied on many friends and luck, so when he chose to retire 3 years ago, he didn't feel too reluctant. "Blacksmith, I appreciate your kindness, but it doesn't matter if I ride this horse or not. I just want to have a few good drinks with you guys." Yi Fan grinned and said, "Did you bring any good wine? You've already become the imperial advisor, so the royal family should have given you some good wine." Aziz frowned and said, "Boss, I really don't have that. Beryl, that guy, must be stingy again. I don't see any wine here either. Wait, I'll call them right now and have them send some over." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a slightly shrill voice coming from an underground location. "Damn blacksmith, you're speaking ill of me behind my back again. I, Beryl, am loyal to the boss. The sun and moon can testify. How could I not offer the boss good wine? I, cough cough, damn, I prepared a wine cellar full of fine wine." Everyone looked to the side and saw that there was actually an entrance to the underground wine cellar. The wooden door opened and a figure walked up from below. Perhaps it was because of the dust in the wine cellar, but he was still choking and coughing. This was a handsome, fair-skinned, blond boy with freckles on his face. He wore a flowery shirt, a very fashionable necklace, and ring. Boss, you're here. I, Beryl, have missed you so much." Beryl was holding a large oak barrel in his hand. He looked quite thin, but his strength was not small. After putting down the oak barrel, Beryl ran in front of Yi Fan and hugged him. "Whoa, boss, where have you been for the past 3 years? I've been dreaming of you every day. You finally let me see you again." Yi Fan pushed this guy away and scolded him with a smile. "Don't disgust me. What are you crying for?" Amongst the brothers, Beryl was definitely a living treasure. This guy didn't seem like someone who mingled in the underground world at all. Instead, he was like a playboy who mingled in the entertainment industry. wine tasting, food tasting, music, love with women. As long as it was related to playing, he was good at it. The key was that this guy relied on his ability to interact with all sorts of people. He knew people in the entertainment industry, the film industry, and even the political circles of some countries. He was lazy all day, mingling in all sorts of parties and banquets. He was too lazy to even train, so although he was the same age as Leviathan, his strength was much weaker. However, even though Beryl didn't seem to be the same kind of person as the big guy, no one would really despise him. This was because in a battle back then, Beryl had once blocked a blade for Yi Fan and almost died. Yi Fan and the other brothers could naturally see that although this guy seemed to be useless, deep down, he was actually very loyal and not any worse than the others. Boss, you can't blame me. You've been gone for more than 3 years. I really miss you too much. I have your photos at home, and every day I wake up, I look at you. Sometimes I even cry. Beryl said, wiping his eyes. Come on, what home do you have? Haven't you always been home to the 4 seas? Besides, how could I have any photos to put with you? Your mouth. It's been more than 3 years, but it still hasn't changed at all. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Boss, when he rented this farm, he even asked me to borrow 2 million euros. He's really stingy, Azazel said in disdain. Beryl hurriedly explained, Smelly blacksmith, why are you framing me? When I rented this farm, I bought the wine from his farm. The wine in this cellar is good wine from Lafayette's Manor. Drink as much as you want. Is 2 million too much? Chapter 504. 050, 4-inch you blacksmith. Why don't you talk about brotherhood at all? Boss said it well. Love and loyalty are worth 1,000 gold. Is it interesting for you to haggle over such a small amount of money? Beryl said loudly. Yifan raised his hand. Beryl, you reminded me. You still owe me over 100 million. Even if it's a round number, it's not too much for you to return me 100 million, right? Beryl's face immediately collapsed as he cried out in grievance. Boss, I am your most loyal fan. Why did you stab me at this time? I'm so sad. I don't want to live anymore. You guys are all ganging up to bully me. I've worked so hard to find a good place to wait for you guys to gather, but you don't even have a good word to say. I don't have the abilities of my brothers. I don't know how to fight, I don't know how to sell firearms, and I don't know how to kill people and run away. I'm just a piece of trash. I only know how to borrow money from you, but I don't know how to earn money. Woo-woo. As Beryl spoke, he actually fell to the ground, crying and rolling on the ground. He didn't care about his face at all. Looking at Beryl's shameless appearance, Yifan, Azazel, and Asmontis were all speechless, but they couldn't help but want to laugh. Fog Knight had long since been unable to hold back his laughter. Uncle Beryl, your rolling and begging for mercy technique hasn't regressed at all. Beryl raised his head and said pitifully, Now that even Nisui looks down on me, what's the point of me living? It seems that I don't have the face to see my boss and brothers again. At this moment, a voice shouted from outside, Boss, what are you all doing inside? Since you're here, hurry up and play a few rounds. If you don't come, the Leviathan will hit me. Everyone knew who it was when they heard the voice. They turned around and saw a big black fatty grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he walked over with a big belly. Boss! The big black fatty walked over, bringing with him a gust of wind as he gave Yi Fan a heavy hug. If it wasn't for Yi Fan's good physique, an ordinary person would have died from this bear hug. Mammon, you bastard. Don't tell me you're also playing cards when you get to the farm? Yifan looked at Old Black and couldn't help but laugh. Apart from selling arms all over the world, Mammon loved casinos and beauties in private. Boss, if you don't like Texas, we can play Mahjong, which is popular in Huaxia. I could do anything. Mammon chuckled. Yifan waved his hand and said, Come, let's go play. Aziz, you don't have to forge iron anymore. You forge iron all year round. Although we call you blacksmith, you should save it for the next 2 days. Yes, boss, Azazel said solemnly. Belphegor, who was lying on the ground, saw that everyone was about to leave and did not care about him at all. He could not help but cry, Boss, what about me? Are you going to abandon poor Beryl just like that? Yifan turned around and said, Bring the wine barrel with you. Let's go drink. Okay. Only then did Beryl get up, pick up the oak barrel, and follow happily. The group arrived at the farm owner's former residence. The decor of the house was simple and rustic, with a thick woolen carpet on the floor. At the long table in the dining room, the Leviathan, who was wearing a coat, was sitting there staring at the cards in his hand in a daze, his face calm. Seeing Yi Fan and the others come in, the Leviathan hurriedly stood up and respectfully called out, "Boss." Yi Fan saw the Leviathan's expression and couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you have to play with Mammon? Your stone head plays Texas. It would be strange if you could beat Mammon. I just can't accept it. Why do I lose every time?" The Leviathan said as he threw away his poker card. Yi Fan saw that the Leviathan's hair had already turned to short hair, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Big cuttlefish, where are your cuttlefish tentacles? Why is the braid on your head gone?" A man's gentle smile appeared on Leviathan's face. "Hee. When I was hugging my daughter, my braid often made my daughter unhappy, so I cut it. The sea demon's sea monster actually has such a mushy side. I really didn't expect this." Beryl chuckled. The Leviathan suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Beryl's collar. "You trash, when are you going to pay me back the 2 boxes of jewelry and the 30 million magnesium gold?" Beryl's face immediately turned bitter, and he laughed awkwardly. "Big squid, don't be like this. We are of the same age after all, and I'm still a few months older than you. Give me some face, I owe a lot of debt. I'll pay it back later." The few people beside Yi Fan immediately burst into laughter, while the Leviathan was at a loss, not knowing what they were laughing at. After chatting for a while, everyone finally took their seats. Yi Fan sat at the head of the table, looking at Azazel, Asmuntis, Mammon, Leviathan, Beryl, and the others who were sitting on both sides, his heart filled with emotion. At this time, Fog Knight didn't dare to sit down. After pouring wine for everyone at the table, she obediently stood behind Asmuntis. Yi Fan didn't say anything, and no one said anything. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, no one had a joking expression on their faces. Even a guy like Beryl had a heavy expression on his face. Everyone's eyes were filled with memories, and they were all lost in their thoughts about the past. After a full 10 minutes of silence, Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, "I remember that in the past, this table, it can be filled." There were a total of 12 seats at the long table. This was the number of members when Inferno was first established. In fact, from the establishment of Inferno to its dissolution, there were no more than 12 people. It only took 2 years for an organization formed by 12 people to become the fastest in the underground world to be promoted to an S-class organization. 2 years of holy war, and also the most glorious chapter of Yi Fan and Inferno. Aziz said that guy, Mephistopheles, couldn't come. "Sally has to stay on Purgatory Island, so she can't come either," said Asmuntis. Yi Fan picked up his wine cup and said, "The first cup of wine is to the 4 brothers who have already left, Beelzebub, Abaddon, Samuel, and Luo Foku. Although they're no longer here, we will always keep their seats." Everyone at the table raised their glasses and drank a full cup of wine. After drinking this cup of wine, the serious atmosphere faded away. Yi Fan wanted to drink with these old brothers until tomorrow, and then drink to his heart's content before going to the Psi Te rating conference. However, he didn't expect that a call would come to Azazel. "What is it?" Azazel picked up the phone and frowned. "Don't you know who I'm with today?" Chapter 505, 0505, Inch Metal Tide. Aziz's eyes flashed as he raised his head to look at Asmuntis. Asmuntis' expression also changed. After realizing something, he looked at Yi Fan worriedly. "Did I hear wrongly?" Mammon shouted at the top of his voice. "The Metal Tide even dares to attack Bahamut? Don't they know that the one standing behind Bahamut is the boss?" Boss, looks like you haven't come out for a few years, and these guys have already started to raise their tails to the sky." The Leviathan laughed sinisterly. "How about we, Inferno, regroup? Now that we have a strong army, if we combine my sea demon, the blacksmith's Bahamut, and the sloppy ghost Baphomet, it will only be a matter of the blink of an eye for us to crush a Metal Tide." Yi Fan was a little speechless. He waved his hand and said, Don't harm me anymore. I finally got rid of you troublemakers with great difficulty, and you still want to tire me to death? Aziz and Asmuntis had complicated expressions on their faces. They naturally thought that the Leviathan and the others did not know about Yi Fan's loss of cultivation. In fact, Leviathan and Mammon knew that there was nothing wrong with Yi Fan's body because Yi Fan had contacted them a few months ago. Boss, a group of people from our Bahamut had a quarrel with the people from the Metal Tide in the town of Limer, and now they seem to be fighting. I'll go take care of it now, so I won't be drinking with you guys for now. Aziz stood up and said, Hey, blacksmith, this is such an interesting thing. No matter what, we should go and take a look. Mammon stood up and said, I want to see just how strong that Gonzalez, who is known as the Steel Giant, is. Yeah, boss, you haven't shown up in a long time. I didn't even invite you to this Legend Rank Summit. If you go and show your face, I reckon that more than half of the people in town will be your fans. Beryl chuckled. Yi Fan rolled his eyes. Why do I need fans? Do you think I'm an entertainment star? I don't think so. Boss doesn't need to go. As Muntis said, if Boss goes, then it would be looking down on their Metal Tide too much. I'll accompany the blacksmith there and make sure that I can stabilize it. If there's anything to settle, we'll talk about it after the Saite conference. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. This blacksmith and the sloppy ghost both thought that he had lost his cultivation, so they were afraid that he would expose himself if he went out and cause a negative impact. This was because Gonzalez of the Metal Tide was clearly trying to trick him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a coincidence that the people of the Metal Tide would find trouble with Bahamut. Both of them were A-rank mercenary groups, so logically speaking, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. Gonzalez had taken the initiative to deal with him, so he might as well play hard to get. He would let him jump first, and when the time was right, he would teach him a lesson so that he would remember. Go, I still have to go, but I don't have to appear. Yi Fan said, although Bahamut is now your blacksmith's team, I still have some feelings for this name. I still have to care about what I should care about, otherwise it will chill the hearts of my brothers. Boss, if you say so, then let's go together. Aziz immediately said. Asmuntis was also quite helpless, but Yi Fan's words did make sense. If everyone came and something happened to Bahamut, but Yi Fan did not go over, the people below would indeed have thoughts. Go, go, go. I can't wait any longer. It's best if that Gonzalez comes over himself. I'll beat his head flat. The Leviathan stood up and said, Big cuttlefish, just save it. Your set is useful at sea, but this is land. You should just look at the blacksmith's performance. Mammon raised his eyebrows and said. As they spoke, they left the farm. They split into 2 luxury cars and headed straight for the town of Limer. Outside a bar in the town, it was already filled with all kinds of people. There were men and women, old and young, and most of them were dressed differently. They were the various organizations and idle people who had come from all over the world to participate in the Saite raiding conference. In the bar, because of the altercation between the 2 A-rank mercenary groups, the Metal Tide and Bahamut, the scene was in chaos. To be able to see the 2 mercenary groups fighting, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. At this moment, the chaotic battle was nearing its end. The bar was in a mess, and the tables and chairs were all scattered on the ground. There were many pools of blood on the ground, mixed with alcohol, and all kinds of broken glass were stained with blood. 2 groups of people, one dressed in gray military uniforms, with a metal storm emblem on their chests and shoulders. On the other side, there was a mercenary group dressed in desert camouflage uniforms with star-shaped insignias on their chests and sleeves. The mercenaries on both sides were covered in blood, and their clothes and pants were covered in blood. They stood on both sides, panting, and no one dared to act rashly. What the hell is going on? At this moment, a man and a woman, leading a group of mercenaries from the Metal Tide, squeezed through the crowd and entered the bar. When a man asked, the mercenaries on the Metal Tide's side immediately stood up straight. Reporting to Sir Gray, it was this group of people from Bahamut who deliberately caused trouble for us. For the sake of the mercenary group's dignity, we fought with them. The people who came were Gray and Helena. With a sneer on his face, Gray looked at the 7 or 8 mercenaries of Bahamut and said, Everyone of Bahamut, You are the leader in the Arabian Peninsula, but this is the kingdom of enamel. Don't you think you don't give our metal tide any face? Oomph. If it wasn't for your people gossiping and speaking ill of our Lord Lucifer, we wouldn't have bothered to have anything to do with you. One of the leading Bahamut members snorted. Oh, did you speak ill of His Excellency Lucifer? Gray looked at his men. Sir, we were just talking about why Lucifer disappeared for so long after the battle with the Black Emperor. Is that wrong? Bullshit. You were clearly saying that Lord Lucifer didn't dare to show his face because he didn't have his cultivation. You even said that he killed his own master and was heartless and unjust. The whole world knows that my king killed the Black Emperor for freedom, to get rid of the shackles of darkness. In order to free those who live in the shadows of Ol Dewans and the sacred royal court, he fought a holy war. He was righteous. Furthermore, he voluntarily disbanded Inferno. He did not covet fame and fortune and chose to retire. He did not lose his strength at all. A few members of Bahamut were filled with righteous indignation as they said with their eyes wide open. Chapter 506. 0506. Among the mercenaries of Bahamut, a warrior with a star on his shoulder and curly chestnut-colored hair was the captain of this team. Hearing Helena's ridicule, he stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "You must be Gray and Helena from the Metal Tide. I've heard of your names, but I didn't expect the so-called experts to be so disgusting. Although I, Kent, am only a small captain in Bahamut, and am not worth mentioning, I still know what basic respect is for a legend rank expert. Lord Lucifer is not someone that you mercenaries can casually slander. Even if he temporarily leaves us, he is still our God, the only faith of our Bahamut. If you have the guts, then declare war on us, Bahamut, in an open and above-board manner. There are 12 of you here, fighting against 7 of us, and I don't see any advantage for you. With your little bit of strength, we, the lowest level of warriors, can handle it. We, Bahamut, do not even put the strength of your metal tide in our eyes. Haha, what arrogant words. If we didn't deliberately go easy on you, do you think you would still be standing? The people from the metal tide scolded. Kent sneered. Did you guys go easy? If you go easy on me, all of you will still have bruises on your faces? That's because you cheated. We are barehanded, but you are holding weapons. Kent pointed at the broken glass on the ground. There are wine bottles everywhere. You guys are slow to react, and you blame us for being faster than you? No wonder your Metal Tide is barely an A-class organization after so many years. You're really overrated. Our guild leader said that only by admitting your own shortcomings and failures can you achieve higher achievements. You guys can't afford to lose after being beaten up. Damn it. Officer Gray, Officer Helena, they are still humiliating us. Gray frowned and said, Your name is Kent, right? What you said just now offended all of our brothers in the Metal Tide. You must kneel down and apologize to us otherwise. Don't blame us for not giving Captain Aziz face. Kneel? Kent led a group of team members and said with their heads held high, Even Captain Aziz can't make us kneel. We, Bahamut, are only loyal to the great king of hell. With that, Kent led the members of Bahamut and strode out of the bar, preparing to leave. Gray immediately stood in front of Kent and said with a sullen face, If you don't kneel and apologize, don't even think about leaving. Out of the way. Kent was furious. He gathered his innate chi and threw a punch at Gray's heart. Bahamut's battle techniques were all focused on killing on the battlefield, so they were all simple and crude. Although they lacked variation, in a real chaotic battle, variation was not very useful. It was all about life and death. If there was an opportunity, they would attack, and if it was not possible, they would retreat. Gray snorted coldly. He also clenched his fist and punched towards Kent's fist. Bang! Gray was a body refinement martial artist and could barely be considered a great expert. This true spirit chi condensed fist made Kent's fist tremble. Ugh! Kent's body collapsed. The bones in his right hand had been injured, and he could no longer clench his fist. The crowd outside the tavern sighed. They all felt that Kent had overestimated himself. They were indeed not on the same level. Gray said disdainfully, Do you really think that there is no one in our metal tide? If you don't apologize to our metal tide, don't even think about leaving. Kent was helped up by two of his team members. He coldly snorted and said, "A great expert of the body refinement stage. Beating up a small captain like me can be considered as having thick skin. But even if we, Bahamut, die, we will not apologize to you despicable and dirty fellows." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous cheer came from outside. "Well said." After this loud roar, the crowd was pushed aside. A few strong warriors of Bahamut opened the way. Azel, who was wearing a military jacket, and Asmuntus, who was wearing an old dark green jacket, walked in from outside. When the crowd saw the two of them appear, they felt a powerful pressure covering everyone. No one dared to speak loudly. They were almost all communicating with each other in a low voice. "Look, that's the Peninsula War God, the leader of Bahamut, Azel. This aura is really amazing. It makes people nervous just looking at it." As expected of one of the 12 great demons of Inferno who survived the Holy War. Hey, look at the person beside him. Could that person be the world's #1 assassin, Asmuntus? The president of Baphomet? It's too rare to see him. He's here too? Oh my God, is Inferno going to reorganize? Are they going to participate separately this time? Or are they going to participate in the Saite conference together? It shouldn't be. Lucifer is still missing, and it's only natural that Bahamut and Baphomet are here to participate. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, but Azel and Asmuntus did not pay any attention to this. Azel walked in front of Gray and Helena, looked at Kent and the others, and asked, "How are your injuries?" When Kent and the rest of the team saw that the guild leader had arrived, their hearts calmed down. They all nodded and said, reporting to the guild leader, "It's just a small injury." Azel nodded and said to Gray, "You injure my man. Which hand did you use? Break it yourself." When these words were spoken, it was as if Gray had already been sentenced to death, and he could no longer resist. Gray narrowed his eyes and grinned. "Guild leader Azel, I respect you. You are a famous expert from the OLD1's era, but you do not have the qualifications to order me to do anything. Our Metal Tide is an A-rank organization just like your Bahamut. Shouldn't you first figure out what the cause of this matter is?" "No need," Azel said. "Our brothers of Bahamut never do anything wrong because they know very well what the consequences of doing something wrong and discrediting Bahamut are." Helena sneered. "This is not the Arapo Peninsula. You, the Peninsula War God, cannot cover the sky with one hand. Gray, let's go. The guild leader is still waiting for us." Gray nodded and said to the members of the Metal Tide, "Let's go." With a single order, the people of the Metal Tide planned to retreat. However, Azel's hill-like body was already in front of Gray and Helena. "Break your hand, or die here. Choose one." Azel's eyes seemed to burn with the flames of hell, and his killing intent had already filled the entire bar. After exchanging glances with Helena, Gray subconsciously took 2 steps back. Chapter 507. 0507. Obviously, they both knew that it was a pipe dream for one person to deal with an expert of Azazel's level, so the two of them chose to attack at the same time. No one would laugh at them for doing so. After all, their opponent was the Peninsula War God. In the Holy War, he was the right-hand man of the Sovereign King of Hell. Azazel's face was expressionless. When Gray and Helena's fists and kicks reached his neck and waist, Azazel's 2 arms quickly blocked. Bang, bang. Aziz's arm easily blocked the attacks of the two of them. At the same time, he stretched out his hands to grab the two of them. However, Gray and Helena also missed their first attack. They immediately retreated and launched another attack. The two of them quickly shuttled back and forth, punching and kicking Aziz from all directions. The sound of true energy explosions rang out incessantly. Aziz stood on the spot and didn't move much. He just kept using his arms to block their attacks. His arms were much longer than ordinary people's, and his muscles were as hard as a boulder. It was as if he was wearing a metal armor. The lethality of Gray's Jinchi against him was very limited. As for Asmuntus, he stood quietly at the side with no intention of helping at all. The onlookers outside the tavern were dazzled by what they saw. After all, most of them only had the strength of the acquired realm or innate realm. It was still a bit difficult for them to watch a battle between two great masters of the body refining realm. In the narrow space, after receiving more than 30 moves in a row, Azazel roughly figured out their attack routes. Suddenly, he moved his feet, took a big step forward, and grabbed one of Gray's arms with one hand. Gray was moving when he realized that he had been caught. He was shocked, but before he could react, Azazel had already thrown him over his shoulder. Gray, a 1.8-meter-tall man, was as light as a feather in Azazel's hands. He did a 180-degree shoulder throw, and his body even smashed into the position where Helena was standing. At the same time Helena dodged, Gray's arm was twisted by a force, and his bones made a crisp crack sound. Gray screamed. One of his arms was cut off. Aziz let go of Gray and said indifferently, "I said, if you hit my people, I'll break your hands." Everyone was secretly shocked when they saw that Aziz was completely unharmed. The two great experts who had entered the body refinement realm were actually able to deal with the encirclement with ease. Aziz's strength was at least at the large success stage of body refinement. Moreover, his physical fitness far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and his combat experience was extremely rich. Kill him. It's useless to keep him. Asmuntis, who was at the side, suddenly spoke up. Gray and Helena were so shocked that their faces turned pale. They thought that it would be over with just a fight. If they lost, then so be it. The other party was a famous expert, so there was no shame. But, from Asmuntis' tone, he actually planned to silence them. Aziz narrowed his eyes. "Forget it. Tomorrow is the opening of the Saite conference. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. I don't want to argue with the people from the association, so I'll tell them to scram as far away as possible. They're looking for trouble on purpose. Leaving them alive is also a disaster. You know," Asmuntis said with a hint of meaningfulness, "none of them were stupid. The Metal Tide would definitely send a small fry to cause trouble first, and then cause a conflict so that they could find a logical reason to lure Yifan out. After that, Gonzalez could also openly deal with Yifan. Firstly, no one would say that Gonzalez was doing it for fame and fortune. It was only natural that he was doing it to protect his own people. Secondly, Gonzalez could also take advantage of the popularity of the Saite conference to directly advance to the position of a legend rank expert. In short, the Metal Tide's operation this time was aimed at Yifan, and they were certain that Yifan had lost his cultivation. In the face of such a malicious plot by the Metal Tide, Asmuntis had already made up his mind to kill and planned to shed all pretense of cordiality. Of course, Aziz knew this, but he still said, "If you want to kill, kill. We are a mercenary group, not an assassin guild." Pedantic blacksmith. Asmuntis shook his head and sighed. However, he was also clear that with Aziz's old-fashioned style of doing things, he would not kill him unless there was a complete war. However, as an assassin, Asmuntis didn't mind being evaluated. He walked towards Gray and Helena. Seeing that Asmuntis was actually about to walk over, Gray and Helena both looked flustered. The people outside were all shocked. The president of Baphomet was actually going to kill the core members of the Metal Tide? Didn't this mean that before the Saite conference began, Baphomet was going to start a war with the Metal Tide? If that was the case, then this year's Saite conference would be filled with the smell of gunpowder. It would explode before it even began. It's said that the assassination of the king of assassins, Asmuntis, has never had any extra moves. Killing people is always a one-hit kill. Someone began to discuss in a low voice. So powerful. Then wouldn't the two experts of the Metal Tide be finished? You also said that it's an assassination. Now that we're fighting face to face, I don't think Asmuntis will be able to easily kill Gray and Helena. As the voices of the crowd rose and fell, Gray and Helena's expressions became extremely ugly. Their nerves had already tensed to a critical point. The pressure brought about by the world's #1 assassin was no longer just a suppression of cultivation, but also a sense of fear brought about by Asmuntis' glorious resume. Asmuntis narrowed his eyes. He wasn't tall, and standing there, he didn't have much of an imposing manner. However, He faintly had the temperament of a cold dagger that was about to be unsheathed. "Your provocation is very stupid," Asmuntus said indifferently. Without waiting for Gray and Helena to respond, the king of assassins in front of them suddenly disappeared. Clang! In the blink of an eye, everyone heard the sound of metal clashing. Wah! The people surrounding the bar were in an uproar. For some reason, Asmuntus had already moved in front of Gray. He held a black dagger in his hand and was about to slash at Gray's throat. However, an arm that seemed to be made of steel had already blocked in front of Gray. That arm was thick and majestic, glowing with a metallic luster. The tendons on it were also like steel bars, causing people to tremble in fear. "Steel giant, Gonzalez!" The crowd cried out in alarm. When the crowd saw this 2-meter-tall giant wearing a gray fur coat appear and block Asmuntus' lightning strike with his bare hands, everyone's emotions had already reached a breaking point. In front of Gonzalez, Asmuntus' body in the air seemed especially thin and small. He was like a falcon that had flown down from the sky and wanted to attack a giant bear on the ground. There was a huge disparity in physique. Chapter 508. 0508. Asmuntus' attack failed, and his body quickly borrowed the recoil from the dagger to somersault backwards and land on the ground. Like a cheetah ready to pounce, a pair of sharp eyes filled with killing intent stared at Gonzalez. The Steel Giant, Gonzalez. This title just so happened to sum up the two key abilities of this famous expert in the underground world: the powerful body brought about by the steel ability, both offense and defense. A huge and burly figure, a giant strength. Gonzalez was the darling of humans, a member of the adept race. In his body, the metal element far exceeded that of a normal human, and he could also devour metal through his mouth, absorb metal through his skin, and obtain all kinds of metal elements, turning his body into an indestructible metal form. Long before the establishment of the Metal Storm, Gonzalez was already an important figure in the Adept Association. After that, the government of Enamel spent a large sum of money to hire him, and only then did the Metal Storm appear. Asmuntus, if you were assassinating me, I might still be a little afraid of you. But if you want to kill my people in broad daylight, aren't you looking down on me too much? Gonzalez said with a mocking smile. Captain, just now Azazel even injured Gray, Helena said. Gonzalez's gaze swept across Azazel. Oh, it seems like today Bahamut and Baffled are going to join hands to fight against our metal tide. Azazel stepped forward and said, We, Bahamut, never make things difficult for anyone. In our world, besides friends, there are also enemies. If you insist on thinking that we are enemies, then I don't care. Gonzalez moved the joints on his fingers and muttered to himself, There's always been a rumor in the underground world that Bahamut is the strongest mercenary group. I have always had some doubts about this. Since things have developed to this point today, I can't let my capable general just suffer a loss like this. Captain Azazel, I'll give you a chance. You can come with your old friend Asmuntus. If you can win against me, then let's forget about today's matter. If you lose, don't even think about leaving casually. We, the Metal Tide, have never suffered a loss. You still have to kneel down and apologize. Ridiculous. Do you think you can make our captain and Lord Asmuntus kneel? The mercenaries of Bahamut shouted angrily. Helena retorted, You should feel honored. What kind of status does our guild leader have? Let your king of hell, Lucifer, come over and spar with our guild leader. Our guild leader has already given you enough face by lowering himself to take action. Otherwise, do you think that our leader would put you in his eyes? Sighed. Helena, you can't say that. Gonzalez waved his hand and said, Azazel and Asmuntus are both fierce generals of the 12 great demons of Inferno. They are Lucifer's right-hand men. It's not considered lowering my status for me to exchange blows with them. Hearing this, the onlookers outside were about to explode. No one had expected that such an explosive incident would occur as the opening of the Saite conference approached. Bahamut and Baphomet, the leaders of the two super mercenaries and assassin organizations that were born after the disintegration of Inferno, were actually going to fight against the leader of the Metal Tide, Gonzalez, an Esper, who is second only to the legend rank. Such a scene was, of course, rare to see. Even at the Saite ranking conference, there might not be anything more exciting than this. As a result, the number of onlookers grew more and more. It was as if half of the town had come, and there was even a faint tendency to squeeze into the bar. Seeing the commotion, Azazel and Asmuntis looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. If they did not fight Gonzalez head-on, it would be equivalent to retreating and losing all face. However, they really did not have the confidence to fight Gonzalez. Gonzalez, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression on his face. It seems that there are quite a few people who want to see us spar. This place is too narrow. Why don't we go to the square outside and exchange a few blows? In that case, I alone will be enough, Azazel said in a deep voice. Asmuntis narrowed his eyes, but didn't say a word. In fact, it was very easy to understand because once the two of them joined hands, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that Bahamut and the Metal Tide were not on the same level. Therefore, for the honor of Bahamut, for the sake of Yi Fan's face, Azazel also needed to stand up. A cold light flashed in Gonzalez's eyes as he grinned and said, "Interesting. Today, I will see what kind of ability Azazel, who is known as the #1 commander under the king, has." After saying that, Gonzalez took the lead and walked out. The crowd outside hurriedly opened up a path. Azazel turned his head and whispered to Asmuntis, "Tell the boss not to come out. Even if I lose today, I can't let the boss take the risk." Understood. Asmuntis nodded, a trace of worry in his eyes. After a simple conversation, the two of them led Bahamut's group to the square outside. At the same time, in a simple 3-story building at the back of the square, through a window, Yi Fan, Mammon, Leviathan, Beryl, and the others were drinking beer, silently watching everything that was happening below. "Boss, this is interesting. Gonzalez is courting death." Mammon chuckled. Yi Fan held a cup of beer in his hand and said thoughtfully, "Oh, how are you courting death? Do you still need to ask? With you here, boss, if he dares to hurt Azazel, won't you cut him into 8 pieces?" Mammon raised his eyebrows. Leviathan nodded. "That's right, boss. Should we go down and cheer for Azazel? Maybe if you go, Gonzalez will run away in fright." Yi Fan shook his head. "No need. Let's take a look first. As long as there's no great danger, it's normal to win or lose in an ordinary spar. Besides, I've already retired. If there's no big problem, I won't show up." "That's true, boss. What kind of status do you have? There's no need to bother with a Gonzalez. If you want to fight, then fight at the Saite conference. Let the whole world see Gonzalez's ugly state, he." Beryl hurriedly flattered. Yi Fan was actually too lazy to pretend anymore. If Azazel was in any danger, he felt that he could just make a move. Of course, if it wasn't very serious and Gonzalez stopped, then there was no need for him to reveal his strength so early. After all, the opponent he truly needed to pay attention to was not someone of Gonzalez's level. One had to know that if there really was a legend ranked summit this time, there would be more than one troublesome person who would cause trouble for him. Revealing his current strength prematurely would only bring him some unfavorable effects. Chapter 509. 0509. Although Aziz's body looked very burly and strong in front of Gonzalez, he still looked a little short. A gust of wind blew past, and the two overcoats fluttered slightly. As the rhythm of their breathing changed, the hundreds of onlookers also tensed up. Gonzalez had a relaxed smile on his face, while Aziz was expressionless. It was unknown whether he was nervous or relaxed. The two of them faced each other for a long time. Neither of them was in a hurry to make a move. It was obvious that they were observing each other. It seemed that because there were too many onlookers, this place was very conspicuous. A group of people from China also came to this area. "What are you looking at? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. I want to go in. Humph. All of you, get out of the way." An arrogant female voice shouted. A beautiful woman wearing a red fur coat and black pantyhose, with slightly curly hair and dressed very fashionably, squeezed through the strong men one by one and came to the innermost part of the crowd of onlookers. The woman was holding 3 balls of ice cream in her hand. It looked like vanilla chocolate and strawberries. As the girl watched, she licked it and ate it with relish. There were a few people following behind her. They all looked older, but they were all like this woman's followers, not daring to run in front of her. "Miss Xiao, why are you here again? Let's go to the inn. We still need to discuss tomorrow's meeting." The one who spoke was Ho Lei of the Dragon Soul, and this girl who was eating ice cream was naturally Xiao Xiner. After the group of people from the Dragon Soul arrived at Limer, they were planning to go to the inn to check in. However, they didn't expect that Xiao Xin didn't want to go to the meeting at all. She bought food and drinks on the street, and just as she was eating ice cream, she realized that there was a good show here, so she ran over to watch the show. "If you guys want to go to the meeting, then go. I want to see them fight." Xiao Xin was very interested as she pushed Ho Lei away in disdain. Wu Mo also followed. "Miss Xiao, you are an important member of our group. You still have to participate in the Legend Rank Summit. So how can you not attend a meeting together? When the time comes for the summit, you haven't even prepared your speech. You bunch of people are really annoying." Xiao Xin said unhappily, "What does my summit have to do with you guys? Just take care of yourselves." "Miss Xiao, business is more important," Ho Lei advised. "What do you know? Don't you think it's interesting that the leaders of the top 3 mercenary groups in the world are fighting each other?" Xiao Xin threw a hygienic eye at them. Yes, they are 2 important figures, but this has nothing to do with our purpose of coming here, or—" "Shut up. You bunch of fools. You're not martial artists. What do you know? I can't be bothered to talk to you anymore. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll burn your hair." Xiao Xin glared at them, then turned around and continued eating ice cream while watching the battle. Everyone in the Dragon Soul was helpless towards Xiao Xin. Other than the Dragon King, no one in the Dragon Soul dared to control this young miss. This scene just so happened to be noticed by Yi Fan. He couldn't help but smile when he saw that Xiao Xin had actually appeared. This woman was also a playful person. She was probably very interested in this battle and refused to leave. At this moment, in the center of the square, Aziz suddenly exerted his strength. His feet were like the wind, and his body was like a heavy cannon as he shot toward Gonzalez. The true spirit chi in Aziz's body exploded to the limit. With every step he took, the stone tiles on the ground would crack and fly. When he swung his long arm, it was abnormally shocking. It was like a thick steel rod smashing down viciously. His fist hammered down on Gonzalez's head. It was like a heavy hammer with the force of 1,000 caddies. Gonzalez's eyes were like lightning. He raised his hand horizontally and forcefully used his arm to receive the punch. Bam! The ground beneath Gonzalez's feet had sunk 1/2 meter deep, but Gonzalez's body was not injured. Instead, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He clenched his right hand into a fist and threw a heavy punch at Azazel's chest. Aziz was already prepared. He stretched out his left hand and caught the punch. At the same time, he took a step back and grabbed Gonzalez's arm with his right hand. He threw Gonzalez over his shoulder. With a loud roar, Aziz actually threw Gonzalez's entire body up from the ground and smashed him to the back. Boom! An explosion rang out, causing the hundreds of onlookers to be terrified. The speed of the exchange was too fast. Other than a few experts, they were unable to react at all. Even the people from the Metal Tide felt a trace of fear. They did not expect Aziz to take the initiative the moment they went up. The moment Gonzalez's body touched the ground, a crater was created in the ground. Ordinary martial artists would feel an incomparable pain just by looking at it. Even martial artists below the body refinement stage would most likely be crippled by this fall. However, after Gonzalez was thrown, not only did he not seem to be in pain, he even grabbed onto Aziz with his right hand. What? Aziz was shocked. Gonzalez, who had been thrown, did not seem to be in any pain. He was looking at him coldly. Their hands were too close, and Aziz had no way to dodge this surprise attack. Good kung fu. I've long heard that the Peninsula War God's combat fist technique is one of the best in the world. This time, it's my turn to throw you. Gonzalez laughed loudly. He also lifted Aziz's body into the air and smashed it into the ground. Boom! Gravel flew again, and a pit was smashed into the ground. The onlookers did not dare to watch because this battle was too fierce and cruel. It was simply not human. Instead, it was two steel mecha clashing savagely. When one of Aziz's legs forcefully landed, he stepped on the ground and barely managed to reduce some of the force. However, it was still uncomfortable. One of his legs was a little numb from a fall. He reacted quickly and used a grappling hand to attack Gonzalez's wrist. He was able to break free of Gonzalez's control in an instant. Then he turned around and punched Gonzalez's head. Bam! Gonzalez's reaction speed was not as fast as Aziz's, and this punch hit him again. However, Gonzalez's head was like a lump of iron, emitting a metallic sound. There was no pain at all. On the other hand, Gonzalez laughed sinisterly and kicked out, sending Azazel flying backwards. Aziz supported himself with one hand on the ground and rolled before he stabilized himself. He touched his painful abdomen, and his gaze was especially serious. Chapter 510. 0510. The Leviathan frowned and said, "Boss, aren't you going to watch a little longer? I don't think the blacksmith will lose that easily. He hasn't even gone all out yet." Li Fan Xian shook his head. "We've already lost. Even if the sloppy ghost and the blacksmith join hands, they probably won't be able to deal with Gonzalez. Among the adepts, most people rely on their talent to eat, so their fighting strength is actually not strong. However, Gonzalez was indeed a diligent warrior. His combat skills and awareness were already top-notch, and his body's reflex arc training was also very outstanding. Therefore, Aziz had no chance of winning. Boss, what you said is so incredible, but I don't feel that there's much difference between them." Mammon was puzzled. Leaf, without waiting for Yi Fan to explain, a woman's shout came from below. "Hey, that Aziz guy, try your best. If you can't even penetrate his iron skin, then what the hell are you going to do?" Xiao Exine was unhappy and actually started to complain loudly. The group of onlookers broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. They thought to themselves, where did this girl come from? She really doesn't have any sense of propriety when she speaks. Because Xiao Exine rarely moved around overseas, she wouldn't show her face in public during missions. Therefore, although the Phoenix girl's reputation was very resounding in the world, there were very few people who actually knew her. Therefore, when Xiao Exine shouted, she was ridiculed by a group of people. She shook her head and sighed with emotion that a woman's hair was long and her knowledge was short. Xiao Exine didn't care what others thought of her. She didn't even care about eating the ice cream and shouted, "If you can't do it alone, then call that brother of yours Asmontis. Aren't the demons of hell very powerful? How come they can't even beat a lump of iron? This is too embarrassing for your boss." Hearing Xiao Exane's words, Yi Fan, who was standing upstairs, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl actually considered the problem a face for him. Boss, that beauty seems to admire you quite a bit. Why don't you go down and take her in?" Beryl smiled evilly. Yi Fan slapped this guy's head. "Do you think I'm collecting clothes? Just because I said I would? Boss, this girl looks really good. If you don't want her, I'll go and strike up a conversation." Beryl's eyes shone with starlight. Yi Fan's eyes were mischievous as he said, "All right, if you're interested later, then go and strike up a conversation. I'll support you." "Boss, since you've already said that, don't go back on your word when the time comes. To tell you the truth, I think this woman looks really good. She's much more beautiful than the female celebrities I've been playing with recently." How could Beryl know who Xiao Exiner was? He was eager to give a try. Although Xiao Exine's words interrupted the battle, it didn't really stop the battle. Not long after, Azazel once again attacked Gonzalez. Both of their attacks were bold and unrestrained. Azazel's fists and feet were like roaring dragons, attacking all of Gonzalez's vital points. But Gonzalez's body was abnormally sturdy. It kept making dang-dang sounds, but he was not injured. Yi Fan and a few of his brothers went downstairs, but they did not directly walk into the crowd. Instead, they quietly watched from a slightly further position. At this distance, even if Aziz was in danger, Yi Fan would still be able to rush over immediately. When Asmontis saw Yi Fan coming down, he immediately frowned and a worried expression appeared on his face. At the same time, Xiao Xan seemed to have discovered something as well. She turned her head and saw Yifan. At this moment, Xiao Xan eyes lit up. She passed through the crowd, leaving behind a group of Dragon Soul people, and directly ran in front of Yifan. Yifan, I was looking for you. You actually ran over here first. Xiao Xian said with dissatisfaction. What do you mean I ran over first? I didn't say I was going to move with you guys. Your chief, Wu, really dislikes me. Yifan shrugged. Why do you care about those guys? I even find them annoying. They're really like a fart. Xiao Xian said angrily. Seeing this, Beryl asked in surprise, Boss, you know this beauty? Yifan nodded. What's wrong, can't I? Oh, it's fine. Beryl immediately stroked his hair with a graceful smile on his face. He extended his hand toward Xiao Xan. Beautiful lady, my name is Beryl. Can you return something to me? I don't even know you. How could I have something of yours? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Xian frowned. Beryl's eyes were deep as he smiled and placed one hand on his chest. The moment I saw you, you had already taken away my heart. Can you please return my heart to me? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Xan rolled her eyes. You still have the nerve to say such an old-fashioned line? Are you an ancient ape? Have you not been online for 20,000 years? Beryl's face stiffened as he shrunk to the side with an embarrassed smile, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Xiao Xan asked, Yifan, you're definitely not staying in a hotel, right? Where have you been staying for the past 2 days? Yifan vigilantly looked at the girl. What are you doing? I don't want to stay in a hotel. It's too boring. I want to go to your place to play. You people from Inferno have been rumored to be gods. I want to see what kind of people you are. Xiao Xian had a face full of anticipation. Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't easy to be entangled by this woman. What kind of people are we? Didn't you see it? It's not like we have 3 heads and 6 arms. Beryl seized the opportunity to say, Beautiful lady, we live on a farm. That farm was rented by me, Beryl. You can ride horses, barbecue, and enjoy endless wine. Welcome. Can you ride a horse? Xiao Xan immediately made a decision. I want to go. Yifan, hurry up and prepare a room for me. Yifan really wanted to slap Beryl to death. What the hell was this kid talking about? At this time, in the middle of the square, Aziz and Gonzalez had already exchanged more than 30 moves. Although the victor between the two of them had not been decided, Gonzalez still had the upper hand. However, although Aziz didn't have any superpowers, his cultivation was on par with Gonzalez's, and there was no sign of him losing. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. They were already very excited to see this. Amazing! Aziz is actually able to fight Gonzalez on equal footing? After all, he was once the right-hand man of the King of Hell. A demon who survived the Holy War is still strong enough. No wonder he can be called the Peninsula War God. It's a pity that he doesn't have any superpowers, otherwise Gonzalez might not be able to gain the upper hand. In the face of all these discussions, Gonzalez seemed to have lost his patience. His goal was to become a legendary expert. How could he fight with Yifan's subordinates so anxiously? Thus, Gonzalez suddenly took off his coat, and the muscles on one of his arms suddenly bulged. Chapter 511. 05 1-1-inch steel roar. Gonzalez's fist met a head-on. The metal tore through the air with an intense sound of breaking through the air. It collided head-on with Azazel. The two fists collided. Gonzalez's fist was as hard as a reinforced bulletproof armor, causing Azazel's bones to wail. Aziz let out a muffled groan and retreated a dozen steps. He looked at his right hand, which was already badly mutilated. Even his true energy was unable to protect the bones of his hand. This time, one of his hands was temporarily crippled. It would take at least a month or 2 to recover from this injury. The mercenaries of Metal Storm cheered, while the mercenaries of Bahamut looked worried and angry. Although many of the Bahamut mercenaries were indignant and felt that Gonzalez had relied on his superpower to win, it was an unfair victory. But this was how the underground world was. If you had a superpower, it was your ability. There was nothing to say. No wonder he's known as the strongest person below the legendary realm. His strength is really unparalleled. Yeah, I think the Steel Giant might replace the retired Lucifer this year and become the new legendary champion. Without the infernal demons led by the sovereign king of hell, there's no way for them to regain their former glory. The onlookers began to discuss spiritedly, lamenting Gonzalez's strength. Inferno had already become a thing of the past. When Gonzalez heard this, he was naturally in a good mood. He moved his metallized fingers and said with an unruly smile, "Azazel, the fact that you can hold on for so long has already far exceeded my expectations. How about you come with Asmontis? I want to test the strength of the 12 great fiends of hell." Azazel and Asmontis looked at each other. They were both a little worried because this situation was already out of their control. It would be very difficult to deal with it in a short period of time. Even if they joined forces, it would be difficult to break through Gonzalez's defense. So if this problem was not solved, there was no chance of winning. However, if they retreated like this, the metal tide would succeed even more. At that time, both Bahamut and Baphomet would lose face. At this moment, Gonzalez suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Fan, who was a few dozen meters away. "Lucifer, you're a legendary expert. Are you just going to watch your brother get hurt?" Gonzalez asked loudly, full of provocation. As soon as these words came out, the hundreds of people at the scene were instantly shocked. "What? That person is Lucifer? Oh my God, King of Hell. Didn't he retire? I didn't hear that he was invited to the Legendary Realm Summit. Is my idol making a comeback? It must be. Look, Greed Demon Mammon and Sea Monster Leviathan are here. It must be Lucifer himself. Oh, coming here today was really worth it. He was a legendary master who had almost single-handedly determined the outcome of the Holy War. I didn't expect him to be so young. Wait a minute. My legs are a little weak. I really want to kneel down." A large number of onlookers looked at Yi Fan with blazing eyes. They were filled with fanaticism, respect, worship, love, reverence, and even fear. But no matter what, most people still had the mood of a fan, wishing that they could rush up and ask Yi Fan for an autograph. However, due to the distance, they didn't dare to get too close to Yi Fan. Otherwise, they would have already surrounded Yi Fan. This was because Yi Fan's resume, compared to most legend rank experts, was even more legendary, and also had the power to influence people's hearts. When the dozen or so mercenaries of Bahamut found out that Yi Fan had actually arrived, they hurriedly ran over and knelt down. "My prince." A group of mercenaries knelt on one knee, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement. It was like praying to the gods and worshiping Buddha every day. Suddenly, one day, the gods and Buddha appeared in front of you. It would be strange if you didn't cry. Yi Fan naturally let them stand up and said with a smile, "Don't be like this. We're all on the same side. I'm no longer the guild leader. Your guild leader is Aziz. You are not our guild leader, but you are our spiritual faith." Captain Kent shouted, and the team members behind him also nodded fiercely. When Exine saw this scene, she couldn't help but say unhappily, "What? Are you really that amazing? Why do these idiots worship you so much? Are you that powerful?" Yi Fan shrugged. "Miss Xiao, you can treat it as me buying an extra. Don't take it too seriously." They're just too ignorant. They have never seen the world before, so they were deceived by a very ordinary character like you. There are many people in this world who are stronger than you, so why would they worship you so much? Xiao Exine was very unconvinced. Fog Knight, who had been following behind without making a sound, didn't like Xiao Exine from the moment she appeared. Now that he heard the woman say this, he was especially displeased and sneered. "What do you know? Do you know my brother's great achievements back then? Do you know how many people benefited from his victory in the Sacred War?" Xiao Exine snorted and said, "Who are you? Which follower are you? You worship Yi Fan so much. You should marry him and be his concubine." "You." Fog Knight immediately became angry and wanted to make a move. Yi Fan hurriedly stretched out his hand, sigh. "Here, don't do it. It's not worth it." Hearing Yi Fan's words, Fog Knight had no choice but to retreat with an unhappy expression. Xiao Xanair stuck out her tongue. If you have the ability, then come. I'm afraid of you. Oomph. Isn't it just a female ninja? Yifan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Xiao, is there a need for you to be so dissatisfied? I didn't do it on purpose, and I didn't ask everyone to call me that. Everyone just gave me face. I don't care, I don't like you anyway. Why are you so famous? Xiao Xinair felt very unbalanced in her heart. Gonzalez, who was on the other side, saw that Yifan was actually chatting with a woman and didn't take care of him at all. Lucifer, are you purposely pretending not to hear what I said? Gonzalez sneered. Or are you saying that you, like your subordinates, have an undeserved reputation? Heh. Boss, is there something wrong with this guy's head? Does he really want to fight with you? Beryl smiled evilly. Mammon also said in amusement, Gonzalez, did your head get kicked by a donkey? If it wasn't for your steel ability, not to mention our boss, you wouldn't even be able to beat Aziz. With just you alone, during the Sacred War, you would probably be able to fight against an archangel like the Sacred Royal Court. Looking for our boss, you're still a long way off. You guys also said that it was during the Sacred War. How many years has it been? Do you think that the world is stagnant? Helena said, our guild leader's strength is already beyond your imagination. Chapter 512. 05125 years ago, after the Holy War, as long as they knew his name, they wouldn't hear of anyone taking the initiative to spar with him. His prestige had already reached a peak. Although he couldn't be said to be invincible, who would dare to pick a fight with someone of his level? If he won, he would have to pay the price, and if he lost, there would be no benefits at all. Therefore, Yifan had never met anyone who took the initiative to provoke him. Gonzalez's actions caused Yifan to recall the days when he was still in the Fallen period. He often encountered challenges from his peers, and was afraid of being assassinated even when he slept. Fog Knight was very worried that Yifan would be seen through, so he quickly stepped forward and said, Gonzalez, you want to fight? There was no need to prove the king's strength. Wait until you become at least one of the top 10 legends. Then you can say that again. Some of the onlookers at the side also nodded. They also felt that Gonzalez was too arrogant. In terms of status in the underground world, Gonzalez was too far behind. Humph. If a legendary powerhouse doesn't even have the guts to exchange a few blows with me, then what is it? Gonzalez glanced disdainfully at everyone present. I, Gonzalez, have never liked to be high profile, but this time my brothers in the Metal Tide have been humiliated, and I have to seek justice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to face my people. After hearing what he said, many people supported his idea. After all, if the leader of the mercenary group didn't stand up at this time, it would be hard to convince the masses. At this time, Aziz walked in front of Yifan and said in a low voice, Boss, there's no need to lower yourself to his level. He's not worthy to fight with you. That's right, boss, you've already retired, so don't bother with him, as Muntis said. Fan Xian looked at Aziz's hand and said, If he wants to stand up for his brother, then I have to do something for your broken hand. But boss, you, as Muntis frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating. Hey, sloppy ghost, what are you doing? Are you afraid that boss will kill that guy? So what if he was killed? What are you afraid of? Mammon shouted. Fan Xian smiled and took a step forward. He also planned to take this opportunity to tell Aziz and the others the truth. However, just as he was about to walk up, he was stopped by Xiao Xer. Leave that metal lump to me. You don't need to go. Yifan was stunned, and the people beside him were also confused. You go? Why are you fighting Gonzalez for me? Yifan was puzzled. Xiao Xin coldly snorted. Xiao said. I just can't stand the fact that you're surrounded by so many people and you're bragging to me. You must be trying to show off again by beating up that lump of steel. As is possible, I will. Long as long as I can long as I can. I asked it to shall long as of as. Ozus as he hooted to be to speak. As is he, as is he could to, as he is he, as he could. As he to he, she, he, was he, she, as he had to. This time, seeing Yifan's reputation overseas, as well as such a group of reputable lackeys, he also felt a little envious of this feeling. If there were so many people kneeling down and worshiping her wherever she went, looking at her excitedly, how interesting would that be? The onlookers all laughed out loud. They didn't know Xiao Exiner, so they thought that this girl was courting death. Beautiful lady, it's better if you don't do such a vulgar thing. Beryl was afraid that the beauty would get hurt, so he stepped forward and said, "A beauty like you should be taken good care of." Xiao Exiner glared at him, scram. "Who's talking to you?" Beryl retreated, feeling very hurt. He gloomily wondered what he had done wrong. Normally, a woman wouldn't be like this. Gonzalez, on the other hand, looked displeased. "I'm not interested in wasting my breath on a woman." "Lucifer, are you going to hide behind a woman?" The members of Metal Frenzy also laughed out loud. Hearing this, Xiao Exiner became even more dissatisfied and angrily said, "You big steelhead, what happened to us women? Do you think you can beat a woman like me?" Finished speaking, Xiao Exiner turned around and pointed at Yi Fan. "Listen, Yi, if you dare to make a move, I'll burn you to death. This lump of steel is what I want to fix." When Yi Fan heard Xiao Exiner say this, he could only helplessly let her fight. Otherwise, if he angered this grand aunt, he was afraid that the farm he stayed in at night would be burned to ashes. Good. Miss Xiao, if you want to go up, then go up. I'll applaud you from below today." Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. "Boss," Asmuntis frowned and said, "Gonzalez's strength. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for this lady to go up." Aziz and the others also nodded silently. Of course, they thought that Xiao Exiner was a woman that Yi Fan had taken a fancy to. If she got injured, it wouldn't be appropriate either. Fog Knight, on the other hand, lightly snorted and said, "If she wants to go up and get beaten up so much, then let her go." "Teacher, why are you stopping her?" Xiao Exiner felt that she was being looked down upon again, and was especially angry in her heart. She frowned and said, "You bunch of ignorant fellows are annoying me to death. Today I'll open your eyes." Under the gaze of hundreds of onlookers, Xiao Exiner leaped up and landed in front of Gonzalez as light as a swallow. Then, a golden flame suddenly rose from her hand. "Hey, big steelhead, hurry up and make your move." Xiao Exiner was very anxious to fight. This scene immediately caused a wave of exclamations. "This woman is an adept? It doesn't look like it. It seems to be an ancient martial artist. What kind of fire is this? It's so far away, yet it still makes people feel flustered." Those ordinary people from the underground world who had no experience naturally couldn't understand Xiao Exiner's origins. However, many of the experts present immediately became spirited. "Boss, she is the Phoenix girl?" Aziz shouted, and the others all had serious expressions on their faces. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. "Now you know why I won't fight with her?" Everyone nodded. Beryl's entire body trembled as he touched his chest in fear. "What the F***CK? Boss, this was too exciting. I just took liberties with the Phoenix girl? You're trying to kill me." Boss is indeed the boss. After returning to China, he hooked up with the Phoenix girl. If we add a Phoenix girl to our sister-in-law's list in the future, then we'll really be able to walk sideways around the world. Haha. Mammon said happily. "Shut up. Be careful that the Phoenix girl hears you and burns you to death with Phoenix flames." The Leviathan said in disdain. Fog Knight, on the other hand, had a sad expression on her face after her surprise. She also knew that the gap between her and the Phoenix girl was too great. Chapter 513. 0513 Gonzalez never thought that he would provoke such an opponent, and that he would even say such disdainful words. He said cautiously, "I didn't expect it to be the famous Phoenix girl. Madam, I have a grudge with Lucifer's people today. It has nothing to do with you." "Cut the crap. You just look down on us women. I hate sexist people like you the most. If you don't make a move, I'll directly burn you in a molten iron." Xiao Exiner's face was cold and arrogant. The Dragon Soul members in the crowd were about to go crazy. Why did Xiao Exiner go up to fight in the blink of an eye? "Miss Xiao, stop at the end. We're here for a meeting." Hole shouted gloomily. However, Xiao Exen only glared at Hole and the others, and the people from the Dragon Soul were so scared that they didn't dare to say anything. Gonzalez's expression was conflicted. If he were to fight against the Phoenix Girl, he really didn't have the confidence. However, if he didn't go up, then today's show would be for naught. Since he wanted to become a legend-rank powerhouse, he couldn't avoid direct dialogue with other legends. Helpless, Gonzalez could only bite the bullet and say, "Then let me experience the Phoenix Girl's abilities." After saying that, Gonzalez's other arm, head, neck, and torso all began to turn metal. Steel body, Gonzalez roared. His originally small, giant-like body expanded exceptionally majestically. The lines of his muscles became more and more angular, and his veins became like steel bars. His body seemed to be covered in steel. Under the sunlight, it glowed with a silver-white metallic luster. With 1 foot on the ground, the stone bricks instantly exploded. It was as if a heavy tank was about to crush the plaza. Just this aura alone had already intimidated most of the people present. It appeared! It appeared! The steel giant's entire body has turned into steel. How domineering! What a blessing for my eyes today. I can actually see 2 of the top 10 legends, and I can even see the steel giant, who is second only to the legend rank, go all out. The group of onlookers were already extremely excited. This battle was several times more important than the battle between Gonzalez and Aziz. Xiao Xin had a relaxed expression on her face. Her hands were burning with flames. She was already impatient. "Are you done yet? If you want to use your superpower, then use it. Why are you shouting so badly?" "Pardon me." Gonzalez immediately charged forward like a steel rhinoceros, bringing with him a strong gust of wind as he charged towards Xiao Xin. The phoenix flames on Xiao Xin's hand dispersed and turned into thousands of flames in the air, flying towards Gonzalez. Rain of fire. The flames landed on Gonzalez's body, and the metal showed signs of melting. The sizzling sound was endless. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, many people subconsciously hid far away. Although Gonzalez could withstand the pain with his body of steel and would not be seriously injured, it was not a good thing to be burned like this. After he got close to Xiao Xin, he endured the danger of being covered by the rain of fire and punched towards Xiao Xin's body. However, the phoenix flames on Xiao Xin's hand suddenly turned into 2 long, flaming whips, quickly wrapping around Gonzalez's arm. Sizzle, sizzle. The molten iron fell rapidly, and Gonzalez's arm was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Xiao Xin used her lightness skill and floated backwards. She was not hit by Gonzalez at all. Good movement technique, as expected of the Phoenix Girl. That's right, I thought she was strong in fire, but I didn't expect her ancient martial arts strength to be so strong as well. The experts who could see it all exclaimed in admiration. When the people of the Metal Tide saw that Gonzalez had fallen into a bitter battle, they were extremely nervous, while the people of Bahamut were cheering. The temperature of this phoenix flame is too high. It can actually melt Gonzalez's body of steel. Asmuntis, who was standing beside Yi Fan, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Fan Xian smiled, thinking to himself, what does this little fire count for? The last time he fought with Xiao Xin, the phoenix flames after burning his blood were the real torture. Li Fanxian knew that this Xiao Xin hadn't used her full strength at all. She had only used the moves from the Phoenix Dance Scroll. It seemed that she didn't feel any pressure when fighting Gonzalez. Fanxian could roughly estimate that if Xiao Xin didn't use the 9 Heaven Scrolls Phoenix Burning Blood, then her normal strength would be at the half-step Spirit Condensation realm. Once she ignited her blood, her strength would rise to a terrifying level close to the large success of Spirit Condensation. Of course, the Phoenix Girl's strength was mainly due to her constant Phoenix Nirvana and the increase in her cultivation. In fact, as long as she had enough time, she would reach a higher realm sooner or later. Gonzalez discovered that his body was too heavy and couldn't catch up to Xiao Xin at all. After being burned to the point of melting, he simply stopped chasing after her. His gaze swept across a nearby pitch-black metal street lamp pole. With a large hand, he grabbed it, and the metal elements on the pole turned into countless particles. A street lamp pole disappeared into thin air at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon after, Gonzalez's body also healed, and the parts that had been burned grew out once again. At the same time, the excess metal elements turned into a metal shield in Gonzalez's hand. Steel absorption, steel shaping. This adept is really abnormal. If this was an iron or factory, this guy would be extremely powerful, said the Leviathan. So, the best way to deal with this kind of opponent is to kill him in one strike. Asmuntis said with cold eyes, that might not be the case. I see that the Phoenix girl is burning like this. No matter how fast Gonzalez absorbs the metal, he will still be burned in a molten iron. Beryl said, while the crowd was evaluating, Gonzalez was once again entangled with Shao Xin Er's Phoenix flames. He threw out a shield in his hand. After blocking Shao Xin Er's attack for a short while, his hands and feet suddenly landed on the ground at the same time. Ah! Gonzalez roared. A small amount of black metal began to attach to his entire body from his hands and feet. Although it was only a few seconds, Gonzalez's entire body seemed to have turned black. When Shao Xin struck out with her palm, a pillar of fire once again rushed towards him. Gonzalez barely managed to dodge it, and at the same time his arm was burned by the flames, but did not melt like before. What the hell is that? How did this guy become as black as me? Mammon rubbed his head and puzzled. Li Fanxian grinned. This guy is quite smart. He should have absorbed a layer of tungsten metal elements underground. The melting point of tungsten was over 3,000 degrees, which was more than twice as high as iron. Although the amount he could obtain was very little, he could still use it as a sunscreen. This guy has quite a lot of ideas.